Good afternoon. Welcome to the meeting of September 11th, 2019. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, first roll call, Student Director Garbo. Garbow.
I think it's Garibo.
Garibo. Okay. Student Director Smith-Dahl. Director Hinton Hodge.
Present.
Director Yee. Director Torres. Director Gonzalez.
Here.
Director Harris. Vice President London.
Here.
President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session. We are taking up the items listed in the agenda. We will reconvene for public session at 5:30 p.m. Thank you very much. The board is now in recess. We are ready to reconvene to public session, so if everyone could have a seat, including board members, that would be great. All right, we are reconvening to public session now, so if you need to continue your conversation, if you could go outside, that would be great. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a second roll call, please?
Yes. Student Director Garibo. Student Director Smith-Dahl. Director Hinton Hodge.
Present.
Director Yee. Director Torres.
Present.
Director Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Director Harris. Here. Vice President London.
Here.
President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. There was no reportable actions taken in closed session today. We are now at the review of oath of office and meeting norms for the Board of Education. The meeting norms for the Board of Education are the following: honoring the time, acting as a collective body, checking for understanding and surfacing assumptions, sharing divergent views, valuing this as a learning opportunity, celebrating successes in each other's contributions, presuming positive intent, and no personal attacks. So I know there are a number of folks here that are here to speak on the blueprint item. I do want to just go over the order of the agenda because I know last meeting we took some things out of the order. We are going to go through the agenda as was published. So it will be a little bit until we get to the blueprint items, but we will be following the order as is printed in the agenda. So with that, I'm going to call for any modifications to the agenda before we begin. Are there any modifications from the board? Does not appear so. So we're going to begin with reports. I'm actually going to ask the board, and just as we ask the public, to hold comments on each of the individual reports until the end, just so we can move through the reports rather quickly. Does not appear that our student board directors are here yet, so we will skip their report. If they do show up, then we can find a time to invite them to share their remarks. So that means we're moving on to the president's report. The main thing that I will report, we'll ask our technology folks to turn up the mic. It sounds like it's needs to be increased. The main thing I just wanted to report is that we did have two special meetings last week. On Wednesday, we had the kickoff of a 2020-2021 budget development conversation, and that meeting was recorded, and we had discussions about how to improve both the timeline, so it's an earlier timeline, as well as engagement on the budget development process. And we'll be reporting out regularly around the budget development process as the school year continues. But it was the start of the conversation as we develop our budget for next year. On Friday, the board met and had a work session around our board work plan. Board work plan encompasses our three main priorities as a district, which is aligned with both the superintendent and the board. We will use the reports of both the superintendent and the board to regularly report out on topics related and aligned to these three priority areas. and that is fiscal vitality, quality community schools, and organizational wellness. We will continue to provide updates throughout the school year on these 3 topics. And the board work plan and the superintendent work plan will come back to the board at our next meeting on the 25th, September 25th. With that, I will turn it over to our superintendent, Johnson Schmel, to provide our superintendent report for tonight.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening, community and Board of Directors. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to hear and weigh in on 2 important discussions. One focused on our current financial status and the other focused on critical decisions affecting our school communities. Both discussions will shed light on where we are and what we must continue to do to move from crisis toward stability to create a high quality and sustainable public school system. To get there, we must maintain our deep commitment to fiscal stewardship and make key investments to support student achievement and employee retention. Tonight's closing of the book presentation will provide you critical information. While we have much to do to improve our long-term financial health, I am optimistic that we are moving in the right direction. Our growing reserve from 0.5% in 16-17 to 3.51% at the end of 18-19 school year is evidence of our forward movement and steady progress. I encourage you to read the email distributed this afternoon from our Chief System and Services Officer, Preston Thomas, which provides a summary of the content in the presentation that you will hear much later in this evening. While a healthier reserve is promising news, please keep in mind that long-term trends in the state of California have not changed. Flat state funding, a possible recession, increased special education costs, and rising pension costs, to name a few. While we are hopeful with a lot of the collective advocacy to increase funding to public education, we still must exercise a combination of fiscal discipline and strategic spending. Tonight, we will also discuss recommendations for Cohort 2 school communities. The ultimate goal of this incredible, complex work is to create a public school system where opportunity is no longer concentrated in the hands of a few, but granted to all. The journey to increase opportunity will require tough and thoughtful decision-making. Decisions grounded both in sustainability, ensuring all of our schools are large enough to sustain quality programs and retain quality staff, and more importantly, quality, ensuring that our schools offer programs that meet the demands of our students and families across the city. The uncertainty of change and asking communities to take risks, especially if risk-taking in the past hasn't proven to be successful, is a big ask. But the time is now. All of our students are counting on us to work together for better schools. I take hope in walking the halls of Elmhurst United, the product of a school merger between Elmhurst and Alliance, which is now brimming with students and offers robust elective courses and seeing high-quality programs with great demand. I am equally encouraged by MetWest and CCPA that have opened their doors to more students this school year. As a community, we can take an idea and turn it into something effective and enduring where our students can succeed. Uncertainty and change sometimes evokes fear and anger, particularly when we are discussing different communities coming together to create something new. Feelings are compounded when we also face issues of race, class, language, and privilege. These issues have been front and center as folks have expressed their hopes and fears throughout this process. While we wrestle with issues of sustainability and quality, it is equally important that we make space for ongoing, courageous conversations if we truly believe quality should be given to all and not just a few. At the end of the day, all this incredible hard work to improve our public school system comes down to people rolling up their sleeves to be part of the solution instead of just talking about the problem. And the first step in any change process is to build relationships, acknowledge the fear of the unknown, and get to know one another as human beings in order to create the conditions for school transformation to occur. As we look beyond the vote tonight, we look forward to supporting our school communities in this transformation process as a first critical step towards doing the real work of building the vibrant school communities all of our students and families deserve. I appreciate you all being here and making your voice heard and giving us your feedback as we continue forward with this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Jamel. At this time, we'll have comment by collective bargaining units. This is an opportunity for labor partner leadership to speak directly to the board, if so desired. Is there I see Mr. President Keith Brown, would you like to make comments at this time? If there's any other labor partners here, you can come forward to speak after Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, Board, Superintendent Keith Brown, President of the Oakland Education Association. Thank you. So when I have this opportunity, I always like to acknowledge our students, and I want to give a shout out to a couple of students from McClymonds High School, Soraya Hill and Alasia Jones. They're part of the Gen Up Coalition, and I had a chance to meet these students, and they are organizing to make sure that Schools and Community First is on the ballot in November 2020 and that it passes. And we know that with Schools and Community First, it will restore over $11 billion a year for our schools and also for our community services. So I really look forward to working with the students, and it is the students who will drive a better future for us, the students organizing for Schools and Community First, the students organizing, participating in the climate actions next week. So just a big shout out to our students. Also, I had the opportunity this week to meet the Oakland Education Association social workers, unsung heroes in our schools. And our social workers are doing amazing work. As we know, Oakland students deserve true community schools in every neighborhood that have wraparound services. Our students thrive when they have the needed social and emotional support, and I really want to honor and uplift the work of our social workers this week. And also here with the decisions being made by the board today, I want to go back and lift up something that was presented last spring by the OEA representatives of our ad hoc committee, where they stated that most of the schools being targeted for school closure and consolidation are the ones in which years of disinvestment has resulted in the staff dealing with frequent turnover while serving a student population who may not see the school as desirable. We all want to make our schools better. More than most, we know the heartbreaking ways in which we are failing our students. What we are asking for is not a preservation of the status quo, but rather a vision that we can mobilize towards, rather than a confusing mandate to create criteria for slightly less painful school closures, despite no clear evidence that school closures will save money or improve education for our kids in this district. So, two weeks ago, we heard from the community, heard from the students and parents, and the message is clear that we need to stop this process, stop the vote, and what we really need is true investments for our schools. No school closures, but investments for our schools. That's why we have students like Soraya and Alasia organizing to make sure that our schools are funded. So as president of the Oakland Education Association, I stand with our students and demand that we take full action to make sure that we fund our schools and address the inequities that has been happening for far too long. And closing schools is not the answer to addressing those inequities. It is fully funding our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, President Keith Brown. So any other labor partners here today to speak? So any other labor partners here? Does not appear so. At this time, we'll take public comments on agenda items A through N, which is the superintendent's report, the board president report, the collective bargaining unit comments. Is there any public comment on those items?
Yes, Madam President, we have 8 speakers. Mike Hutchinson, Asala Olabala, Michael Lowton, Ben Tapscott, Jim Mordecai, Sylvia Wilson, Lakeisha Young, Tony Baker.
Yep. If your name was called, please come forward and speak at this time. These are comments just on the reports that were listed.
Yes, my name is Mike Loudon. I'm the outgoing site council chair at Kaiser Elementary and the incoming. Hello?
Just keep on talking into the mic and they'll adjust it upstairs.
Thank you much. Mike Loudon, the outgoing site council chair at Kaiser Elementary. I'm a new member at the site council at Montera. I just want to say about the comments about fiscal responsibility and responsibility generally of the board. The outcome of the closing of the book shows that there's very little fiscal responsibility here. Kind of a bogus number crunching thing. There is no imperative to close schools. Closing Kaiser Elementary, especially, or impacting Sankofa or the other schools, pardon me, doesn't do anything for your bottom line. It doesn't do anything for equity. Closing down Kaiser will do nothing for equity in this district. Closing Kaiser will not do anything for your financial well-being, the financial well-being of the district. It's the opening comments here were just more obfuscation of the lack of leadership here in this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Check, check. There you go. So, Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. You know, as obviously these reports were really quick tonight, and wasn't really any of the real issues going on in the district that were addressed. And so, you know, I found it shocking to see the closing of the books. And beyond those numbers, it was shocking that your projections that you gave us at the end of June when you approved this year's budget were $40 million off. $40 million off from a $600 million budget. Last year, for the 17-18 budget, your projections were $30 million off. Who's going to be held accountable for that? Because while your projections were off last year, you closed Roots Middle School. You slashed spending and took money back from school sites that had been approved. There was a 7-day teacher strike. We have this school closure plan this year. We still have lead in the water. All of these things, the reason you gave us was there was a financial crisis and you couldn't afford to do anything different. Now we see the numbers, and you ended the year with a $21 million surplus. That's more money than you cut off of this year's budget. You fired over 100 staff, based on projections that were not accurate. So what are you doing today to rescind those cuts, to restore the money to our school sites, to our students, and to our staff who rightfully deserved it? And instead, what you're going to do is you're going to double down on the bad information and wrong numbers, and you're going to close schools based on those numbers. So now it's been proven 2 years in a row, $50 million surplus. It's your choice. Do you leave it in a bank account, or do you give it back to the community who deserves it?
We have not a financial crisis. We have a management crisis. Closing schools, you know very well, does not save the district money, but if you close a building, you open the door to charter schools. We have 34 charter schools now, and now you're talking about closing more. You have closed 7 black schools in West Oakland, making it difficult for black children to get a quality education. You, in a sense, have put them back on the plantation. That is something that is absurd when most of the district has black and brown Latino. So we fund the money, and you take it and do something else with it. We have been asking for clean water in West Oakland for 3 years. And we still have lead in the water, and you have Measure J, $775 million, but you can spend $4.6 million on the penthouse in 1000 Broadway. That is unacceptable. You turn around and give a school away for 40 years? How do you do it? That is not your building. We paid for those schools, and you're going to give it away? None of us will be around in 40 years. We went through this last time when you closed 5 schools. You said Lakeview, the air was not healthy. So later on, you put American Indian over there. I guess the air got healthier. This is the type of games that we have. The board, as far as I'm concerned, is corrupt. Collusion and conspiracy to bankrupt the district so we can come back and get deeper in debt. If you close schools,
Thank you.
again, we are going to try and shut the district down.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? There were some other names that were called. Any of the additional speakers that names were called would like to speak at this time? Does not appear so. We do have our student board directors who have joined us, and they do have a report prepared. So I'm going to now turn it back over to the student board directors to provide their report at this time.
Hello. Hey y'all. I know that it's like really high tensions right now. I know it's really high tensions right now. I know we're gonna be voting on some major things today. But foremost, I want us all to keep in mind, like, before everything, we are Oakland and we are a community. And you know, like, it's great that you guys are holding everyone. Can you hear me? It's great that you guys are holding everyone accountable, because at the end of the day, we are here to uplift your voices and we are here to represent the community.
And once again, even though we're sitting on this board, we're here representing the students. So, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, board members, superintendents, students, families, and community. All City Council Student Union Governing Board is excited to share with you what we have been up to and what we are planning in the next couple of weeks. This past weekend, we had our meaningful student engagement overnight retreat, and it was a huge success. Our intention was to create a space for students to build from the ways we felt attacked last year to a place where we can expand on our vision and create a stronger platform for youth voice in OUSD. By doing this, we will be able to meet with youth leaders from all over Oakland that represent their high schools and come up with ways on how to improve our education system and community.
If folks in the back could please take their conversations outside, we want to be able to hear from our student directors.
Okay.
We don't have control of it down here. They're adjusting it upstairs. But in addition, in this large of a room, any conversations really carry. So if folks are in dialogue back there, if they could move that outside, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Our goals for this retreat included strengthen our student union by 1, building relationships among youth and adult leaders from our various schools, organizations, and programs, and 2, learning about the student engagement history, power, purpose, wins, and campaigns, and 3, training student leaders on various action planning and leadership skills that they can apply to address the issues we are currently working on and care deeply about at their schools and district-wide. Our second set of goals focused to align our youth and student engagement efforts throughout Oakland. This included identifying our common area of work and ally solidarity work across schools and organizations, and 2, begin planning for our fall and spring 2019 and 2020 events, activities, and coordination with statewide education policy issues.
Throughout the retreat, we had the opportunity to learn about the different community initiatives and organizations to help the youth get ready and take action. We were able to build relationships among youth and adult leaders from Youth Together, Bay Peace, California for Justice, Oakland Kids First, Teens on Target, Peer Restorative Justice, African American Male Achievement, Student Leadership Council, Latino Student Achievement, and Black Organization Project. The youth that came together not only represented their schools, but they also represented the different student groups on campus, including Leadership Class, the Black Student Union, and La Raza Student Union. We were able to do many activities to help us understand more about the history of All City Council and meaningful student engagement. By doing a galley walk to help students reflect on how youth movement is always more powerful than a movement with no youth representation.
We reflected on the budget cuts from last year and the powerful, strong movement created by students who were passionate to take all the anger and frustration they felt and transform that energy into an opportunity to organize themselves and take matters into their own hands. This led us into different ways and to look into being at the table. Although we are clear on the campaign focus, we are embarking on research phase, and we will be sure to keep everyone updated. One thing is for sure, students are really leading in so many efforts, and we are more than equipped to engage in any and all conversations concerning our livelihood and how to better plan for our future. We are committed to supporting our students and reimagine and rebuild what it means to meaningfully engage all aspects of our education from the school side all the way to the state. This is what we are doing, making an environment where youth are nurtured to be upstanding members of our community. We also had the opportunity to learn more about the Schools and Communities First statewide campaign, which would reverse Proposition 13 and bring more money to our schools. We learned more about the Building Our School System, the BOSS campaign, which is centered around student safety and elimination of school police. Lastly, we talk about the students' desire to be engaged as partners in the redesign of RJ, especially because we played a leading role in saving it. ACC is really excited to learn more about the redesign about the ways we can support in advocating these efforts, especially because all of them are aligned to putting students at the center and bringing resources for our schools.
Another big highlight is that we were able to fulfill all of our open ACC governing board positions, including vice president, secretary, historian, and health and wellness director. We are so excited to welcome William Calmo as our secretary representing Madison Park Academy, Marcos Acosta as our historian representing Midwest, Jessica Ramos representing Skyline, And last but not least, Dwayne Davis, representing McClymonds. We want to congratulate the new All City Council Student Union Governing Board for the hard work they showed this weekend, and we're so proud to finally have our governing board complete and more united than ever. Overall, our overnight retreat was a success. We had a lot of diversity and representation with 44 youth and adult allies from 9 high schools, including Street Academy, Fremont, McClymonds, Castlemont, Midwest, Life Academy, Oakland Tech, Oakland High, Skyline, and Madison. And we plan to see each other at least monthly, and we'll have another retreat in January. We were fortunate to have the opportunity to get out of Oakland and be in a space that can ignite our inspiration to continue our work together as we keep reminding ourselves, ain't no power like the youth, because the power of the youth never stops.
Lastly, don't forget our All-City Council Student Union meeting for middle school student leaders is this upcoming Tuesday, September 17th, 12 to 3 p.m. at Elmhurst United. We would like to invite 3 to 4 student leaders from each of our middle schools along with their school site's leadership teacher or student engagement staff to accompany the students. Please RSVP by September 12th and look out for a flyer on our social media pages with more information, topics, and registration link. What to expect, get to know other middle school students, leaders from other school sites, team building, and food will be provided. Please register. To find more information, flyers, permission slips for our information on any of the announcements above, you can check us out on Instagram at All City Council OUSD or email me at micah.smith-dahl@ousd.org
And denelson.garibo@ousd.org.
or our meaningful student engagement staff, Aurora Lopez at aurora.lopez@ousd.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our student directors for your comments. Just wanted to check if there's any quick questions or comments by the board on any of the above report items before we move on. Seeing none, we are at the adoption of the general consent report. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent report?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President London and
I
seconded
had
by
a
Director
card
Yee.
I had a card in to speak.
For the general consent?
Students.
We took the public comments earlier.
But they didn't get
on
to
A through N.
speak.
Just go ahead, Mr. Mordecai.
Okay, you understand. I was waiting because they didn't get to speak. Anyhow,
Mr. Mordecai, could you speak into the mic so that folks can
Sure. Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. And I want to make the point about the power of student power is that on September 20th, across not the United States, but across this planet, there are students that are on strike. And my question would be, have you as leaders discuss what you're going to do on September 20th, which is a week from Friday? And Greta and other people are leading students on a strike on September 20th. What are you going to do on that issue is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Hi, are you here to speak on this on the consent report or the student director report?
Consent report.
Okay, let me just stay there. Let me just have Ms. Floyd call the names, and then we'll call on you. Ms. Floyd, could you call the speakers for the consent report?
Yes, Madam President. We have 4 speakers: Jim Mordecai, Ben Tapscott, Asala Olabala, Mike Hutchinson.
Okay. Go ahead. Please introduce yourself. She'll get the remaining cards.
My name is Judy Burrell. I work with Educators for Democratic Schools. And we do look at every single item on the consent calendar, which is kind of laborious. There's a lot of money contracts on there. Oftentimes there's a lot of contracts with a lot of money that seems to be just kind of rubber stamped. I'm here to speak on one item that is a no cost to the district item, which is the Memorandum of Understanding to have Teach of America trainees teaching summer school for 2 years. We're not even talking about, now if people aren't familiar with Teach of America training, it is incredibly inadequate to put non-credentialed people fresh out of college without a credential into high-need schools. This no-cost contract is talking about placing trainees to teach elementary math, elementary writing, secondary ELA, secondary math, secondary science for 2 years. Those are kids who need more, not less. Those are kids who need extra support. Why are you, this is like maybe because it's free, that you think we can have our kids getting something for free? This is really inadequate. This is not high quality. If we're talking about high quality, this is not providing high quality to our summer school students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. I was really shocked to see in the consent report over $3 million 3-year plus contract for an architect to design the new administration building at Cole. Now, to date, there's been no community engagement at all around that project, even though this school board voted last year. And we were told last year when you voted for that it was only so you could use Measure J money to pay for interim housing at 1000 Broadway. But I don't understand why you're taking another $3 million out of Measure J to pay for an architect for a project that the community has said they don't want located there, that there's been no discussion with the community, and you have no money right now to build a new administration building there. You're planning to pay for that out of a future bond. So why are you going to take $3 million now to pay for an architect for a project we don't even know if we'll have money for in the future? And instead, like we just heard Coach Tapscott say, that $3+ million is more than enough out of Measure J to take care of the lead in the water at McClymonds High and to make sure that's never an issue again. And so at a certain point, it becomes a question of priorities and a question of will. Why are you giving away $3 million in our scarce facility dollars to an architect for a project that we don't want and you can't afford to do now? This is the kind of money mismanagement that we've been faced with while you've all been there in these leadership positions. So again, at the same meeting, you're going to decide to close schools to save money. At the same meeting, we have the closing of the books from last year that shows you have a surplus. At the same meeting, you're going to respond to the grand jury report that cites these exact things. You're going to vote $3 million for an architect for a project that you don't even have the money to pay for. Failure by design.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, Measure J, everybody that's a property owner, I'm a property owner, so I'm paying tax into Measure J because I own property. So what the Constitution of California says is you can spend Measure J money, but you can only spend it on the projects that were on a list. They were on a list. This project wasn't on the list. How can you spend Measure J if it wasn't on the list? How do I know it wasn't on the list? Because the list was submitted to the voters in 2012. We have not had a bond measure passed since 2012, but it wasn't a project. Now you got a lawyer up there that will go ahead and twist the language, but it uses in the Constitution of California, you have to have had a project. You didn't have a project when you spent for the architect on the building across the street thousands and thousands of dollars. And now you want to spend Measure J again. Now, if you go ahead and read The Wizard of Oz, what was missing? A brain and a heart. You need to get those things.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Next speaker.
Love Life. Item 191407, Memorandum of Understanding, says there is no cost You're talking about money costs. There's a cost that children pay when you have teachers who are not credible or qualified to be in the classroom. Teach for America teachers get no more than 5 weeks of training. They have degrees in biology, science, but they don't have degrees in education. How can you be hiring Teach for America teachers when you're laying off your qualified teachers? You talk about teacher retention being an issue. Teach for America only commits for 2 years. At the end of 2 years, close to 60% of them leave the district. That's not teacher retention. We have a housing problem. They come in from out of state, they need housing. The teachers that are already here need housing. So Teach for America, they did it in New Orleans. They fired all the teachers after Katrina and brought in Teach for America to save money. Items 19.1680, Spanish-speaking Unity Council. The Spanish-speaking Unity Council is a delegate for Head Start for the city of Oakland. They have 4 Head Start programs. They also have 4 Head Start programs in another city. I can't think of the city. In this document, you say they're not going to be participating in the district, but they're going to be participating in Alameda County. What do you mean they're not going to be participating in the district? How are we supporting a program for child care outside of the district of OUSD?
Thank you.
How are we doing that? Somebody needs to explain that.
Thank you very much.
And lastly,
Your
oh,
time
my
is now
time's
up.
up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez, you have a question? Oh, finish public comment first.
It's funny how we change the rules to fit the purpose. I went to school 5 years to be a teacher. And these people can just come in and start teaching our children? It doesn't make any sense. Amy, you come up and talk about decorum and being nice to people. It's kind of difficult to be nice when you have the board has their foot on children's neck. It's difficult to be nice. The fact that we are not educating black and brown children, it's difficult to watch that happen. You closed Marshall, 95% black, and now it's white, and it's 85% white. All the black kids are leaving Oakland because of the things you're doing when you messed up Grass Valley. Every time we displace someone, we lose teachers. I told Keith that. When you close a school, not only do we need to lose the building, we lose teachers. And then we come back here and talk about we want to be nice. Well, the racist comments that are coming from the district office, things like black students don't shower when they don't have hot water. They come back and say, we're not spending $90,000 to repipe McClymonds. I guess when it's all white, they'll repipe it. Look at the inequities. Look at this building, and then go over and look at McClymonds building. It's disgraceful.
Director Gonzalez, you had a question?
Yeah, colleagues, I just want to flag for you that I won't be supporting the consent agenda tonight. The $3.5 million contract that was referenced was a no-bid contract, and to me that's too much money to not be out for a competitive bid. And then I've shared before my concerns about our over-reliance on Teach for America rather than building our own internal teacher capacity.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Director Torres. Director Torres, go ahead.
In regard to the consent agenda, I too will not be supporting for the same reasons in regard to such a large contract that moved rather quickly. We've just decided about moving the administration, and I don't think that I don't know how with this situation of our bond nearing its end that we're moving forward on such a large engineering project so quickly. So I am concerned that we needed more time. to finish up what we have started, and also in regard to my students primarily at Fremont High School that have experienced inordinate amount of turnover of teachers because of the overly used TFA at that school. So I do not support that contract.
Thank you, Director Torres. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the motion to adopt the general consent report, Student Director Garribo,
No.
Student Director Smith-Dahl,
No.
Director Hinton-Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
No.
Director Gonzalez,
No.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. So we are moving on to unfinished business. Before we begin, I did want to make a few comments, and also I wanted to let folks know that due to the next 3 items that will probably take a while, we are going to be waiting till after the next 3 items to do public comment on non-agenda items. Usually we have that slated for 7:30 or soon thereafter, but given that I believe the majority of the folks in this room are here to speak on the next 3 items, we're going to go through those items first before moving on to public comment on non-agenda items. So that will come up later in the agenda. So I do want to provide a brief overview of the next 3 items. They're all related to the Blueprint for Quality Schools. They're separated out into 3 different items, including the Fruitvale Elementary, which we'll take up first, then the East Oakland proposal, which includes Frick Impact Academy, School of Language, and Melrose Leadership Academy, and then the 3rd item, which is the North Oakland proposal, which includes Kaiser Elementary and Sankofa Elementary. I understand that these are very difficult issues that have direct impacts on students. We welcome everybody's passion and perspective. We appreciate the respectful behavior that most of the audience exhibited at our last meeting. We hope to carry the same tone at this meeting tonight. I'm hopeful that we can continue the same type of dialogue. And lastly, at the last meeting, I'd like to provide just a few comments on public comment so that we're all on the same page prior to beginning these 3 items. First, I just want to remind everyone that our meeting is broadcasted live online. That means that our meetings and anything captured on video will be archived online and be online forever. Second, given the high number of people here tonight, I'm going to limit the time per speaker to 1 minute so that we can hear from as many speakers as possible. If you are still speaking when your time is up, I'll allow you to finish your sentence, but please note that minutes cannot be transferred or combined. And on an individual basis, however, I will allow discretion for allow time to finish the sentence, or if a translation is needed for that speaker. Although there are translation devices that are here in the audience that if you have not received one, please get one. Third, we understand there are really important issues that many people feel very passionate and very strongly about. In order to be fair to all speakers, and so we can hear as many speakers as possible tonight, we're going to ask you to stop once your time has elapsed. In addition, since there are 3 separate items, we'd like to ask you to please keep your comments relevant to the item being discussed at the time. So what this means is that if you'd like to speak about, for example, the merger of Kaiser and Sankofa, for instance, please speak during item S3 when we'll be taking up that item, and not in the prior 2 topics. If you would like to speak about the merger of Frick and Soul, please speak during item S2. And please I'd appreciate if you don't put me into a situation where we'll have to ask you to turn the mic off. We do want to be able to stay on topic for public comments for each of these 3 items to allow us to get to the next item so that the speakers who are patiently waiting for the next item and the next topic to be given that chance and opportunity. Fourth, just as a reminder, the board does not respond directly to comments or questions made during public comment. Doing so could actually violate the Brown Act. Board members, superintendent, and staff do take notes and may follow up with speakers after the meeting. And I just want to remind all speakers that there are children in the audience, students on the dais that are listening and watching at home. So we just want to remind all of us of that collectively as we go into this what can be a challenging conversation. So we just would like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. And if you do, we've received many emails from everybody already. If you have further comments or questions, you can feel free to email board members directly, as many of you have already done so. Our information is posted directly online at ousd.org under Board of Education. So with that, we're going to go through each item individually on unfinished business. Is there a motion? We're going to start with S1. Is there a motion to adopt item S1, which is Blueprint for Quality Schools Cohort 2, Fruitvale Elementary? It's moved by Director Harris.
Second.
And seconded by Director Gonzalez. So we don't have formal presentations for each of these items. We will allow for opportunity for board members to ask questions of our staff. We have our Deputy Chief of Innovation, Ms. Yvette Renteria, available, as well as Superintendent Johnson Trammell, to be able to respond to any questions necessary on any of the topics. And then, of course, we will take public comment on each item and engage in dialogue as necessary. Board members, are there questions on the Fruitvale Elementary proposal for redesign for the next year? Director Hin-Hodge, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, this is the one I'm really torn around, because I just don't know if we're playing around the edges a little bit here, and how radical we are. I think this is, if in the design process, I would be voting yes to move this forward. I think I just would like to see at some benchmark point to look at, like, what are the partnerships that we could be doing. 'Cause this is one of those schools where I just feel like, again, it's had this growth, and that's very exciting, but we don't have a lot of resource, so that we're saying right now. So even if it's something that we can come back and look at how we can do more resource building with them. And I apologize, this is a SIG school, not a SIG school.
This is a continuous improvement school.
Continuous improvement school, and so there is state resources that are coming.
Yeah, so they ended up getting $116,000 this year.
Okay.
And happy to share how they're allocating that.
Okay. So yeah, this is the one I'm a little bit torn on, but it doesn't make sense not to support it. But I just think that if this is a space where the leadership is asking for certain things, I'm hoping that we will do that. I hope that the teachers are bought in and families are bought in, and so I hope that there's some robustness in that work. So those are my healthy concerns.
Any other questions by the board? Director Torres.
So based on that answer, I think definitely seeing that there was a pretty big jump in the number of enrollment this year because of the improvement in the scores, the school. It is still barely a principal with 1 year experience at that school, and it's not to say that principal is not working his butt off, which he is, but there also could be a fluke. There's a lot of new students. The neighborhood is changing very drastically, walking down the street. His mother is a longtime educator, so I know he's well supported in doing the work by her, but by the district. That's one thing we've discussed. And so I want to make sure that the engagement with families, the change in the dynamics of the neighborhood, that's not been easy. For instance, at Melrose, the drastic change in the neighborhood, in the student body, it's difficult there. So I don't want it to be difficult at Fruitvale. So I want us to be able to learn from that experience, because the neighborhoods are changing, the families. So the engagement around families with teachers being at the table from the start, really, because I feel like that's one thing I don't think it's clear what we're going to do. If you have any idea, there are some teachers in the room, in the building tonight, so I'm sure they would be curious to hear how we're going to bring teachers into this work, if you know.
So specifically with Fruitvale, as I mentioned, there was 160,000 of continuous school improvement monies that went to Fruitvale, and they really linked that with their SPSA. And so their network soup, Larisha Martin, has worked closely with them, and just to give specifics around the 5 areas and the 5 resources that they're using those 160,000, and I'll kind of connect this back to how the design works. But they are getting, they're using that money for a STIP sub, potentially 2 STIP subs, to provide for time out for professional development, as well as time to have some one-on-one assessments with their students. They are contracting with reading partners, so they have people coming in and supporting them with reading intervention. They're working with a program called Young Wonks, which is a program that focuses on math, but it's also a tool that they're able to communicate with their parents, and families are able to see their kids' progress. And then they're also looking at providing some more Chromebooks specifically for their math intervention. And then finally, they're using this for some extra books beyond textbooks for their reading workshop. And so they've already thought through that with the SPSA. So when we talk about what this is looking like in terms of design year, it's really trying to work with the principal, who's done this a lot with him in the network soup, and bringing a more collective group with families and teachers together to then go through this process to really see that through line between their vision and their mission all the way into the implementation.
And do we know how long those partnerships are? For instance, 5 years, 3 years?
So our grant is for a year, and we don't know how much we'll get for another year, the following year. So that 160,000 is a year-long grant given to them.
So the things you described will all be so the 160 will be spent because it's only 1 year. So potentially after that, those things would go away, like reading partners and all of these programs, which I know of these programs. They're very well regarded. But are we saying 1 year later those would all go away?
We currently just have a 1 year money for that right now. And we're offering from the blueprint process $20,000 to provide stipends for the extra time for teachers to go through the design process.
So just to add on to what Yvette is saying, as we go forth with the budget development process for 2021, all the cohort 2 schools will become, when we talk about strategic spending, then that will become a priority investment. So we're outlining what we have in place for this fiscal year. But when we talk about going through budget development and needing to be clear what our priorities are, we will need to think about investments, and that will need to be an investment for next school year and moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Director Yee.
Thank you. I'm just looking at some of the data. The current school size, student enrollment at Fruitvale is about what? It's 300 and
I have so many numbers in my head. 1 second.
I think it's 390 or something. Just about 400.
About 330.
And you have the building.
332.
The building, existing building, has capacity for 600.
Correct, but as we talk to the principal as well as the network soup, we have some special day classes which don't occupy all of that, so we're not looking at filling it to 600. We have to keep in mind that special day classes don't occupy the entire 30 population. So what we're looking at right now is it has capacity for approximately 100 more students.
Right, and so it's not at its demand capacity yet. So the whole idea of the design is to increase the desirability of the school so that neighborhood kids are more attracted to attend, up to around 500 or 550. Is that sound about right? And I don't know if you happen to know this or not, but I know Sequoia over on the other side of MacArthur is a pretty high demand school. So am I accurate that it's possible that for instance, some of the Sequoia demand might spill over into Fruitvale?
Yeah, so we have about 82% of our students in that area going to Fruitvale, and about 5% going to MCS, 5% going to Seed, and 5% of the students in that area going to Sequoia. But 82% overall are going from the attendance area are going to Fruitvale.
Right. So there is a capacity. There is enough capacity there for, say, 90% of the students to go if the program were an attractive program, desirable program. Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Okay. I had a, is that yes? Oh, okay. Director Harris, I wasn't sure if you were saying yes or no.
No.
Director Harris.
No, not a question,
Oh.
just an acknowledgement, and thank you for the financial breakdown, how you plan to use the investment. So I'll say thank you for all 3 proposals that are coming up, because I see that they are all included together. But for the pleasure of the audience, if you're looking at this or any of the other ones, the superintendent and her team have outlined how the dollars will be spent to support each of these processes, everything from relationship building required to the actual design of the program. So I just wanted to thank you for providing that detail. Extremely helpful. That was all. President Ng, thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. I just had a couple quick follow-up questions, 2 questions that were addressed. With Director Yee's question so with the 332 students, does that include the special day class students?
That does.
Oh, it does. Okay, you're just saying in terms of capacity, because those might be smaller classes, or it wouldn't. You wouldn't be looking to load the school to have 601 in the whole school.
So we look at seat capacity, but we also look at classrooms, because oftentimes the seat capacity is based on filling up the entire classrooms. And so we see ourselves as having approximately 4 classrooms that we have capacity to fill.
If folks in the back, it's really difficult to hear. It would be helpful if you could take conversations outside. Thank you. Great. And then my second question has to do with just with the timeline of the redesign. So I know that it looks at, I'm looking at the financial impact Fruitvale redesign for 5 years, and it talks about the investment for this year. But how many, I know it's continuous improvement, ongoing process, but as we're looking at providing support for Fruitvale, are we thinking about it as a 1, 3, 5 year investment? What is the timeline that we're looking at in terms of supporting a redesign past this year?
So as we look in terms of specifically to the innovation team, we're looking at investing these resources in that design year for 1 year, but we're also looking at supports. So we're coming forward with a position soon to talk about supports for that implementation year. Because currently our cohort 1 schools, we want to make sure we have a pulse on those and making sure where the needs are being met. And in addition to that, making sure we are gathering some data around how the students are, how our schools are progressing. And so we'll be looking for a program manager to fill that role to be able to do that for years after the design year.
Okay, so they would have access to ongoing staffing support, but it's as Superintendent Judge Smell said, that it will be part of prioritization in terms of whether there'll be additional resource investment in the following years.
Correct.
Okay, so it's primarily concentrated within the first year, and then obviously revisited as the process continues.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions by the board? We'll go to public comment next. Thank you, Ms. Veteria.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Millicent Embry. I live across the street from Fruitvale Elementary. And what I'm interested in is that this proposal came up, we heard somebody from the school board talking about it, or from OSC, but there wasn't a teacher who came up and talked about it, or about the effects of how this program is going to be. I think it's a great idea, but I think that it needs to be more of a discussion. I think what's lacking is a discussion between the community, between the schools, between the providers of everybody who has an interest in our students' educations, and about the quality of teachers, of school board members, of the superintendents. And I think that that's, instead of being divisive about it, I think that we need to definitely have more inclusion and openness about it. So I think that the proposal was great, but I mean, we have Chromebooks, but I think more student engagement, just having the Chromebooks. We need to have more aides coming in. We didn't hear anything about aides supporting the teachers and the administration. And if we can have some more of that, I still have some time. But
sorry,
don't I have a minute?
That's going, you're 20 minutes past the minute.
20? Sorry, but thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to actually let Ms. Floyd read the names first, and then you can come up. Yeah, you can come up and go ahead. Oh, just go ahead and just, she actually just stepped away. So we'll just invite folks up if they're here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bethany Meyer. I'm a special education teacher, and I'm new to Fruitvale Elementary this school. We're a school where enrollment is actually up by students, I think 60 students this year, and we had the highest growth in test scores in the district with an increase of 43 points. So I'm sorry that I didn't hear a lot of the conversation about the redesign, and I'm looking forward to hear more about that. I heard a little bit about it from our principal, and my question to him was how the district plans to engage the community, because we are a community school. And so we're committed to those values to find out what families actually want and what students actually need, the actual students who are in the building. So I welcome that. I'm looking forward to that because I love my new school. I love the families and I love the students. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, could you call the remaining speakers?
Yes, I will. President Ng, I have 3 speakers who requested to speak on this item. However, I have about a dozen speakers who only put the letter S, so I don't know if they want to speak on one or which item, so should I call their names as well?
Why don't you call the 3 speakers first? Call the 3 speakers.
Jim Mordecai, Asada Olabala, Mike Hutchinson.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. There's nothing wrong.
Mr. Mordecai, can you speak closer to the mic?
I'm sorry. Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. There's nothing wrong with having a plan. What is wrong is that the Ed Code has said you had to do certain things. And one of them is that when you have a plan that's going to lead to closing schools, you have to involve the 7-Eleven committee. That's the education code. You have totally ignored that, and you've developed a bunch of designs, cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort forever. You have all those things, but you don't have following the education code that says you have to involve the 7-Eleven committee and you have to take a recommendation. And they have to hold in the attendance area open hearings where the public can express themselves before you make a decision on any plan. So I want a no vote or a delayed vote on this
Thank
until
you,
you
Mr.
put
Mordecai.
a 7-Eleven committee in place.
Thank you, Mr.
Excuse
Mordecai.
me, Madam Chair, can you please repeat some of the guidelines that you set up around these items that we're going to be speaking to? Because the conversation about 7-Eleven has nothing to do with Fruitvale Elementary School. So can you just restate kind of how the decorum is to move forward?
Yeah, so at this time we are taking public comment on Fruitvale Elementary's redesign. So we are taking comments directly to this specific item.
Mike Hutchinson. So a discussion on how the blueprint process or how cohort 2 works is a discussion on that specific item. So instead of chastising the community who's engaged, you should actually want to include us in this conversation, and then you wouldn't be in the problem that you're in right now. Now, for all 3 of these measures being discussed today as part of the blueprint in cohort 2, you have told the community for 2 years this was an effort to right-size the district because financially the district couldn't afford all of these schools. Now we saw last year there was a $29 million surplus with all these schools, and this year a $21 million surplus. So obviously you can afford all of these schools. So let's drop that issue right now. I actually don't have a problem with this. The problem with this is what you should be doing with all the schools in cohort 2. A year of planning so the community can decide what the community wants before you order a school closure with no plan in place. So let's replicate what you gave Fruitvale for all of the other schools involved.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
Anytime you make the statement that a school has made 43% increase in their academic performance, that needs to be shared with every school. How did you do it? Particularly when you're talking about Sankofa. Sankofa is also being challenged with a changing neighborhood. It was just discussed because of the changing neighborhood situation, you're going to deal with helping them with a plan. The quality of what could be happening at Sankofa if they had a plan that included resources and whatever else they could let you know they need, maybe you wouldn't have to do what you're going to do with Sankofa. Sankofa needs to increase the enrollment. That's what you're saying about this school. That's what Sankofa needs. Sankofa should have gotten the same opportunity as this school is getting.
Thank you. Any additional comments on Fruitvale Elementary? Fruitvale Elementary.
Hello, Mike Loudon. Concerning this idea for Fruitvale Elementary, the only engagement I've seen is between you and the paid knife bearers for the district. There hasn't been any engagement with the community. Again, I live half a block away. You guys are living in an echo chamber. You aren't hearing what's going on out here. We have teachers out here you could talk to. I'm sure they'd be happy to fill you in on what's going on at the school site. But the only thing you're hearing is from the paid hatchet people from the district. So please, expand your reach, listen to more people, slow this down.
Any other comments by the public on Fruitvale Elementary? Seeing none, Mr. Rickshaw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the motion to adopt S1, S.-1, Student Director Gariba,
Yes.
Student Director Smith-Dahl,
Yes.
Director Hinton-Hodge,
Yes.
Director Torres, Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Harris, Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt item S.-2,
Second.
Blueprint Quality Schools Cohort 2, Frick Impact Academy, School of Language, and Melrose Leadership Academy? It's been moved by Director Harris and seconded by Director Yee. We will follow the same process. Board members, if we have questions or comments to ask Ms. Renteria first, we'll take those. Then we will go to public comment and come back for any board discussion or deliberation. Director Gonzalez, I saw your hand up first, and then we'll go to Director Hinton-Hodge.
Thanks, Ms. Renteria. So in general, I support these two proposals. As you know, the Frick and Soul communities requested more time for relationship building. My understanding is that the superintendent felt an urgency to move forward, but what resources are going to be provided, given that the two schools have new principals who are still getting to know their own communities, never mind have a chance to really build relationship between the two school communities. So that's the first question, is what's going to be done to resource that need to build relationship and, you know, to some extent, some healing between the two communities. And then my other question is just concern about how well we're able to resource the satellite campus for MLA, because my experience from what I'm hearing from parents is that the students are not getting the same experience at the satellite campus. And so what is the plan to make sure that students are not getting an inferior experience as a result of being located at the Sherman campus?
So to address the first question regarding the relationship building between Frick and Soul, as you mentioned, you know, there's already an engagement between the superintendent and the school leaders and some of the school staff to come together to start building that. And I think that's a big piece of it, is like we need to just spend some time having conversation. So one is being able to have more of those opportunities to do so, and the Office of Innovation and the Office of Equity will be working together to find those times to do that. In addition to that, the design year, and as we spelled it out within the memo, the design year interweaves community building and visioning and equity and relationship building as we see it through the National Equity Project. So that will be interwoven, but I don't want to dismiss the fact that a lot of this relationship building needs to start before thinking about program, but lifting kind of this community work. So we will be going through a series of meetings. And then when it comes to the principals building their relationships, given it's their first year as principals at their sites, we have talked about them being co-leaders in this process, specifically for this situation where they're working really hard to build those communities and still wanting to continue to do that by also having co-leadership as we go through the design phase.
Right. The design year calendar is quite aggressive, and so I'm wanting to make sure that that happens right away because people can't be expected to function well on a design team unless they've had those opportunities.
So just to be specific in terms of the need, because that is a unique challenge in this particular merger, the fact that both leaders are new. And so what I've committed to both of those leaders, and again, this goes back to budget development priorities when we start talking about investments for 2021, is to remain having a co-principalship. So even though we, the recommendation is to merge the school, I felt that it was important to still keep two principals during that time of redesign because both of those leaders are still getting to know the community and just the extra load. So that is an extra investment just because both of the leaders, they're both not necessarily new. One isn't new to the district, but is new in that role. The other leader isn't new to the role of being a principal, but new to OUSD in the community. So that was something that was discussed, and I feel that that's an investment we need to make.
And then can you speak to the experience of kids on the Sherman campus?
Yeah, so I mentioned this last time, but yes, it was a rocky start, and we definitely own that. When we went through it, we made some decisions really late. So the move to go into to the Sherman campus was one that had some challenges. In addition to that, though, now that we're there, and I will say we've built a really positive relationship with Urban Montessori, now that we're there, we're seeing some of the needs within that school building that we didn't know, we were unaware of. So this will also give us a runway to be able to do some of that work that we had to do last minute, potentially over the winter break and throughout the spring semester.
Okay, I'm not talking about facilities issues. I'm talking more about the programmatic issues that families are experiencing, not getting enrichment, not getting the same access to art and music and libraries and those kinds of things as the kids that are on the Maxwell Park campus. So what are we doing to make sure that the kids there are getting the same quality experience?
So this is new to me because my understanding is that on Wednesdays they get the music and the arts, and they also still have the same after-school program on their Sherman site. I'm happy to meet with the principal around this, but given that they'll both be at full capacities, we'll be able to offer those service at both sites. But again, this is news to me that they're not getting all of the services that they were getting at Maxwell Park.
Okay, I want to make sure that that's an ongoing conversation with the school community about how do we make sure that the kids are getting everything that they would be getting if they were on the Maxwell Park campus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. We'll go to Director Hinhodge next, and then Director Harris.
Thanks. So I don't understand why these two things.
Hold on, Director Hinhodge. It's getting more louder in the audience. If you are carrying a conversation, if you could take that outside, that would be helpful. It's hard to hear the conversation in this large room. Director Hinhodge.
So I get too loud. You don't want me to get too loud. I don't understand why these things are coupled together. So that's still. I mean, I guess I can vote for them together, but it's really important for me to distinguish. And I'm gonna start with the Sherman piece since that got brought up. And in fact, the Sherman is speaking to a facility, but it actually dehumanizes the students that are on that campus that are a part of Urban Montessori, right? It felt incredibly disruptive to that community of families and children, and we acted like, because it was our building and because it was a charter school, it was okay to just say we're coming in and doing this. And I think, colleagues were okay because it was a charter school. But at the end of the day, I mean, to me, this is what happens, right? When you are not respectful and you don't move with integrity, because it will come back to get you. Karma is not cool. right? And so I've not understood.
Excuse me.
So
this
I'm not.
is-
So I'm
yeah.
not. Sorry. It's
No,
not
no, no,
me.
I'm
Okay.
just-
That,
I
that's
just wanna
fine.
make
That's
sure that
fine.
we can
That's
hear you.
fine. So to me, for example, when I feel like we were in the problem-solving stages around this, it was like, let's not move the younger children onto the campus. Maybe we can do this with the older children and move them onto the Frick campus. And so, again, sometimes I mean, I want to check sometimes our values, because sometimes I feel like that's what walks us into these situations where we can't be heard, we create harm. And I just don't want to see children dehumanized. I just don't want to see it happen. And so I obviously want to support this, but again, at the end of the day, this was a facility that was an opportunity for Urban Montessori to do the Prop 51 on this particular campus. And so with all the kind of vacant seats and other types of things, I know you pushed for other ideas, and this was a facilities issue more than a quality issue. But it just was never comfortable. So I just wanted to say that. On the merger of Frick Impact Academy, I might need another round on this. So I think I've been holding a space for Frick to be Frick, and for Soul to be Soul, and for them to share a campus together, and then figuring out ways in which they might share teachers together. So this is my delusion around this, right? And so that if Frick students needed or wanted, a Spanish class or, language, that they would have those opportunities, right? Whatever the secret sauce is of Frick, that gets shared in some kind of way. So I get that there would be these conversations, but I guess I'm concerned that, we're having to push the two things together. And the last thing, if you could just grace me just 30 seconds, is Frick was the model middle school for us, with Salesforce, around huge investments. And so I'm very concerned and interested, right? They were a part of our ISS process. People are upset with us about investments that we made around Measure J. This is one of those schools where we did that as well. So I'm going to have to I'll probably just have to get another round, because I know I'm over, but my brain can't process right now.
Okay.
So I'd like to come back to that. And like I said 2 weeks ago, I would expect that that this is done, respectfully. I'm seeing Black parents not engaged. It has to get done respectfully, but I can't see 2 years of a wait. So I think I may be saying that out to community. And so I would prefer you to say what's not happening, what you need, so that we can move this process along, because we really don't have time to wait. Folks are in 6th grade today, right? So that's it. And I won't need another round since you graced me that extra time. Thank you.
All right, Director Hinaj. We'll make sure after public comment to come back, just in case there are lingering thoughts and questions. Director Harris.
Thank you. And first, just want to, so I would like to offer what I believe is a friendly amendment, just some clarifications to the updates and the frequency, and then some specifics. But first, I just want to extend a big thanks to the leadership, both at Soul and both at Frick, for beginning the phases of building and actually having the conversations that I think a lot of people in this room are having at their dinner tables, but aren't necessarily having publicly, that this in a lot of ways is about class, it is about race, and thank you for walking into that space and being vulnerable in that way. So I just wanted to just lift you up for doing that work and appreciate you. The second is what I hope will be friendly amendments to it, and so just as a board, so that we are able to track, and I will offer something similar in the next conversation, and really it's just some technical pieces here. On the second page, where it says at the end of the second paragraph, where it calls for semi-annual updates, I am wondering if we can be provided quarterly updates, and where it says on the improvements of the process, I would add specifically updates on relationship building between both programs, the design of the school, the use of the campus, and development of both principals, as well as an update on school quality of, as Director Gonzalez raised up, of the satellite location at the Sherman campus. So those would be the friendly amendments I would offer. It's here, and I can send it, of course, if it is indeed adopted.
Great. And I think you moved, did you?
Oh, should I ask the maker of the motion?
I think you might have been the maker of the motion, Director Harris.
Oh, man, I didn't even realize that.
Director Harris, if I may, I would suggest that rather than limit us to the items you listed, which I think are good, I would prefer that we say including but not limited to the items that you listed, because there may be other things that staff wants to bring to us, and I don't want to preclude them from doing so.
I will make that technical note. Should it be adopted, I'll share that with Mr. Rakestraw and Mr. Daniels.
Great. Thank you, Director Harris. Director Yee.
Regarding the facility at Sherman, which is being shared by MLA and Urban Montessori now, what is there's that space, but initially in our conversations about the Frick campus, it looked like there was additional space at the Frick campus that will not be filled within the next couple of years, let's say, because I believe the maximum capacity of Frick is something 800 or something like that.
600.
600
and 76.
676. So let's round it up to 700, and the current Seoul plus Frick would be about 300 or 400 or so.
About 400.
Yeah, so there sounds like there's some more space there. So is that space reserved for the build out of the new merged schools, or is that space also available for the overcrowding at on the Sherman campus?
That is actually, so when we're talking about, again, this goes back to number capacity versus seat, versus classrooms. Because it's such a large special ed population, we're not filling up all of those 670 seats. Again, going back to this idea that with many of our special day classes, they occupy 10 of those 30 seats that we're talking about. So we want to make sure that we give the Frick and Seoul merger space time to go through that than actually adding more and different to that campus.
Right. So I know in an earlier discussion about the configurations, there was some conversations about the surplus space at Frick. So has that already been decided that we can't use that space should we need it for the Sherman MLA Urban Montessori?
That has not been decided.
Okay, so that's still in the mix. Okay, thank you.
Great. Director Torres.
So one of the, it may have been asked when I stepped out for the restroom, in regard to the growing population, at Frick, that following what Director Hinton Hodge said, that there were different programs and additional funding and whatnot from donors to assist Frick in its improvement. There was also then an exodus of people, valuable people, that left the school because we have this massive growth of special education students and newcomers that need language skill programs. So how are we addressing that in this change? Or how has that even been addressed so far with families and the teachers, that you gave them more newcomers, you gave them a program, you gave them more special education, you told them deal with that, and so how are we dealing with that under this proposal?
So when the staff of both Seoul and Frick met with the superintendent, something that was mentioned with the staff was that the newcomers and the special ed students are part of their community, and they don't see or they don't have a desire to actually have them leave, but to rather support them within there. So when we talk about our newcomer and special ed students, there is a desire and a request specifically from our Frick community staff members to say they are part of our community. So when we go through the design process, we want to make sure we involve them as part of the process.
So I guess my question wasn't that we're including them or that we're excluding them. My question was, what's the thoughtful detail of how to do that? Because just saying that you're part of the family is one thing. Doing something about it is another, and we've had highly qualified people leave. So I'm asking, because in many respects, the writing is on the wall, and I don't have a PhD in education, but when good people leave, and on the regular good people leave, we have to ask ourselves the hard question, why? And then what are we going to do to stop the bleed of turnover? Because that's the big thing that hurts students in the under-resourced schools: turnover, turnover, turnover. So in regard to special education students and newcomers, absolutely, I want them part of the landscape of schools, because that's a real beauty in Oakland, is the diversity, right? We accept everyone, and they are our students. But what are we doing? And obviously, this is the night for a vote. So what is the plan?
So I think
for those two groups,
So
because that's rather new, right? For those two groups.
I'll
yeah.
take this one. I'll have first our Chief Academic Officer, Sandra Aguilera, just to come in and explain the way in which Elma and the Special Education Department will play a role in the redesign. Secondly, I want to actually underscore the dilemma that you're raising, Director Torres, which is spot on, is one of the reasons we actually are engaging in this process. This is an example of a school where there are more staff that are needed. When we talk about needing to better resource our schools to support our growing special needs population, and I want to give kudos to both the Frick and the Soul that were first saying we need to reframe thinking of our special needs students as a deficit. They're an asset. And I'm not saying in any way that you were saying that, but I think that's something that I want to push us to do. But we need to provide the appropriate additional staff. And this school is an example, but all of our schools. This is a particular instance where we need to improve what we call our base program and the staffing that all of our schools have, which actually leads to retention. That's a key working condition for teachers to be able to do what they need to do, so the load isn't all on them. And so while we're working to do that as a system, I want our Chief Academic Officer to just talk about the ways in which the Special Education Department and the ELMA department can lean into this particular redesign.
Okay, so during the design phase, which the schools will be entering this year, there's a scope and sequence that the schools will enter. They will be meeting once a month on Thursdays to get like this input, but then they'll continue their work in the design team at their school sites. So that's kind of like the way that we're providing content information, but then they have a month's time to work through that specific content to incorporate into their educational program. So we do have different department leads that will lead those opportunities for content input. So last year, this also happened. So Jennifer Blake was the person that helped Elmhurst in their program design for special education. So that same support would be extended to Frick and Soul. The same with the Elma department. Nicole Knight led that, but there were other members of her team that helped to continue the work in between the input sessions. There's also a session we do on community schools. There's also a session that we do around more technical work like operations, budget, that sort of work. But there is a scope and sequence that identifies touch points for us to have with the design year.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Aguilera. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. So the new school, assuming that we don't lose a large number of students, will be about 400 students?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that rate, are they scheduled to then receive any additional staffing?
They will, and I would need to actually talk to our HR team in terms of specifically what that is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President London.
No questions.
Thank you. Just had a couple follow-up questions. Director Harris, I like your amendments. It will be good to have some additional updates, and I like the specificity around the update areas. I also, I think Director Gonzalez first raised it, just have concerns all around. I support the overall direction. I just have some concerns around the relationship building between the two school communities, particularly since we were, given the leadership transitions, we're unable to engage with the Frick community earlier. So just wanting to make sure that both allow time for the relationship building, and also because they are two of our schools with some of our highest need students, and that there has been a lot of effort to create specific culture and climate to best serve the students, that we are really careful in the planning around making sure that it's going to be a safe environment for our students as these two school communities come together. So I know that that's work that's going to have to evolve and happen this fall, and I know that leadership is aware of it, but I just wanted to flag that concern, just given that there has not been really time to really for the school communities to engage and build relationships and build trust so that they can then design in a thoughtful way. And so that is definitely a big concern of mine. And then the next is just, I know that in the past, I guess my question is, I know that we have we are focused on middle school enrollment as a target area, and I know that in the past, especially when Seoul was first starting, that there was some challenges around even the support that they needed to do outreach around their enrollment several years ago. And so I just want to ask, I guess my question is, what types of, are we going to be able to provide additional support to do outreach, do help with enrollment, to allow folks to understand and see just the great buzz around a new merged school in the area, and the outreach around publicizing the new design? I'm not sure who's best to answer that question.
So
but
I will have the network superintendent for middle school, Mark, and maybe first he could start off just giving some of the impacts for this school year, just in general around middle school enrollment, and then just talk about some of the specific supports.
Absolutely. Good evening, board. My name is Mark Triplett, Middle School Network Superintendent. So we've already started a middle school campaign, enrollment campaign. We're just at the beginning stages, but can you hear me now? So we've just started a middle school enrollment campaign. We're at the beginning stages. We've begun a number of different initiatives to really raise awareness of the amazing things happening in middle schools. In particular, if the board decides to vote on this merger between the schools, then we would definitely be thinking specifically about this school, the Frick Seoul, as one school, and how we would go about doing even more intense outreach and enrollment around just getting the word out about the amazing things that are going to be happening there.
Thank you. Yeah, because I know that in addition to just broad outreach, I know that just even learning from the ECE program and how they did mailings and door knocking and some of the grassroots outreach, I think that it's really important to help support the school communities around boosting their enrollment as well and getting the word out about their the exciting work that will take place. So it would be great to, maybe that's another update that we can be getting as we hear about the progress, is also around support around enrollment for the two schools.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to come back and present on the middle school enrollment campaign in general, and then also specifically around how we're supporting this particular enrollment thread.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? We're going to go to Director Yee.
Just a quick question for Mr. Triplett. In terms of the student populations that you're hoping to recruit from, do you have any idea of what that target population is? In other words, is there significant loss of neighborhood kids that are going to other schools, either charter schools or our schools, from that neighborhood, and you're hoping to recruit those students in?
Yes, that's correct. There are currently a number of a large group of families that go to other district schools outside that area. We want to attract those families back to their neighborhood school. And then there are charters in the area that are also serving that community.
I believe there's a number of kids from the Frick area that are going to our own district schools, right?
That's correct.
And then the other question I had, just as a quick one, around the special ed assignment of special day classes at some of our under-enrolled schools like Frick. In some ways, has there been an over-assignment, over-designation of special day classes in some of our schools, for instance, Frick? And would that be rebalanced across the district so that we have the opportunity to have a distribution across all of our schools and possibly more space to look about flexibility. I'm not sure. I don't know if this happened or not at Frick, but you'd be able to tell me, and that's why I'm glad to ask the question.
Sure. Historically, we have had issues with special ed programs being concentrated in areas where there's space, physical space in the facility. I know that the special ed department has worked really hard to try to address that and correct that. So I think it is a work in progress and it is getting better. I will say that, first of all, I'm really pleased that the Frick community is taking such a strong stance about making sure that they don't lose any special ed programs, and feeling really strongly that those families and those students are their students, and they want to make sure that they continue to have a place in the school. But also it's important to point out that Seoul does not have certain special ed programs. They have some RSP program, but no STC programs. And so a merger would actually not dramatically increase the special ed population, so we could continue to have the same programs at Frick without increasing like the percentage overall.
The special ed population at the school as a whole.
Yeah, so in effect, it would, by doubling the size, by having two schools come together, it would decrease the percentage of special ed kids on that campus while not losing any kids to other schools.
Thank you, Director Yee. Director Torres, last comment, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll see if there's any additional board comments at that time. Director Torres.
So I received a Spanish and English letter from multiple teachers and parents, and some of those parents are teachers in the district overall, asking, sharing their comments about this and the feeling of rush. Of course, we never do enough engagement. We never have the ability to bring everyone in the room. People are working, and language barriers, whatnot. So one of the things that I do want to ask, because in this letter, this MLA group indicates that they were they were there to support Roots, and they were there to stand with them when they didn't think the closure should happen. One of the things that has been clear is that in Seoul are some of those Roots students, and since we do have issues with engagement and hearing families and listening to families, is it possible we're going to lift up the fact that students are going to be displaced twice? So I'm referring specifically to the students who are still considering themselves to be a Roots family, and some of them landed at Seoul. So is there any way to make engagement with those families as to why this would happen to them twice? Is that in the works?
Well, I will say that we absolutely need to engage those families and make sure that they're being served well in the plan. I don't have numbers on the top of my head about how many families are at Seoul that were originally at Roots, but I'm happy
to 20.
Okay, I'm happy to get back to you with the exact numbers.
Okay.
All right, at this time, do you have another comment? Or okay. At this time, we're going to go to a public comment. Director Hinaj.
So y'all are making me really confused now. So this is a merger between Frick and Seoul, and so is the outcome going to be that like they come up with possibly a new name and a new design for a school altogether? Is that what is happening here?
Yeah, they'll be coming up together. They'll be developing the program, and again lifting the assets of this work. So that goes all the way from visioning to implementation.
Okay. Okay, so I didn't understand the special need piece. Like, like I'm not willing to actually play into a bias or a perception that schools that have, access for kids with special needs in some kinds of ways that's not, a good school, right? And the second thing or the third thing is that that's a gentrifying, I believe, neighborhood, or a neighborhood where people don't, in D6, are not necessarily going to school in D6, and they're going outside of their neighborhood, right? And so, I have not seen this district do enough of a study around those things because it's not going to be no disrespect, right? It's not an outdoor program that's necessarily going to be the thing that drives, right? Like, we got families that are like, I need literacy change to happen in order for my kids to be inside of the school system. And we also, again, have these race and class issues. So I guess I'm going to support this, but to the point of Director Gonzalez and everyone that said it, the amendments that have been made, and if it's National Equity Project, I want to see rigor. Like, I want to see rigor. And I think for us as a board, we need to say, when we see those reports and they are not rigorous, what are the consequences? I think that we need to lay that out in this, because I've done National Equity Project before. I've done all these things before. And so, because what's happening for me is now I'm disturbed. I guess I had cognitive dissonance on this. And so I wasn't really seeing that there was this big merger. So yeah, y'all got some making up to do, because Soul is its own identity, Frick is its own identity. And so bringing that together, how you talk about that is really different than how it kind of even went over my head. So anyway, I hope you do the work, and I just hope we track the work.
Thank you, Director Hinhaj. At this time, we'll go to public comment on S.-2. So this is the item that we've been talking about. Comments related to Frick Impact Academy, School of Language, Melrose Leadership Academy. We'll have 1 minute per speaker. Thank you.
My name is Mayra Alvarado, and I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher at MLA. I'll be reading a statement on behalf of over 50 MLA parents and teachers. MLA holds as one of our core values that we must teach children what it means to be part of a community. For us, this community extends beyond the boundaries of MLA schoolyard to the larger Oakland and OUSD community. As parents and teachers at a school that is perceived to be high performing and is in high demand and has higher percentage of middle class parents than most East Oakland schools, we believe we have a responsibility to speak up for and stand with other OUSD school communities in the struggle for equity and justice for students. We know from our own experiences as parents and teachers at MLA and other OUSD schools that the district does a poor job of authentically engaging students, parents, families, and educators about what they want and need for their schools. We also know that OUSD does not provide resources and support equitably to all schools and is largely unaccountable for this failure. Last year, MLA families and teachers stood with Roots International Academy parents, teachers, and students as they fought against OUSD's top-down, rushed, and extremely disrespectful process that led to the closure of their school, instead demanding that Roots be fully funded so that it could be given the opportunity to thrive.
The next person can speak.
Now, once again, OUSD is rushing through a process to merge Frick Impact Academy and Oakland Soul next year without giving both school communities the opportunity they have asked for and deserve to genuinely consider what such a merger would mean for their students, families, teachers, and staff. OUSD has a poor track record of starting these types of school changes without following through with the supports and resources necessary to make them successful. The school communities at MLA, Frick, and Soul have been given no indication that this time will be any different, given that the budgets proposed for these school changes are wholly inadequate to fully support these schools in being successful. Further, we know that OUSD's history of school closures and consolidations in the last decade has disproportionately impacted black students and communities and contributed to black displacement in Oakland. Frick and Soul are two of the few OUSD middle schools that serve significantly black student populations, in a process that is rushed and dictated by OUSD will only contribute to perpetuating this racist pattern of displacing black students.
Thank you.
My name's Araceli Cifuentes Ordaz. I'm a teacher at MLA. All Oakland students deserve the opportunity to learn in a strong public school in their neighborhood, and we stand united with students, families, and teachers from Frick, Soul, and all East Oakland OUSD schools in demanding that the district truly listen to and meaningfully address our collective concerns. Therefore, we support the request of Soul and Frick to be given more time, real time, for teachers and families to engage, more time to plan and get to know each other as school communities. not just top down. We demand that OUSD adequately resource Seoul, Frick, and MLA to successfully carry out whatever final decisions are made. Finally, while we believe that the best longer-term solution for MLA students would be to have our TK8 school united on one campus, we are also aware that most campuses that could accommodate a school of our size are currently home to other OUSD schools, and we will not support solutions for MLA that would displace other OUSD school communities.
Thank you.
No? Okay. Hi. Honorable OUSA Board and Superintendent, I am Mickey Branca. I'm here tonight, louder, sorry. It's not usually my problem. I'm here tonight on behalf of my son and my family, Andres Sages Manzon Branca. He is a Black, Mexican, and Navajo foster adopted child, second grade at MLA. Brian Stanley, a Black parent at Kaiser Elementary, has spoken eloquently and powerfully about the structural racism historic in the OUSD system. I want the OUSD board to take the lead in transforming OUSD from the white privilege that I have personally benefited from. That is why MLA needs one site. 2 sites will create a risk of failure beyond our control. It will cost more to run 2 sites. The culture and community, multiracial and multi-class, that has been cultivated over 10 years will be adversely impacted. I just refer you back to some of the initial figures about the monies and needs of this school compared to other schools, and the budget that has been allocated is disproportionately low.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Miller. I taught science at Fremont High and Life Academy for 25 years. Let's look at the situation we face here. The city of Oakland has already authorized 16,000 housing units exactly in the areas where this school board intends to close all these schools. We are looking at a real estate plan, not an education plan, and it's obvious. Furthermore, school board members receive hundreds of thousands of dollars to support charter schools, and they have a conflict of interest here. That is also obvious. We know that co-location is simply a way of crowding schools together so that the excess property can be turned over to charter schools. This happens time and time again. When this school board closed Roots, nobody from the school board would stand up and say why. Not one person spoke in favor of closing it. Hundreds spoke against it, but this school board closed it anyway. We're going to see the same thing today. This school board operates in defiance of the will of the people of Oakland. It's obvious here that they do, and we must change the way this operates.
Hello, Mike Loudon again. Speaking to the Seoul Frick situation, the 46 kids that were displaced from Roots that are now in Seoul and Frick need the time. You need to take the time. The 100+ kids that have fallen off the map that haven't been shown to be in either a district school or a charter school need to be found before these changes take place in this middle school. I can't believe that we've lost 100 kids and nothing has been done about it by the school district. So please slow it down, take your time, find those kids.
Thank you.
Superintendent, school board, before you start the clock, I have a housekeeping suggestion. Could you turn the fans on? It's like Stalag 12. It's pretty warm in here. Do they work? Yeah, don't stop my time, please. I'm asking for that.
Unfortunately, we can't control it from here. It's part of the sustainability. There's no way for us to control it.
All right. Thank you. That's leadership in action. I have a solution for Seoul and Frick and all the other schools. You have all the parents, all the students, all the staff, and the community that's interested meet at Frick, and they decide how much time they need to collaborate, not you. They decide, not top-down bureaucrats. That's the solution. And that would solve the problem, and we can move ahead. But when you do it top-down, it's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eli. I am a former Roots International Academy teacher and currently teach at Elmhurst United. In my classroom are former Roots students, former ECP students, and former Alliance students. All of them are suffering after their schools were closed last year. Instead of being confident school leaders at the schools they grew up in, my 8th graders have been thrust into classrooms where they don't know their classmates, they don't know their teachers. My Roots students are chronically late because as 12-year-old children, they are taking the bus by themselves over 30 blocks every morning. I believe myself to be a well-qualified teacher, a good teacher. I love teaching. However, I have had to consider changing my career due to the stress of the Roots closure and the ongoing stress of starting at a new school. The district is determined to push black families out of Oakland and privatize education for families who remain. To the teachers at schools the district is trying to close, my advice is, do not believe the district's promises. Do not believe the district's crocodile tears. They will lie and continue with their agenda.
Thank you.
I hope you will fight these closures, and this Roots International Academy teacher is here to fight with you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I know you know me at this point. I'm Quinn Ranahan, and I'm a former Roots teacher as well. I'm here asking you to please listen to the community this time. Last time you didn't. Listen to the community. You harmed so many teachers and students, just like Eli was saying. I've been practicing forgiveness. I've been trying to forgive you all for not listening or talking to us about the decision you made, and it's really hard. It's really hard to watch this happen again and to see other teachers being harmed and students being harmed. Please consider that while you're making your decisions. And also, we were promised 2 days. We were asked and told to move out the last day of school last year, and we were promised 2-day stipends, and we have yet to receive the money. While there are many teachers that have been depending on the money that we were promised because we didn't have an additional day to move out of our classrooms when our school closed and CCPA moved into them. So just on a side note, so thank you.
Steve Young, Kaiser. Listen, what you guys did to Roots last year was a crime. You displaced those students, many of whom have younger siblings, and you displaced them, and they couldn't get their younger siblings to elementary school, and you completely ruined the lives of many, many families. And now you're going to do it again. Honestly, do you think these guys know how to manage a merger? I wouldn't put them in charge of a birthday party. Did you hear what that guy said? What that clown in the blue suit said when you asked about Roots students? Do you hear what he said? He didn't even know how many of them there were. And you trust the district to manage adequately the needs of these students as you displace them again? You're going to do what you're going to do, but I hope you sleep well tonight.
Thank you.
Tanya Kapner, Equal Opportunity Now, by any means necessary, Teachers Caucus. What you're talking about doing is continuing to mess over flatland schools, Black and Latino students, who are newcomers, instead of supporting resources. You're trying to stack them deep and teach them cheap by merging schools against their wishes. These schools need resources, not closures. You want to keep teachers to serve our students, you shouldn't have closed Roots, and you shouldn't close Kaiser, which has the highest teacher retention. And stop messing over Sankofa. Our flatland schools need resources and equal quality education for all students. No more charters and privatization. We are going to continue to fight this school closure plan. So you need to back off. Remember the 97% and more of parents of Oakland that will stand with teachers and students for our rights for public schools.
Thank you.
Adi Hoagie on BAM Caucus. Contrary to what President Ng said earlier, these school mergers you're proposing are not difficult issues. This is an attack on public education. And it is increasingly obvious in Oakland and around the country that the issue is really very simple. There are billionaires and their bought and paid for lackeys that want to destroy public education. Those people largely have positions like yours. And then there are the people that are determined to save public education. Students, teachers, families, and people in our communities that care about equality and futures for our young people. And so I propose that our side, which is gaining strength, thankfully now, not your side, shut down this meeting to prevent the vote we know they're going to take and start picketing the houses of some of these school board members. And if you don't like it, maybe you can merge in with somebody else.
Mark Airgood, Equal Opportunity Now, by any means necessary caucus, special education teacher at Edna Brewer. These are plans that are absolutely, as somebody else said, planned to fail. They're really school closures, being given the title of mergers, talking about caring so much about Fricks for Seoul, and closing at the same meeting, or planning to close, a school that's a de facto magnet school, Kaiser, for the district, draws students from all over the district, is integrated, has the highest teacher retention rate. That is planned destruction of public education, and we're not going to allow it to go forward. I agree with the previous speaker. My model are the mass marches of thousands of Oakland, of teachers, of community members, of students in East Oakland, in West Oakland, that took place during our strike to fight against the school closings. That's the kind of movement we need now to defend public education against the enemies of public education.
Hello, my name is Monique Johnson. I have a grandson that goes to Frick Junior High. I don't agree with merging the schools right now. I feel like not only for Frick students, the parents, the kids that go to the other schools, so their parents going to have to try to get them over there. Plus, we have to work, and it's going to overcrowd Frick. And I feel like, why is you changing the name like they changed East 14th to International? What does that do? And the kids in Oakland have a lot of issues already. It's a lot of them homeless. A lot of them then got their family members killed through gun violence. And why put more on them? That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Wolf. Anyone who works with children, whether they are teachers or parents, knows the classic technique of when a child is misbehaving, you say you may apologize in person, or you may write an apology letter, or you may go to your room. And they have the illusion of choice. Why are you treating us like misbehaving children? We were given 4 choices and then told to go with one of them. This timeline is arbitrary. We have extra time. We can take it. We have a community that wants to have input. Let them have true input. Let them make true decisions rather than giving us the illusion of choice.
Hi, my name is Susan Keene. I'm a teacher at Oakland International High School. Roots didn't just ask, they screamed, protested, begged, cried. You looked into the faces of students, families, and community members who were super engaged by the process. And in the case of Director Harris, took the mic out of the students' hands. And also you ignored them. You ignored the students. Your job is to listen and you are not doing it. For once, I actually agree with some of our board members. Our board members are saying that we need to slow down the process because they don't understand. Our communities do understand exactly what you want and exactly what you're doing. We now, once again, are screaming, protesting, begging, we're crying. Listen to teachers, listen to the Oakland community, listen to your students. We will stand by all of our Cohort 2 schools and Cohort 3, and we will overturn the board. We will support Kaiser, Seoul, Frick, and Sankofa the same way we supported Roots. We will not stop. Vote to delay the vote, give time to these choices, and actually listen to the community you are elected to support. Now.
Hello, my name is Melanie Davis, and I represent East Oakland Democratic Club. And it's not so much more, this is a comment. We, as all of us, have voted, and we voted for Senator Nancy Skinner and Assemblyman Rob Bonta. Now, they're giving money, follow my story, they're giving money to the bridge, the Coliseum Stadium to Jacqueline Square. I mean, millions of dollars. I'm wondering why we owed a loan, and if we get some of that money that Bonta and Skinner that we voted in to put this Coliseum over there at Jacqueline Square where it shouldn't be, why we can use that money, how you guys even asked Bonta or Skinner to help us out instead of putting that money in the Coliseum and putting it in the schools so we keep these schools open. That would help a lot.
Mike Hutchinson, and we've experienced this enough to know the fix is in. So I want to put a little historical context into the record. I worked at Maxwell Park Elementary School from 2000 to 2008. During that time, Sherman Elementary was closed, and we incorporated Sherman Elementary into Maxwell Park. We had Director Yee and Director Dobbins come and tell us at Maxwell Park that Maxwell Park would never close, that they would anchor a mega district. 4 years later, you voted to close Maxwell Park. And you moved in Melrose Leadership Academy, which is Spanish immersion, so that meant the students who were at Maxwell Park could no longer attend. Now you're going to expand Melrose into Sherman, which means the students that were displaced from Sherman, who were then displaced from Maxwell Park, now cannot attend either one of those schools unless they decide to go to a Spanish immersion school, which most of those students in the neighborhood did not choose to do. At the same time, you were moving a Spanish immersion into Frick, a school that was a high-performing school until you closed Maxwell Park, did what you did to Jefferson, and closed Sherman. This is failure by design, where you have moved one group of students out to move another group in. We know that the students moved out first are always the black students, but now you're moving on the rest. So how are we 5 years later looking at reopening schools you all voted to close just recently?
Thank you.
This is failure.
Buenas noches. Oye, ¿me permite hablar en español en nombre de la comunidad latina que está teniendo las repercusiones de esta fusión de escuelas que pareciera que no tiene sentido, que tiene repercusiones en las comunidades de las familias, de los maestros en español, que no tienen suficiente soporte y apoyo de parte del distrito? Entonces, vemos a las familias latinas que están solamente viendo la decisión de ustedes, la cual no está siendo apoyada, y viendo las consecuencias de ellos y viendo todas las necesidades de la comunidad latina. Entonces, ellos solo reciben que se van a fusionar dos escuelas, se van a fusionar, se va a eliminar Roots, y ¿qué hacen con sus hijos? Lo que el distrito decide, pero sin defender sus necesidades y sin defender su educación. Entonces, les pido, por favor, apoyen a la comunidad latina, apoyen a las comunidades minoritarias, porque muchos de ellos no tienen voz y voto aquí. Entonces, les pido, por favor, apoyen a la comunidad latina. Gracias.
My name is Lauren Olson. My sweetheart and I have twins at one of these schools. And we've been going back and forth. We've read all the reports online, researched everybody here, all the things that a parent that cares about their kids. And after doing all this, the main thing I think that we have is this. The main factor is failure to have a business perspective. People not trained in data, financials, or business are creating plans that they have no experience for, and then making up numbers to justify the plans. The district needs a change management expert, an outsider, maybe not even from California, to come in, do a top-down, data-driven analysis, and propose a plan. Then everyone can be mad at the outsider. The outsider leaves, the district then executes a good plan and continues. That's what businesses do with messy departments. It's effective. Leaders with background in teaching aren't really qualified to fix the financial problems and propose solutions.
Thank you.
I actually think that state receivership might not be a bad idea.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tierney Highfield Smith Freed. I went to Kaiser Elementary School. My 6th grade teacher is sitting behind me. I went to Claremont Middle School. I went to St. Elizabeth High School, which is now a prison, school-to-prison system charter school. So we're really clear. I'm here to speak about the definition of equity and equitability and how equity is giving everyone what they need. Y'all need to hear this, okay? This is important because this is the basis of which we're standing here, and our board happens to be slightly confused. Equity is giving everyone what they need. Equitability, equality is to produce fairness. You cannot attempt to produce fairness if you are not choosing to participate in equity. And equity is paramount, and you and this system is not equity, and you are despising the brown.
Thank you.
You are despising the brown in lack of, in self-service.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the next S3.
We keep basing a lot of our decisions on the enrollment. Your big problem is your feeder patterns. The fact that we have kids in neighborhood in West Oakland, 400 traveling outside of West Oakland because, Superintendent, you have not given West Oakland a middle school. Part of the plan is let's not give them the middle school so we can close Mac. Well, I got news for you if you come back to West Oakland. But this process, insanity, you guys, is doing the same things over and over again and expecting a different outcome. We know what they're going to do. My question to you is, what are we going to do after they do what they're going to do? And I say revolution and shut the district down.
Mr. Hunt, you all know I've been living in the Havens Court district for 25 years. I've watched that district change. All of a sudden, you want to take our children out of Havens Court. I know those children. You put a charter school right down the street. Didn't spend no money on that school, then want to put a certain amount of money into that school and then take those kids out and put them somewhere else. Now you done spent all this money in Frick. You didn't put the new soccer field up there. You didn't put the new gate up there. You didn't paint the school. The children are wearing uniforms now. It's a better situation. And all of a sudden, you're going to take the children of my district and then move in some other kids. It's not fair. It's really not fair. Why do our black children always have to, have disparity? I mean, it's your choice. It's wrong. It's very wrong. You guys need to stop, man. Seriously. Let our children have their school.
Thank you.
That was great. I just wanted to quickly talk about leadership. I have a feeling if I was in your seat, I might feel like leadership was making the tough call and not listening to everyone in the room, but thinking for the future. I think that is a vision of leadership. I want to propose another vision of leadership, which is recognizing that you have a moment for high public engagement. If we work together, this can be a turning point where the community comes together to make OUSD better. We work together to defeat Prop 13, bring in more revenue. This is a moment where if leadership from this group could say, we're going to hit pause. Let's not close these schools. Let's listen to the community. Let's fight for more revenue, and then we'll address this together. You have a really amazing leadership opportunity here, and I would love to see you take advantage of it.
Thank you.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. Reading from the Education Code is an intent of the legislature to have the community involved before decisions are made to close schools. You have not involved the community according to the Ed Code, because part of the Ed Code says that you have to go to the attendance area and hold hearings. But when I say you, not you, people from the community that you appoint are supposed to go to the attendance areas, find out what the community wants, and then write it. And then you will make your decision, probably the same decision. But then that provides the community with a very clear understanding that you made a decision to go against the community, and then they can vote you out.
Thank you. All right. Board members, is there any last questions or comments that you'd like to propose at this time? Yeah, Director Gonzalez. Oh,
students.
Go ahead. Student directors.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Okay, at this time we'd like to hear from our student directors at this time. Please go ahead.
Like I said before, I am here representing students. I am tired the same way you guys are tired. I'm tired of the community suggesting the solution to this board problems, the problems that this board is always giving to the community. I'm tired of the black and brown displacement. I put myself in these shoes of these black and brown students that are leaving their school, the problems they will be having on transportation, because I myself rely on transportation. I don't have parents that can provide me like a car. I take AC Transit. So that's one of the things that you guys need to reconsider. I'm also thinking a more engagement with the community on decision making. We need that because we wouldn't have the problems we're having right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So frankly, I'm infuriated. I was really surprised because I was under the impression that MLA was on board with the merger because they would be taking Seoul's campus. When MLA parents and teachers came up and spoke, they were not on board. So how does that work? I want to understand, how does that work? If MLA families and teachers and students, everyone isn't on board, then why would a merger even happen? Everyone is in support of giving them their due time and giving them their process. So why wouldn't it happen? Why are we not giving these people their process and their time to come together? I really just don't understand.
Ms. Renteria, do you want to respond? And just to clarify, MLA is not getting merged. Maybe Ms. Renteria, you can talk
No,
more
I understand they're
about
not getting
that.
merged. I
Okay.
understand. I understand they would be taking Sol's campus because Sol would be merging with Frick.
No, they're not taking
No.
Sol's campus.
So Sol is on a temporary campus. I'll let Ms. Renteria speak to this, but Sol is on a temporary campus right now, and MLA is actually going to be expanding to 2 sites. So Ms. Renteria, maybe you could just summarize the scenario just so that they can, so that she can better understand what we're being voted on.
To provide some context, we have 5 years ago we increased a cohort of kindergarteners on the MLA campus, and as the grades went by, we went from 2 cohorts to 3 cohorts. So we ended up getting to a place where we cannot fit on that same campus all of our student body. And so we have to have another place in order for our next group of kindergarteners to come. We don't have enough space for them on that one campus.
For sure. I still feel like Frick and Sol should be given the time to merge at their process, at the pace that they need to build community. Because this is what the community is saying. I believe we are appointed, and we have to listen to what the community needs and wants, and they feel like they need. And so whatever we need to do to accommodate what they need, we need to be doing that.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Director Gonzalez.
So Superintendent, I know you had a conversation with the 2 school communities. Can you speak to the concern about allowing that extra year for community building?
Yes, what we talked about is recommending the merging, going from 2 schools operating separately, since they both are under-enrolled, and merging together as 1 school, but that the school communities would have the time in terms of how long they need to actually come together as 1 school program. And back to one of the comments earlier, one is a dual language program, one is a regular 6-8 program with a larger newcomer component. And so what the communities had asked for is more time to figure out how to create 1 cohesive program. So the recommendation would be to actually merge so they're both on 1 campus, but that through the redesign process, if they need more time to figure out how to come together as 1 cohesive program, they would be able to do that. The other ask was being able to have extra leadership support in terms of the 2 principals, even during the design years next year.
Thank you. Other comments by the board? No? Okay. At this time, I believe we're ready for a roll call. Mr. Rakestraw. So we're going to have to recess if we can't hear. We're going to have to recess. It would be delayed. So, Mr. Rakestraw, could we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call on the item pending before the board, as friendly amended by Director Harris, Student Director Garibo, I'm sorry.
This is on the Frick. This is on the District 6, the Melrose and the Frick Soul that we've been discussing.
What you just talked about. Okay,
President Eng, if the students have questions, maybe they can ask them so that everybody can hear.
Excuse me, Madam Superintendent, you guys need to speak because we don't want to be accused of manipulating this conversation. What are you asking for clarity?
They're not they're not manipulating us. We're just making sure what we're voting on so we understand. Because we're confused.
So what we are voting on is the superintendent's recommendation for this proposal, which is expanding MLA to 2 campuses and merging Seoul and Frick on the Frick campus. Okay.
We can continue.
Thank you.
We can continue.
Okay. With the amendments that Director Harris said about providing more regular updates and specificity on some different areas.
Okay.
Okay.
We can continue.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. All right.
Student Director Garibo.
No.
Student Director Smith Dahl.
No.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Take a break?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. At this time, the board is going to take a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene in 5 minutes. Convene to public session or reconvene our meeting. We're still waiting for Director Hinton. That's okay. We are ready to reconvene our meeting. If folks could get settled, we'd like to restart our meeting at this time. Board members, this is to you as well. All right. All right, so we're ready to reconvene. Edgar. Thank you. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to establish quorum, Student Director Garibo, Student Director Smith Dahl, Director Hinton Hodge, not present. Director Yee, here. You're present. Director Torres,
Present.
Director Gonzalez,
I'm here.
Director Harris, Vice President London,
Here.
President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Our student directors are on their way back as well as Director Hinton Hodge. All right, at this time we are on item S.-3. Is there a motion to adopt item S.-3?
So
President Ng, I would like to offer some remarks as I move the item S3.
Okay.
Great. I will turn it over to Vice President London.
Well, Madam President, sorry, I did not hear a second to the motion.
I'm about to make a motion, but I have some remarks as I make the motion.
Okay. So Director Yee's movement dies, and
No,
okay.
just
All right.
wait.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking everyone who is engaged in this process. It is not easy. We have been engaged intensively with schools that each have unique strengths. Each have loyal supporters who have attested to the benefits of the school for students. No one wants the physical location of their school to change. And we find that as the leaders of this district, in order to assure that we have the most resources to serve students, we must ensure that schools are operating with few vacant seats. We want to expand access to schools that excel at serving the diverse students of Oakland, and we want to locate those schools where all students can access them with ease. As a school board member, part of my job is to think about the long term, to set goals and share my vision for success.
Excuse us. Please let Vice President London continue. We're going to have to recess if we can't hear each other.
I'm not going to. My vision for the western part of North Oakland. I am sharing with you all my thoughts. You all have been asking me.
All right.
Colleagues.
If Vice President London's not able to continue, we're going to have to recess again. So I would like to ask the public to please not shout out. There'll be time for public comment.
My vision for the western part of North Oakland in 5 to 8 years is vibrant, well-resourced schools at 3 sites: Emerson, Santa Fe, and Sankofa. These sites all have the physical capacity to accommodate at least 400 students, which is the number of students the superintendent has told us is the elementary school enrollment at which we can provide the Base Plus program, a school that has funding for supports and services such as restorative justice, family liaison, or reading intervention teacher, for example. They each are located on properties that are large by Oakland standards, with space for amenities such as fields and gardens and play structures. Sankofa is adjacent to Bushrod Field and tennis courts, as well as the Bushrod Recreation Center. The challenge we face is how to sequence the move to this vision. There are many options that have been suggested. In my many conversations, I have heard from both the Sankofa and Kaiser community. I have heard both the Sankofa and Kaiser communities advocate for the importance of the physical location of their schools. Kaiser families and students have testified to the inclusive, safe community at Kaiser. Sankofa families and students have spoken to the welcoming culture that serves all students, including students with special needs. I have heard from residents of the Santa Fe neighborhood their commitment to building a vibrant school at Santa Fe if we will ensure the campus continues to operate as an OUSD site. Peralta families have also participated in these conversations. A group of Peralta parents has expressed interest in potentially joining the Peralta and Sankofa schools and has begun forging those relationships. At the same time, other Peralta parents have expressed their interest in a slower, more robust, intentional process around expanding Peralta. From parents across the city, most of them parents of African American children, I have heard that the time for all students to attend a quality school is now. We must move with haste and intention to correct historical underinvestment and distribution of resources. In all these conversations, I see parents, guardians, and community members who want the best for their child and other children in the city. What I do not see is a clear path forward that can meet the many competing demands of our diverse community. While I respect the passion and persistence of the Kaiser community, I find that the school's location in a neighborhood with few school-age children makes it difficult to justify continuing to operate the school at that site. Only 10% of Kaiser students live in the attendance area. I concur with the recommendation to relocate Kaiser.
Excuse us. Okay.
I'll wait.
We're gonna recess if we can't continue the meeting. We need to be able to hear each other, so there'll be a time. You guys want to recess? So we're gonna.
The proposal brought forward at our August 28th meeting is to merge Kaiser and Sankofa schools at the Sankofa site. Another option considered is to merge the two schools on the Santa Fe campus, which will be vacant at the end of this school year. Thinking creatively, yet another way to approach the situation might be to relocate Kaiser to the Santa Fe campus and to look at the potential to bring together Peralta and Sankofa on the Sankofa campus. I have wrestled with these options, turned them over and around. I have met and corresponded with parents and community members. I've discussed this extensively with the superintendent and my personal advisors. I recognize that there is no perfect solution that will satisfy the many interests and priorities involved. My recommendation if they don't want to hear it, that's fine. My recommendation is that we merge Kaiser and Sankofa on the Santa Fe campus.
All right. Let's let Vice President London continue her remarks.
This allows more students to benefit from the education experience that Kaiser provides, and in a neighborhood where last year 25 to 30% of Kaiser students live. It provides Sankofa. It provides Sankofa with needed resources for students who have been underserved. It continues the Santa Fe site as a district-run school and allows the Santa Fe community to come together around that school. I find that this option will best meet the goal for a well-resourced school that serves diverse students who can access the school with relative ease. Joining Sankofa and Kaiser on the Santa Fe campus lets us bring students and families together. This lets us bring students and families together in a fresh start to co-create a new school community. This is what we need to do in Oakland. I make this recommendation recognizing that it will require attention and care in a number of areas. Students with special needs must receive particular attention. Special day classes must be relocated in a manner that provides continuity and familiarity. I recommend that staff investigate the possibility of relocating the play structure at Sankofa that was designed and built for the school to accommodate students with special needs. I want to speak, if you'll allow me, I have 3 more paragraphs.
All right. Please allow Vice President London an opportunity to continue. If we're not able to hear each other, we're not going to be able to continue the meeting. We'd like to be able to, we know everybody has come out for the meeting, and so we'd like to be able to continue and engage in dialogue. Vice President London has 3 more paragraphs. We're going to be able to ask questions, then we'll go to public comment.
I want to speak specifically about the recommendation to relocate Sankofa. Even as I see the Sankofa site in the long run as one of the 3 anchor schools in this part of the city. I've lived in this community for 19 years. Sankofa and Peralta are located less than a half mile from each other. I feel very strongly that we cannot and should not accommodate 2 schools in this area. It is my understanding that we do not have the capacity right now to adequately support combining schools at both the Sankofa and Santa Fe sites. And I appreciate the importance of providing more and better resources to Sankofa students as soon as possible. All these factors lead me to the proposal to merge Kaiser and Sankofa at Santa Fe. It is my expectation that as we work to build out the citywide plan, we will look at how we will provide more students from diverse backgrounds with the opportunity to attend Peralta. This work cannot start soon enough, in my opinion. As I mentioned earlier, my vision includes Emerson as one of the 3 anchor sites in the western part of North Oakland. It is my expectation that we will continue to coach and support Emerson as it refines its community school model to ensure its ongoing success. I look forward to discussing this proposal, colleagues, and I am moving the resolution that was published with the agenda with the modification to replace at the Sankofa campus in the resolution with at the Santa Fe campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President London. So what we're going to do, first I'm going to ask the board for a second.
I second.
Seconded by Director Gonzalez. So what's up for discussion is the proposed amendment or the motion that Director London discussed. We will have a conversation with board members first, and then we'll open it up to public comment. We'll come back for a vote. Okay. Yeah, for this whole. Three minutes apiece. So right now, board members, you have comments or questions. Thank you, Vice President London, for sharing your comprehensive analysis and your opinion on your recommendation for how you'd like to move forward. Board. We'll take board comments first. Okay.
So
Director Hittenhodge.
I actually don't know what the analysis is that got done. So that for me is a little problematic. I've said that I actually support Santa Fe, but I have not understood how Santa Fe has been able to emerge into this conversation, and that we have turned what was supposed to be a conversation about the well-being and the development of Sankofa, a campus that needed support, has then turned into a conversation where people have more access, more affluence, more ability to dominate the conversation. And so that's not that, and those are lots of emails that we all got. So I don't know what analysis got done. I've heard a lot of anecdotes. And I heard some numbers get thrown out, but I don't chase data like that. So if you tell me 25% are coming off of San Pablo, you got to disaggregate that for me. I got to know who's is racially, ethnically. I need to understand and know what that is that you're saying. Some kind of way I need to benefit those families before I'm actually benefiting a Sankofa family. So that's one piece. The second piece is that in this proposal, again, the proposal was to support two quality schools coming together, Kaiser and Sankofa. Sankofa having a larger campus, declining enrollment, and where we could see growing and developing it. And your proposal says nothing about Sankofa. And let's be clear, if you said, and I didn't ever hear you say what the Sankofa family said, and
Madam
excuse
President,
me, you all, you're going to have public comment.
Yeah.
I need to be able to process this amendment right now for me to be able to make a decision. So for me, I don't know what you said directly to Sankofa families. I heard you say something directly to Kaiser and other things. I heard you say something directly to African American people and African American students that have been underserved. So, I need to know like what we say directly to these folks' face, where you're saying I think you're proposing a long-term plan. And those second grade babies and those kindergarten babies are in kindergarten and second grade right now. Y'all like data, and the data says that if these kids don't have the high performance that they need in an educator and in leadership, because we've not been able to do that on that site, they will not graduate from high school. So for the data collection that we do, it seems to always fall. I mean, we will talk horribly about how black children don't learn and what they can't do, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes time to make a courageous, equitable move to support black folks, we tend to go back into the space that is most comfortable for us to satisfy and support. I will not support privilege. I will not privilege on this thing.
Thank you, Director
And the last thing I would say is that I think that this is a setup for staff. And so I don't want to, this is already hard stuff. and for us to project as a board member as if we've done the research, and our facilities person needs to be down in this conversation as far as I'm concerned as well.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. Director Yee.
Thank you. First, I'd like to start with appreciation for Vice President London's deep analysis and long-term commitment to District 1. And I'd like to thank you for your thoughtful deliberation and your analysis and your proposed resolution, your proposed amendment. Because the recommendation came from the superintendent's office last meeting, I'm confident that the superintendent has looked at something like this proposal, which is something like option 3. I think that we were given before, and so I wanted to ask the superintendent my remaining time if she could or her staff could do an analysis of her belief about this option versus the Sankofa option. Would that be possible?
Yes, thank you, Director Yee. I will quickly have Deputy Chief of Innovation just briefly go over the scenarios. If you remember the board memo that we shared both to the board and to the public, we were deliberating between both options. I've been really clear around the need to have a recommendation either way that allows Sankofa to have the resources that it needs next year versus having an option where that's further delayed, just given the current enrollment and the school not having all of the resources that it needs. So that was in terms of when we talk about the guiding principles, what I had the team kind of go into when we were thinking about options. So I'll quickly have Yvette, just at a high level, talk about both the options of having the destination location for the merger be at Santa Fe versus what ended up being the recommendation, which was Sankofa.
Right, and that's with regard to Vice President London's proposed amendment. So you probably heard it, and so include that kind of that in the analysis. Thank you.
And before you start, I also wanted to just appreciate Director London for setting forth the vision in terms of what we need to do over the next 5+ years in terms of figuring out where we need to have the school. So thank you.
Ms. Montreal. Oh, it's not on. Can you continue talking to us so they can adjust the mic?
Test.
Okay.
So to provide some context, when we went out to communities start of the summer, we had 3 scenarios going out to the community. One was to merge Kaiser and Sankofa on the Sankofa campus. The second scenario was to merge Kaiser and Sankofa on the Santa Fe campus. And the third scenario was to move Kaiser to Santa Fe, and over the course of 2 years, merge Peralta and Sankofa. We met with communities and we decided to eliminate this third scenario because that would open up too many seats. And as it is, we already have several underutilized seats, which then led us to our first 2 scenarios, which is merging Sankofa and Kaiser and then thinking about that either on the Sankofa campus and the Santa Fe campus. We did, people will see in the memo, we broke down the differences between those based on facilities and enrollment and number projections. And we decided we went with the recommendation to go to Sankofa, specifically focusing on the idea of not displacing predominantly our Black families as well as our high volume of special needs families. So we were taking it in terms of displacement and not wanting to do that. In addition to the facility being a facility, as Director London mentioned, a facility that has a lot of assets around the park and the space and the ability to build out.
Thank you. Director Yee, did you have any other? Okay. Director Harris?
Thank you. Similar to last time, I have, I just want to start by saying thank you to all the families for this level of advocacy, for staying at the table even when the conversation is difficult. So I will say, then I secondarily want to appreciate the vision. I have the same vision about the same three schools that Vice President London has lifted up. I do not believe at this time Santa Fe should be a part of the innovation process. I, however, feel like in the very near future, Santa Fe should be a part of that process. At this time, I agree with the recommendation of the superintendent to merge Kaiser at Sankofa. I say that I understand. I say that, and this is the last thing I'll say with only a few minutes here, recognizing the extreme quality of the campus at Sankofa, that they are positioned well. You may laugh at Bushrod, you may laugh at the city assets that are there. They have an after-school program that is partnered with the city, and I think that is the making of the kind of school, the kind of community that we want to begin to nourish in Oakland. We have gotten away from the idea that everyone in the flats can have a high-quality experience, but that was in fact the case many years ago. So I would offer, I'm not here to yell and scream. That's not how I roll. So I've shared that, but then I would also share that Mr. Rakestraw can determine whether or not we need to vote on this motion. I respectfully will not support this motion, but I would put forward a resolution, an amendment to the existing resolution that says, be it further resolved that Santa Fe Elementary shall be considered as a site to launch an innovative district-run elementary school as a part of Cohort 3. The second amendment I would make is very similar. As it says semi-annual updates, I would change that to quarterly and expect updates on 4 things: relationship building, faculty staff collaboration at both schools, program design, city partnerships, and facility use. Mr. Rakestraw probably is going to tell me I'm procedurally incorrect, but I just wanted to share that at the end of my comments.
Yes, amendments have to be proposed one at a time. You currently have a motion pending on the floor, and that is the one proposed by London.
Thank you. Let's hear from other board members, and then let's hear from the public. Director Torres.
Actually, I'm going to go.
Okay, Director Gonzalez.
So Ms. Renteria or Superintendent, I'm hoping that you can talk about what does success look like with this proposal the recommendation you guys have brought forward. And the reason I'm asking is, let's say that 50 Kaiser students decide to come to Sankofa and the other 220 go to other schools or they leave the district. Is that considered success? And is that going to be a sustainable size for our purposes? Or will we have the same conversation again about what to do about Sankofa's unsustainable size?
Director Gonzalez, just procedurally, we're supposed to be talking on the motion on the floor, which is the relocation at Santa Fe. Did you have questions regarding that, or did you want to?
Well, do you think that the number of students would be different locating Kaiser at Santa Fe or locating Kaiser at Sankofa? And I'm still interested in the question, what does success look like? Because that hasn't been made clear to the board. If only 50 Kaiser families come, 50 Kaiser students come, is that satisfactory?
Thank you, Director Gonzalez.
So I think I'm going to answer this, and I know probably Superintendent will test. Can you hear? So I am.
They're adjusting the mic right now.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So I'm going to answer this, and I'm sure that the superintendent will add on. But I think for us, this is what success looks like is actually the academic performance and the healthy, thriving communities for all of these communities that we're talking about. And so when we talk about the enrollment, and going back to an initial question you had for us that we incorporated into the memo, is that we did a breakdown, because what I heard was the 20% attrition for Kaiser and the 10% attrition doesn't feel like it's accurate. So we actually did what we went through it, and we did a 50% attrition for Kaiser and a 10%, and that's where we started looking at space. So we were doing this in terms of space. Now, going back to success, I mean, we want to make sure that we're serving all of our students and actually getting the outcomes we're talking about. Working backwards, we want to make sure all of our students stay within the district, and we do want all of our Kaiser Sankofa students to merge together. We know there's a lot of work, which is what we laid out in our design plan, and this goes back to a conversation that we were having around Frick and Soul. There's going to be some relationship building that needs to happen there. But when I think about success, I'm really looking at the outcomes of our students, but working backwards, wanting all of our students to be a part of the merger.
Right, but it's going to take a long time for us to assess the academic outcomes. So if next year there's 170 students at the school instead of 120, how long are they going to be left alone, to figure out the academic success before we intervene again and have the same conversation about closing or merging Sankofa?
So, Director Gonzalez, I think those are great questions. I don't think that threat is any different if the location is different. So I think your first question was, would there be less of attrition if the location for the merger was Santa Fe versus Sankofa? Anytime for any community there's any change, there is going to be the threat of attrition initially, which we're going to have to plan for. In terms of what success looks like, in terms of the redesign, it's the ability to take the quality that exists in both of the schools through the redesign process and figure out how to create an expanded quality school that both has the assets from the Sankofa community as well as Kaiser. And so the first kind of indicators of success would be more the school culture. The academic progress is going to take more time to be able to look at those metrics of success, but really looking at the way in which the staff is coming together, the parents are coming together, the after-school programs are coming together, and there's solid relationship and a foundation to then move towards an improved academic program when we're realistically talking about what we could point to for the first year or 2 years. We know with any merger, we were just talking about this with Frick and Soul, particularly given in Oakland, that we are in a very competitive environment, that there's going to have to be that same level of support just around recruitment. In North Oakland, we know there are many families that are moving into that area, so that there are other families besides just Sankofa or Kaiser current families that may be interested in the school as well. So those would be some of the indicators that we would have to look at.
Okay, so just to be clear about why I support Vice President London's proposal, if we merge the two schools on the Santa Fe campus, I believe that we are going to get closer to a sustainable school size. And the reason is that the neighborhood families want their neighborhood school open. And I think there's somewhere between 60 and 70 neighborhood students there right now. And next year there will be even more. So to me, I really appreciated the time to meet with the Sankofa community. I really appreciated the time I had to meet with Kaiser parents, and the time I had to meet with Santa Fe parents. And all of you are thinking appropriately about your children and what's best for your children. Our role is really different. We have to be able to think about the health of the district overall and each of your children. So that's why I'm supporting this proposal. I believe it gives us a better shot at both achieving a quality program for all the students. Okay. And being able to achieve the size that you are looking for. And, I noticed that you guys didn't answer the question about how many years Sankofa will have to show results. And so that makes me nervous. I don't want to be having the same conversation in a year or 2 years. I want to see us get this right And I think that being on the Santa Fe campus gives us a better shot at that.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez.
So
Hold
I
on,
don't
Director
have
Torres.
I don't have a lot
Hold
to
on,
say.
hold on, Director Torres.
Go ahead.
I think we need to wait.
My
until
comments
it's a little-
are brief, and I don't have a lot of questions because, like all of us, there's a million questions that we've had since this started. There's not going to be answers for everything. One of my concerns when I looked at this, when I've met with parents from the different schools, is the goal of not having small schools, but having bigger schools that bring more resources because the number is 400 and above, for instance. And when I look at that area and the change in the demographics, to me, keeping Sankofa open, giving Sankofa the resources, I feel Kaiser and Peralta should have been in a process whereby our enrollment lines were redrawn, taking children from Sankofa across the street, a block away, putting them in Peralta and Kaiser. So starving the campus of students, as opposed to we could reopen Santa Fe, giving Kaiser, Peralta time to plan whether they're going to go to Santa Fe, they're going to go to Sankofa and build that school. We have been hearing from parents in emails that say, I want to go to Sankofa. I worry about the option. I worry about the lack of inclusion of parent voice, choice, collaboration, when we do have all these emails of Peralta parents saying, I want to go to Sankofa. I want to work with that school. I want to build it up. And so it seems as though you could build Sankofa with Peralta. You could build Sankofa with some Kaiser folks who would be making that choice. And then you have Santa Fe, 510 students. So now we're putting $9 million more back into the district if both of those reach capacity. And then we have charter schools all over Santa Fe and parents saying, I would come back if you open Santa Fe. I would come back in a heartbeat, and my 2- and 3-year-old would go to Santa Fe. So for me, if the goal was more resources, more finance, it really came down to 4 schools: Peralta, Kaiser, the people who want to go to Santa Fe, and Sankofa staying open. That's not on the table, but I don't know how that wasn't. I don't know how that wasn't on the table. So that's where I stand, just having studied and listened, and parents and emails, hundreds and hundreds of emails. So I don't support the amendment. I don't support closing Sankofa. To my knowledge, what we're charged with is financial solvency. And when we have recently put financial resources into Sankofa as a campus, we wasted millions of dollars as a result. So then what? I also never heard, what are the plans for sites? What are the plans for sites? This is a half-baked decision.
Thank you, Director Torres. I have a few comments, and then we'll go on to public comment. I know we're still talking about the motion on the floor, but I think we're all kind of deliberating around our different decision making because there are, several options and no good option. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, Vice President London, I also agree with your vision around the 3 schools in North Oakland, well-resourced schools at Emerson, Santa Fe, and Sankofa, and hopefully facilities investments to be able to support that vision as well. I think for me, it's about the sequencing, as you said. I think my preferred option, as I stated at the last meeting, would have been a relocation of Kaiser to Santa Fe, where there's room to grow, and we're moving a small school in the hills into a community where there's a growing demographic, and also building off of the momentum of some of the parents at Peralta and pursuing a merger of Sankofa and Peralta at Sankofa rather than 2 sites, and providing facility upgrades and investments at Sankofa. I believe that would have, that ideally would have been while not perfect, would have met several of the needs and build off the momentum of what we're hearing from many of the different constituents. However, what we're hearing now is that that's not necessarily, given the timing and the engagement, that's not on the table at this point. So I would say that 2 weeks ago, I probably would have supported the amendment, just given feeling very compelled around the Santa Fe, the growing demand of families in the Santa Fe area. Also, the fact that Glenview is moving back to Santa Fe and the opportunity to capture those students, and as well as I don't think it makes sense long term to have two schools 0.3 miles away from each other that are serving different populations and not addressing equity and access issues at the Peralta campus, and having two schools that are so close to each other. That being said, I did, as many of you did too, I met with Sankofa families for over 2 hours last night, probably close to 2.5 hours, really listening and learning from them. And I think from that, I came away with the understanding that just given the rich history of the school, the site, the community, that displacement of the Sankofa community at this time would be just detrimental to the community. And as a result, although I don't believe in the long-term vision of having two schools 0.3 miles away from each other, I do believe that they have started a lot of great momentum there that I would like to see built on at that school site. And so, if this was decoupled, I would like to see, I think Kaiser at Santa Fe was a very attractive option, but I know that that's not an option at this time. And so I just wanted to share sort of my shift in analysis based off of, I know a lot of times you feel like you're just talking and sending emails and that we're not listening, but we are. We're grappling with these multiple issues and trying to make the best decision on behalf of the whole city and the whole district. And so I just wanted to just share my shift in analysis. I do think Santa Fe needs a district school. There is growing demand there. That is very compelling. So I would like to see in short order a plan to either relocate or open a school at Santa Fe and to partner with the families there. Just at this time, I don't believe that moving two school communities to do that is ideal. So we are going to go to public let's hear from the students first, and then we'll go to public comment at this time.
So what I want to know is, how are we supporting students in the transition? Because I know these schools already have a certain culture and environment going on. So how would that move to this new school?
Test. There we go. So I've laid out the specific activities in our memo, but to really bring just at a high level, as we mentioned back with the Frick and Soul merge, we would need to spend some time doing some community building and relationship building. In this situation, we have two principals, one who actually just put out a newsletter yesterday around if whatever way this goes, the idea of we need to talk about race in this situation. Right. We also have a veteran principal at Sankofa who's also been really engaged in bringing the community together. And so we have two leaders who are ready to start that conversation. Thereafter, we will go through the design process, again, weaving the community engagement process, along with building a design team that involves families of both schools, staff of both schools, the leaders of both schools, to develop whatever they have that is rich and healthy at both of their schools to build the one school together.
Okay. And given to the demographics, do we know how many low-income or African-American youth are at Kaiser?
I have that data, and if you give me a moment, I could pull it up. So for our free reduced lunch number, we see 24% of our free reduced lunch population at Kaiser. 24.
So I believe that just shows the economic status. That doesn't really show the race. Do we have?
Yes, the race demographic we're seeing, and oh my gosh, I'm gonna need my glasses here. It is within our slide deck in the appendix. You'll see the racial breakdown of our African American students at Kaiser is approximately, I'm trying to get my color coding right here, 26%. Our Asian population is 8%. And we have our other large group, which is our white population, which is 38%, 35%, excuse me.
Excuse me,
Those are our three major school populations.
Through the chair, through the chair. One thing I think to note is that I don't think we have free and reduced lunch disaggregated by ethnicity.
No, we don't.
We don't have that part. So there may be low income Asian people or Southeast Asian. We don't have that part. We just have that larger number. Could I piggyback on your question?
Well, let's let them finish their let's let the students finish their comments first, and then we can have follow-up questions. Did you have other questions?
No.
Okay.
Director Smith.
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to comment on us being intentional about everything that we're doing, because with how Santa Fe closed down and then now it's being proposed, which I don't really fully understand how we even are having this conversation about Santa Fe now, because this was a conversation about something else. How can we do this with intentionality? Because if Santa Fe was just closed, why is it being put on the table for it to be reopened? I understand, but at the end of the day, if we had been more intentional, then we wouldn't be here.
Madam Chair, can I? Oh.
Who do you want? Sorry, who are you asking?
So I know Peralta is being brought to the table as well, and I believe Peralta has the same demographics Kaiser carries. No?
You don't need to. We don't need to yell at our student directors. Let's let them ask questions. You wanna ask a
So
question?
yeah,
about
I
the
might be
demographics?
wrong,
Yeah.
but do we know the demographics at Peralta?
We do. I don't have them right now because our recommendation again is to merge Kaiser and Sankofa on the Sankofa campus.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Madam President.
So okay. So
thank you.
So let me just take a time out because I think there's some confusion here. Right now, what's on the floor is a motion to merge Kaiser and Sankofa at the Santa Fe campus. That's what Direct Vice President London proposed. We are going to complete having questions. Some of the board members, like myself, offered some more global perspective. But what we're going to do is we're going to finish the comments by the student board members as well. Then we're going to take public comment on this amendment, and then we'll vote on this amendment. Or sorry, it's not amendment. This is the original motion that was brought. If this motion does not, if this does not pass, we will then ask for another motion by the board, and we'll go through the same process, where we'll take questions, take public comment, and then vote on those as well. So at this time, we want to make sure that is there more questions from the student directors? Otherwise, we're going to go to the public comment.
No, no question.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at this time, we're going to go to public comment. The motion on the floor, as I said, is not the motion that you're seeing right here. It is a motion to merge Kaiser Elementary School and Sankofa at the Santa Fe campus. So we're going to take public comment at this time. Then we will circle back to the board. Sorry, at Santa Fe. Thank you. Yes, as always, we'll prioritize the students. Looks like we have students already lined up here. So please go ahead, just introduce yourself before you speak. If we can respect our public speakers and please keep conversations to a minimal so we can hear from each public speaker.
Hello, my name is Lucy, and I've been a Kaiser student since kindergarten, so this is my 6th year at Kaiser. And I know for a fact that no one at Kaiser wants to move. And for being here for the past 3 hours, I can tell that Sankofa doesn't want to move either. I don't think anyone really wants to move. So it's basically this room against you guys. In all respect. All respect. I think that Kaiser and Sankofa are both perfectly fine schools, and I don't know why some people want Kaiser and Sankofa to move, because in my opinion, that makes no sense whatsoever. Because does Sankofa want to move? I don't think so. Does Kaiser want to move? I know they don't, because I heard that we were going to move in 4th grade, which was last year, and no one was happy about it. Everyone was upset, including myself and all the teachers and all the staff and all the parents.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Okay, everyone is here to hear you, and no need to be scared, okay? We're here with love, okay? Okay, come on, baby.
My name is Carvel, and I love Sankofa, and it's great, and I love the work that we do and we play and after school program. And the people that are in after school program, we are playing soccer, and sometimes people don't listen, but sometimes other people listen. Love Sankofa.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Brianna, and I want to stay at Sankofa because all my friends are there. And I don't want to merge because I'll be confused because some of my friends will look the same as other people. And I don't want to merge because it's going to make me sad, and I don't want to be with different friends, and I don't want mean people to be picking on me and stuff. And I love Sankofa.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isaiah, and I'm in 3rd grade. Please don't move my school. I love my school very much. I love Sankofa.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cartel, and I'm in 4th grade at Sankofa. Please support Sankofa. Please don't move it. I love it so much. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you to all the students.
Hi, my name is Bridget. I used to be at Kaiser. I went there since third grade. I loved it there. It was a breakthrough for me because I was so slow in math and it just helped me so much. I think you should leave both schools alone because no one wants to merge. And with all due respect, I think you guys should really listen because we all have very good reasons, and dumping Kaiser on Sankofu isn't good because that messes up everybody's flow of life. Because that makes parents go an extra mile and they provide a lot for us. And that would just mess up teachers' flow because they have enough students to teach because sometimes there's like 32 students in one class. And that is enough. And I think that it would just mess up everything. And I think that we're all a community and we all have a say. And just like we get to vote for our president, I think we should get to vote if we want to merge schools. Because when our parents enroll us into OUSD, we all become a community. And when we put in our username and our password, that's when we are all like put together. And I think that you guys should really listen. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
So this is Michaela. If some of you can get off your phone and perhaps listen, please. She would like to say a few words. Michaela's really scared to talk right now, so I'm going to speak for her. And this is her message. No, no, please don't do that. I love Sankofa. I love my family there. I love my teachers there. I love everyone there. And I'm really, really sad. And I really hope you can listen to our voices.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michaela.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn, and I go to middle school in Oakland. I am here tonight to let you know that closing and merging schools is not a way to help us kids. Why would you choose to make Oakland students move schools? If students are in a school and learning, it doesn't make any sense to close and merge a school. Imagine this. You like your job, you're happy there, but one day your boss told you that your job that you like was over and you needed to move to a new one. I don't think you would like that. You all need to really think about how you make decisions that affect us East Oakland kids and the kids from North and West Oakland too. Your vote will have a direct impact on the futures of us Oakland kids. Make sure that the students of Oakland will remember you for making this choice tonight, or the right choice tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Autumn, an 8th grader who graduated from one of the Oakland schools. I would like to ask you a question. Who does your plan support? You or the teachers, parents, and students? I know a family who drove all the way across town just to go to Kaiser because they thought that it was a better fit for their kids than the schools in their neighborhood. Thank you.
My name's Eveline, and this is
Izzy.
And I don't know if you can tell, but I'm like shaking right now. I'm so nervous. I'm also really sad. But I would like to say that if you merge two schools and you have more people, then you have more kids per class. And if you have more kids per class, the kids don't get as much one-on-one time as they need. And kids need one-on-one time because if you don't have one-on-one time, then you can't get help with things you need help with. Okay.
I was a student at Kaiser for 6 years and I graduated. I'm just saying that merging will not help anything because you're making these decisions and not thinking about the kids. Like, these kids were just crying to you saying they don't want their schools to be merged and they are enjoying them separately. So shouldn't that be enough for you not to do it and start thinking about them and not yourselves?
Oh. Well, I was also going to say I would love for my 3-year-old sister to have the same experience as me and not go through bullying at different schools or different places. I don't know. So, yeah, that's it.
Did you get her name? Please come forward.
Please reconsider the human impacts that your decisions are making.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself when you come up.
Hello, I am Hasmina Lenes.
Hi, I'm Beatrice Kazaya.
Right now, I'm having a full English conversation. When I first started elementary school and here in Oakland, I didn't know a thing of English. They gave me the time and dedication in our diverse, close-knit community to learn English, a language that my native language is Spanish.
These schools are families for each other. If you take apart these communities, then you're tearing apart families to each other.
We all love it here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly Young, and I just graduated from Kaiser. I just wanted to say that we think we know how you're going to vote tonight, and all of us showed up to fight, and I just wanted to let you know that if you vote no tonight, it won't make an impact on how we fight. And also, if you want us to stop shouting, you should start listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I was in first grade when you closed many schools in 2011. I remember that fall to be stressful, anxious, and I did not know if my friends or my teachers would be at school the next day. I was young, but I remember those intense memories and feelings to this day. They are imprinted in my soul. I am lucky that I have family support, food, and shelter. You are proposing to do this for an endless number of students this year, next year, and years to come. Many students may not have the family or food or shelter, but they will be equally deeply and emotionally affected by these and future closures, no matter what you choose to call them. You are treating us like lab rats. That is not okay. We are not just an experiment that you can just throw every which way and think we won't react. Shame on you.
Thank you. All right, let's listen to our next student speakers. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lucy Yu. I'm Alon McDonough. I'm Olive Moxon.
I'm Charlotte Livermore.
And we all went to Kaiser. These schools you're closing aren't about race or wealth. They're about the community and relationships we build within them.
Like other schools, Kaiser is special and important to all of us. I love these girls, and by taking away these schools, you're taking away chances for other people to build friendships like the ones we made at Kaiser.
These schools give us the chance and opportunities to make memories and lifelong connections. Kaiser is not the only school fighting to keep their communities together, and the only reason we connected so well with our staff members was because of these small communities.
By merging these schools, you are losing what is special to each individual group. By closing these schools, you are destroying communities that took years to build. Thank you.
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Thank you. Next speakers.
Hi, my name is Corinne. I'm an Oakland student. I hope you don't close down or merge Kaiser because this school is loving, caring, and kind. Now, I didn't have the guts to say this, but you shouldn't have the right to close us down or any other schools. If you give the schools money, we will do better. But if you guys are taking the money away, the schools won't do better. That doesn't help us one bit. Oakland students do not agree with this plan because some kindergartners through fourth graders at our school are just about to graduate or just start. and to make them switch schools is just a waste of paperwork and time. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Hi. We're part of the Kaiser, and our names are Azana and Tegan. We dislike the idea of closing any school in Oakland. We are part of a community, and we are proud. Closing schools is a bad idea. Kaiser is like our home. All the teachers are nice and helpful. Listen to the parents and us. You are making a poor decision. You should leave all schools alone.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lena. I don't agree that any school closures will work for any student. You will end up losing a lot of students in the process of closing our schools. A lot of students will not want to go to the schools that you are putting other schools into or merging. So you're just going to lose money, students, and people can go to other districts. So that's a lot of money lost.
Thank you.
My name is Genesis. Why do you have a close school? A close is the best. My cousin go there and my family. My teacher is nice and my friends are nice. But no way you're gonna close our favorite school. It is the best. Don't close the school. This is what I love to do, and for hours and hours that we're trying to build this. You have a vote for everything, but don't vote for bad things.
Hi, my name is Julian and I go to Peralta. I'm in 5th grade. I'm just here to say that you can't close our schools. Schools are communities and you can't change that. You take our schools away, you take our hearts. Our schools show hard work and effort. We all love our schools and you have no right to take that away. Children have and are suffering and you just sit there and watch. Schools have history saved in them. They're structures of wisdom and you can't take our schools away. Closing schools doesn't solve problems, it creates them.
Thank you.
Hello, I didn't prepare a speech today. My name is Gabriella. I'm in 3rd grade. I go to Kaiser Elementary. If you combined Kaiser with this other school, you can combine schools that can involve fighting, because if there's too many people in each class, there can be fighting. I've been in tons of different classes and in tons of different schools, and they have not been as good as Kaiser. I do not want our school to close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Whitey Zakovich. I'm here to say that Kaiser is going to stay, even if you say this or not. Kaiser is my home, and I always love my home. You will never take that away from me.
Thank you.
My name's Zoe, and I go to Kaiser School, and I like Kaiser, and if you close the schools, many people
will be sad and very mad at the school district, and you just aren't using your money responsibly. That's why you want to close most public schools.
Hello, my name is Audrey McGinnis, and I am a senior at Oakland Tech. This school board has a habit of implementing plans that they know will fail. You are either planning on an overcrowded campus or hundreds of students leaving the district. Neither of these outcomes are a success. As a Kaiser alumnus who has lived through 2 attempted closures and a participant in the recent teacher strike, I am sick and tired of my education being interrupted by the incompetence of the OUSD school board. Make better choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more students? Any more students that want to speak? Are there any more students that want to speak at this time? Okay. It's okay. There'll still be an opportunity if you want to. We just... Okay. Thank you to all the students. Before you start, just want to thank all the students that are coming to advocate for their school communities. Please go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to respond to the comments of one of the board members on Peralta.
Can the speaker introduce himself, please?
Oh, sure. My name is Michael. I have a child at Peralta Elementary, and I just wanted to respond to the comments of one of the board members on Peralta. I'd urge you not to include Peralta in cohort 2. The district told our community repeatedly we were no longer being considered for a merger. To vote now on any scenario involving Peralta without giving proper public notice or consideration would be unfair. I've heard from many Peralta parents opposed to a merger, but I believe Peralta community is also ready for a dialogue about ways to improve access and equity to the Peralta program. A merger may not be the only way forward to do this. I urge you not to facilitate or introduce or support any amendment that includes Peralta in cohort 2 out of fairness to everyone affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Mila, and I'm a 4th grader at Kaiser Elementary. And I really do not want you to close Kaiser down. Kaiser is a really special school with after-school classes that I really, really love. I've been in one after-school class for 17 semesters. And I really don't want you to close Kaiser down. Also, Kaiser is really special because it is a small school. There are really, really good teachers. Our teachers are all really, really nice. And our principal is also too. I really, really don't want you to close Kaiser down.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Dorothy Graham. I'm the parent of a former Peralta student and the grandparent of a current Peralta student. I'm strongly opposed to mergers, which are actually closures, being contemplated for Kaiser, Peralta, and Sankofa. There should be no closures and no charter conversions. North Oakland is undergoing massive building. On every corner of North Oakland, there's a new huge complex going up. There are students coming into this district. We should be growing and expanding our schools, not closing them. I understand the school district recently discovered you actually have a $21 million surplus. The rationale for these closures has just gone right out the window. All of our schools should be adequately resourced. Your board's agenda is to privatize public education and replace it with charters. Betsy DeVos and Walmart are calling the shots for this board, but our community will not stand for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Lily Farhang. I'm the parent of a third grader at Peralta Elementary and a kindergartner at Peralta Elementary. And I want to remind everybody that parents at Peralta have been communicating and in relationship and trying to mend the deep, deep wounds that exist across the Peralta and Sankofa communities. There's discussions of joint fundraisers, joint social school events, academic exchanges. We've been trying to build bridges across the historic inequities that our schools face. Sankofa, we see you. Please know that we are here and we want to work with you to build bridges and to build a successful merger if that happens with our school and your school. My message to you as a school board is that if you're open to reconsidering your options, the comments of prior speakers notwithstanding, there are indeed many parents at Peralta that are willing to work with you to consider an alternative approach that includes our school coming together with Sankofa. There are many, many ways. I want to be really clear, I'm not speaking to Kaiser right now. I am speaking to Sankofa. I want them to know that I see them, I hear them, and I'm speaking to you. The last thing I will say, is I would not expect there to be disagreement from Peralta. That is the way the world works. Would you rather listen to people who are fearful, or would you rather listen to people who want to make history?
Thank you.
And we are those people.
Thank you. Your time's now up. We are working on the lights. We are working on the lights situation. But if you feel comfortable, please continue as we address the light issue.
My name is Michaela Rabinowitz, and I'm a parent of a student at Peralta Elementary School. First, I want to say how disappointing it is to hear so many North Oakland parents' opposition to proposed mergers, and to hear so many parents focused only on an exclusionary vision of what is best for them and their children, and not on a lack of interest in expanding access to quality schools for all children. Beyond that, I want to reiterate my support for a merger between Peralta and Sankofa. I believe that of the three proposed options, this is the one that has the greatest potential to increase quality and create more racial and socioeconomic parity in North Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay right here. Hello, my name is Sylvia D.W.C. I have two twin grandsons, and they are in special ed with IEPs. The challenge I went through trying to fight for a better education for them was so horrific that I thought I was going to fail as a guardian grandparent. I didn't think there was anything I could do. I didn't know how to keep fighting OUSD. But then I met the Oakland Reach in 2018. They taught me how to not accept failing scores and failing schools, not to accept defeat for my boys. I want my two kings to get the proper education they face through challenges as Black African men, and they deserve the opportunity. We all have the rights. When it comes to a good and prosperous, flourishing education, you can do it because I did. Together, we are powerful. All right, the wait is over. The time is now.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's been a long night. You've heard over the past few weeks from a lot of our parents, and you've heard a lot about these parents who've been born and raised in Oakland, how much they've sacrificed over 50 plus years, how much they've struggled, how long they've waited to try to get a quality education for their kids, okay? We can't ask them or their kids to wait 5 more years for change. They've waited long enough. So when you discuss this proposal, I want you to ask yourself at every decision point, am I making the decision that is supporting more quality seats? This can't be about buildings. It needs to be about students. This can't be about what's easiest. It needs to be about what is right. Focus on where and how we can expand quality, not in the long term, but in the short term. Our families have been waiting their whole lives for this. So I'm going to join our powerful parents who spoke tonight and say loud and clear, the wait is over, the time is now. Time is
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leticia Araujo Perez. I'm the admin assistant at Sankofa. I am beyond livid that you want to close and merge Sankofa or whatever you want to do with us. This is my second year working at Sankofa. We have no resources, no support for our kids. My first school year at Sankofa, it took 2 months for my teachers to get a principal. We have nothing. We need help, and we need you to listen. And not one of you, other than Kyla, came to our school last year. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And now you want to evict our community? Shame on you. Shame on you. You don't even care about us.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Manchester. I am representing the Sankofa community. My frustration tonight is the fact that, Jody, we had this conversation about us in Peralta merging 2 years ago, and I don't appreciate being here having this same discussion when we could have took care of this 2 years ago and already had this out of the way. You already had families willing to merge. We already came to the table and we're meeting, and we've had barbecues. We've had the kids at the park playing together and everything, and it's very sad that you're making all of these choices and these decisions and really not thinking about the kids. All you guys are talking about is buildings and numbers, and I'm sick of hearing it. You guys deserve, our kids deserve more, and it's your choice to give it to us. Well, you need to give it to us soon, fast, and in a hurry. Please.
Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Shauna Cree. I have 6 kids that went to Sankofa. My oldest is 26, and that's when Washington was great. So I've had, and none of them, all of them, I have 3. This is my 5th grader. He's the last one left. And I think he deserved everything that my oldest son got, and my second oldest, and my third oldest. And now my daughter works there at the school. So she's giving back to the community also on a stipend because she's bringing back to the community. Like I said, we have been in this situation for so many years. I've been there for 21 years. I keep hearing the same stuff. I'm getting post-traumatic stress because I'm thinking every year the school is going to close. Whether it's behind doors, and I'm hearing it at the school district from people that I know, or just in general, parents talking. Be straightforward with us. We don't have a problem with a merger. We do not want to give up our school. That school is 110 years old. That's the only school that black people could go to in North Oakland for a long time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Moses Perez. I'm a former Maxwell Park student once it was closed. I think it's a shame. It's terrible that our kids have to sit here and fight for their school. You people, I've seen tonight, you people claim that you've been to these communities, you've talked to these communities, and you've listened to these communities. These communities say no, and yet you people still vote yes. So that's just incredible, but I honestly think it's time for you to get off your asses and do your jobs and listen to these kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Karen Carney, and I am a grandmother of 5 children who've gone to Kaiser Elementary School. They've all had awesome experiences there, but I only want to talk about one of my grandchildren because she's disabled and she has a mental disability. And I want you to know how difficult it is to send a vulnerable child to public school. But there are 2 things about Kaiser that have made the experience awesome for us. Strong community, huge parental involvement and support, and the fact that it's a small school. Everybody knew my granddaughter. everybody knew to look out for her, to take care of her. We never had to worry about her being bullied. Her recent tutor looked through all of her IEPs and said, "You are so lucky because I have never seen a public school with this quality of IEP that has been given to the parents to support their disabled child." And I'm sorry, I did not want to go over, but I just feel the small community, the small school, the tightness of that school is crucial. And there are children who need that, and you need to keep it open.
All right. We have custodial working on the light situation. Okay, there we go.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Tesfaye, and I don't want Kaiser to close or others. Please don't shut down schools or communities. And please don't shut down other schools. It's not fair to take away kids' education.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I just want to thank all of you guys and your time, and I share with you guys some very critical information about the trauma that my son has had to go through as a direct result of closures in the past. And Sankofa has been his safe haven. They have a strong special education department, and he's been traumatized enough. I just ask you before you vote to just think about the trauma that he would have to go through if he had to go to another school. Sankofa has been a great place for him. And I just ask you to I don't even want to cry right now, but just reach deep down in your heart and just think about it. Think about him, and please don't move him from Sankofa.
Thank you.
Mic right here? Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Danny. I have 2 twins at Sankofa. I have an oldest son who goes to Fremont High School. He graduated from Sankofa when there was a middle school there. I urge you guys not to close Sankofa. If you want to merge us with Kaiser, we're very open to it. I am the only blind person that is at Sankofa. It's not a bad thing, but me as a parent, I walk my kids to school, plus my niece and nephew. It is a good place. It is near, and I don't have to worry about anybody watching or anything happening to my kids. People watch over them. If you close, I have to travel further. It's a lot harder for someone who's blind to feel out a new community and make new relationships. Transportation is hard enough. Sankofa needs to stay where it is. Merge with Kaiser, great. Merge with Peralta, fine. We got Kaiser on the table. There are more than a dozen parents that are perfectly happy with merging us. We need to think about the children. It's the children's education that is up here, not for us. We all graduated, I hope.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Amelia Bailey. We're going to be reading, there's a group of Kaiser teachers here. We're going to be reading a faculty statement. But I'm also a proud OUSD graduate, born and raised in Oakland. I live in East Oakland, and I'm proud to be a Kaiser teacher. Thank you. So, we, the faculty and staff of Kaiser Schools, stand united against any closure or merger in OUSD. According to the district's very own data, we are the 5th most diverse school in OUSD, and at the top and in the top 10 as far as closing the achievement gap. There is no way that our entire community can be uprooted and moved anywhere without irreparable damage.
Steve Neat, another teacher at Kaiser. Communities at all schools under threat
of closure or consolidation have been disrespected and deliberately pitted against one another. Throughout this process, OUSD announced meetings a few days in advance, and I'm talking about all schools here, not just Kaiser. OUSD announced meetings a few days in advance, told one school community one thing and the other school community another, ignored voices from the community, and held community engagement meetings during which they failed to give answers and the data was inaccurate or non-existent. Yet they expect successful mergers to be engineered in 10 months. That's not serving our students. That's either deliberate sabotage or incompetence worthy of dismissal. In addition, schools labeled as failing have been hurt by lack of support from the district. It is district administration at the highest level that is failing, not our schools.
My name is Sujira Eckley. I am a Kaiser teacher. Fortunately, the people in our city have stepped up and spoken out. We appreciate all students, families, and staff across Oakland, East, West, and North that have stood up in support of and in solidarity with schools affected by closures and consolidations.
Amy Haruyama, Kaiser teacher. It's been moving to work with the community in real problem solving and collaboration. OUSD Central Administration would do well to learn from this grassroots organizing.
Rebecca Vinas, Kaiser teacher. Oakland does not have too many schools. Oakland has too many charter schools. They draw students and dollars away from the traditional public schools. It has been well documented that charter schools are more segregated, serve proportionally fewer students with learning disabilities, and have no better outcomes than traditional public schools.
Mary Grace McGee, Kaiser teacher. A parent logging on to the OUSD website with the intention of enrolling their student in a traditional public school is presented with a map of schools that includes charters. The school finder even provides them with links to apply to charter schools online. Why does OUSD have any information on charter schools on their website when charter schools are draining students and ADA money away from our district? Could it be because several people in OUSD Central Administration have strong ties to the charter school industry?
Kelly Thomas, Kaiser teacher. These school closures and consolidations will not save OUSD money, since any savings would be more than offset by families choosing other options outside OUSD.
Katie Hunter, Kaiser teacher. We do not trust any group within the district administration, and certainly not the innovation department, to work with us in good faith. Therefore, we will not participate in any planning process or transition team around this move, even if the school board were to approve the Cohort 2 plan. We will continue to fight these closures, and we stand as one with not only the Kaiser school community, but with the communities of all traditional public schools in Oakland that are under threat of closure and consolidation against their will. School closures hurt all students. In solidarity the Kaiser School faculty.
Thank you. Thank you to the Kaiser teachers for expressing your views. We're continuing on.
Hi, my name is TJ, and I am an educator in Oakland. And I actually want to use my 1 minute to address the people that's going to be affected by these decisions the most, the students. I want to tell y'all that I grew up in Oakland, and I'm from Oakland, and I graduated from all of Oakland schools. I wanted to be a teacher my whole life. This is not the way that it has always been. I never had to come to a big meeting with my mom and dad or my parents and fight for my school. I didn't have to. And I have a son, too, that's a part of OUSD. I want to apologize to all y'all for being a part of a system that's failing you. And to my 23 students that I come in every day to teach, I want y'all to know that that same promise and resilience that I'm teaching them is going to be what's going to help push them over to keep being great, even though they're a part of a school system that completely ignores their cries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where's your teacher?
Hello, my name is Jay Murphy, and I had two daughters that went to Kaiser. They're now in college. One's graduated, and so why am I here? I don't have any kids in Oakland Unified School. I'm here because when you see someone making the wrong decision, you have to stand up and say something. I speak on, and I'm an Oakland resident for 25 years, and I probably will be for the next 25 more or so. And I believe I speak on behalf of all my fellow Oakland residents by saying, while I envision a better Oakland school district, of course we do. What I say is your vision I disagree with. You have a high-performing school, and you're going to close it. That is very risky. And I would ask the innovation, and I said, there's really nothing innovative about this at all. I want to say if 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it doesn't work out, the enrollment doesn't happen, are we going to be sitting here talking about closing one of the other schools? So I'm going to end it on this by saying the mayor also talks about special sauce, about what makes Oakland great. I'm telling you, what makes Oakland great is Kaiser Elementary, and if you close it, you are ruining the fabric of Oakland. So please make the right decision, and please change your mind.
Daryl Guidry, Kaiser parent and a Melrose Leadership parent as well. I just want to know who broke y'all. Like, I'm not understanding how just in the previous agenda, you showed, just like you just did as we started this agenda point, there was so much concern and question of the district of, you know, how it would actually work, especially with the separation of Melrose and the satellite campus, Sherman campus, I believe. But you still voted to move forward with it, yet and still the students on the board didn't fully understand what was going on, didn't fully understand all the nuances of the plan, and you showed so much concern and still voted to move forward with the plan. Why? I really cannot understand that. So I'm feeling like you're showing concern at the beginning of this agenda as well, and it's not going to be any different. Like, you guys are the line to stop the school to prison pipeline. Like, you guys are supposed to protect us. You guys are supposed to protect. There's big money that will
just finish your sentence.
There's big money that is going to continue to force the hand of a lot of different school districts and whatnot. So
thank you.
I'm just saying, make the right choice. Do better.
My name is Shelly Alvarez, and my son graduated from Kaiser 3 years ago. I've owned my house in Sobrani Park since 2003. And Kyla, it's really hard to hear you talk about rolling up your sleeves for our students and them not being able to wait when you consistently have tried to operate unilaterally without engaging their parents on anything ever. Your favorable bias towards charter schools hurts our children because it further segregates them. Enrollment in Oakland is not down. The city's busting at the seams with people. The decline in enrollment is directly related to you closing regular schools and allowing charter schools to move into their buildings. I resent that you have tried to make this an issue about a hill school versus a flatland school. That's not what this is about. You would close Sankofa just as quick if you thought the property was going to be as appealing to charters as the Kaiser grounds are. Kaiser has students from every district in Oakland, and we are all watching our district directors tonight. Please don't vote to close another OUSD public school so another charter school can take its place.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cliff Eubank, and I'm a proud dad of 3 Kaiser kids. I'm also a physician in the community, and I want to talk to you today about trauma. One thing that I haven't heard considered by the members of this board, although I've heard it recounted by everybody from every school around the district that's been affected, is the trauma that these moves and consolidations and closures have on the children of Oakland. I have 3 children. They've all been deeply traumatized by the threat of moving. To where doesn't matter. You can't fracture a community and remove a child from a place to another place like you're selling a chicken sandwich at a different Chick-fil-A down the road. My kid is not a chicken sandwich. None of these kids are chicken sandwiches. You can't warehouse them here or there and expect it to be the same outcome. These are human beings connected to other human beings in a place with a certain view, with this tree, with that, jungle gym. Everybody in Oakland is tied to the place that they're at. We have roots on our emblem behind your heads. Please acknowledge that these roots are real and exist, connecting us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Davina.
And my name is Sabria.
We're parents of children at Kaiser, and we're representing a few others who were too tired and had to get their little kids home, and others who were too shy to stand up and speak here. We love our school. We don't want you to close it. We don't support mergers or closures. And we believe that Sankofa and every other school in OUSD deserves good support to be a strong, thriving school. And we do believe it's possible with increased funding, good planning, and really great support. And we do believe that Oakland can be an excellent school district, but you have to listen to us and you have to hear what we're saying. And we have to be partners in this process. So we're asking you to please not support this vote.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Reiber. I'm a proud Kaiser parent. You just heard from my family. I worked in the Defense Department for 8 years in Washington, D.C., and I understand where you're coming from. You got to watch out for everybody. You got a limited budget. You need to make hard choices. That's what government is about. But if there's one thing I learned in the Pentagon, it was you do not mess with a high-performing program. You do not. There are so few out there. They take effort to build. 50 years, and you've got a diverse population, more diverse than one of the top 5 most diverse schools in the district. Why would you mess with a high-performing program? It doesn't make sense. You can find ways to devote resources to Sankofa to raise performance. You can do it. You haven't done the analysis. Hearing you tonight, it's clear there's more analysis you can do. You know that. You said that. There's more analysis to be done. Do not preside over the dismantling of one of your best schools in the city. That's what will happen if you vote yes. That's what your legacy will be. You will have dismantled a high-performing school. That's what we'll remember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Clarence Hunt, Kaiser parent. I want to say 2 things. I'm really happy that you hired a general counsel because you're going to need a lot of help with the legal issues that you're going to face tonight. You're going to have a Proposition 209 violation for what you're engaging in right now, pitting communities against each other. giving preferences to certain schools and disadvantages to others. But you have a general counsel to deal with that. During a recent meeting with Kyla, we discussed the possibilities of a reparations policy for this district to deal with the disinvestment towards African American parents and children in this community. Suggest that you take a close look at the information that was sent to all of you today, and also some piece of paper earlier tonight. So take a close look at a reparations policy to address all these disinvestments in African American children and families, so that we will not have to deal with this whole question of problems for African Americans not having proper resources in schools in Oakland. Thank you.
Hello there. Chris Leitner, Kaiser parent. Since 2005, OUSD has closed 18 schools in predominantly black and low-income neighborhoods and communities. 14 of these 18 schools have reopened as charters. 62% of the African American students never returned to the district, to a district school, causing significant harm to black communities formerly served by neighborhood schools. Our recommendation, in order to address decades of intentional racial discrimination and inequity against black families and children, is for OUSD to acknowledge and apologize for harm resulting from OUSD policies and adopt a reparations policy to assure increased investment in schools, families, children, and communities that have been allowed to deteriorate based on race and class, causing specific school communities to either close or to be privatized. It is further recommended that OUSD commission and convene a reparations committee to develop an OUSD reparations policy, plan, enrollment strategy to fully enroll predominantly black schools in cohort 2 without the need to close other schools. We request that you intervene using your administrative powers to halt closures of any cohort 2 schools before OUSD formally adopts a reparations policy and related implementation plans, including enrollment strategies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Justin Middlecoff, parent of a Kaiser second grader. 2012, OUSD approved and developed plans to expand Kaiser at its current site. The Kaiser expansion did not move forward after Superintendent Tony Smith left the district. The proposal that was emailed to you earlier today was an OUSD approved, sponsored, and design of the Kaiser expansion, which is totally viable today and can be implemented immediately. OUSD has in its possession the original architectural drawings because OUSD retained architects to design the Kaiser expansion. On that note, as it relates to public records requests, despite nearly 9 months of purported engagement, we have made a number of requests to the district staff and to each of you for public records related to this proposed merger, as well as records related to previous plans to expand Kaiser at its current site, evidence of which you all now have in your hands. The failure to provide records to support the district's claims about this proposal is illegal. You should not vote on cohort 2 until you have you and the district provide related public records as required by law. You are all public officials, and OUSD is a public agency. Transparency is not a favor. It's a legal obligation.
Thank you.
Steve Young, Kaiser dad. In addition, district staff made a number of claims in support of the proposed displacement of Kaiser for the very first time on August 28th, including that it has plans to spend approximately $700,000 to $800,000 to upgrade facilities at Sankofa, and that it intends to redistribute other resources to support the proposal. The districts produced no records to support their claim plan to upgrade these facilities. The district has failed to adequately respond to requests for public records about the cohort 2 proposal. The district's failure to provide records make it impossible for the public and the board to evaluate the district's claims in support of the proposal. But you all knew that. The members of this board have claimed to base their votes on facts and evidence, but the district has refused to provide either for 9 months. There is already one lawsuit on file against the district, and specifically against Director London, related to this misconduct. Voting on the Cohort 2 proposal now, before the district discloses related public records, will likely result in additional legal action. Yeah.
Your time is up.
You're welcome, Amy, but I'm carrying on.
Okay, but we're going to turn off your mic now. Next speaker, please.
My name is Miriam Isaacs. I'm a fourth grader at Kaiser Elementary, and I want to spread my friend's message who is currently on vacation in another country. She has been at Kaiser with me and our whole class since kindergarten. She has made it clear that is her home, and I would like to spread her message, because she is on vacation, and she asked me to tell her whether Kaiser stays open or not, and I want to tell her that Kaiser stays open. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, her friend is with her family in Nicaragua. Anyway, my name is Sarah Isaacs. I'm a Kaiser parent. My feelings about the Kaiser closure are well known. But as much as a travesty as that would be, if you close our school, if you close Sankofa on the backs of us, that's soul crushing. There's no reason for that. Dr. Johnson-Trammell, we were in your office months ago. You looked us in the eye. When we asked you questions, you said, I'm not going to do anything without first finding out what Sankofa wants. They're telling you they want a stable place. Their kids are in the special education program, and the trauma that we talked about is that much more exponential if you're moving kids with disabilities. So we do not support the closure of Sankofa. On top of that, Director London, I talked to you about creative solutions that we could consider. We don't have too many schools, we have too few students. But if we explore creative solutions where everyone gets the resources, we all win and we all get more money. Don't pit us against each other. We stand with Sankofa.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I love Kaiser, and you should do the right thing.
Thank you.
My name is Kara. I am the mother of a Kaiser student. I don't know what I can say that has not already been said. I just want to remind you, you have a lot of scenarios that you've put up on the board. You have no plan. You have a lot of scenarios with no plan. Why are you rushing this? What are you not telling us? We have asked for information that has not been provided. Why are you rushing this? You have no plan.
My name is Deirdre Snyder. I taught in Oakland for almost 30 years. I got my teaching credential in 75 and my PhD in 99. So I'm going to consider myself an educator. And the Oakland Unified School District is supposed to provide education to the students of Oakland. Your decisions are not based on anything that is remotely educationally solid. It's crazy. You're constantly disrupting. You heard someone talk about trauma and the uncertainty. That's what you are constantly promoting. In the classroom, you make it impossible for teachers to teach because you keep on wanting them to give these stupid tests. And you want to close the schools. You clearly are not the least bit interested in actually educating Oakland students. So what are you interested in? I think it's privatization, your charters, and the money that you got from Bloomberg. That's what you want.
Hi, my name is Sabria, and my son dragged me back in here because he said I didn't speak, and he was angry with me. And so I didn't want to show him how I guess I was powerless and didn't have a voice, so I want to be a good example. I'm Oakland born and raised. All my family is out here. I'm a product of Oakland School District. I struggled through schooling because I went to horrible elementary school, horrible middle school, but I did okay because I went to Skyline for high school. I took AP classes. I succeeded because I thrived and I pushed myself to succeed. I was the first person in my family to go to college. All my other cousins who went through the district, we lived in poor neighborhoods, really bad ghetto neighborhoods. And my cousins, I have 2 who are in jail now, and a lot of them are drug dealers. So please keep Kaiser. It's a good model, and I pushed really hard for my son to go to the school. And we waited in the wait list, and I want him to stay in the school, so please keep it.
Thank you. Thanks for coming back and speaking.
My name is Laura Rice Hall, and I'm a substitute teacher in Oakland. And I've substituted at both Kaiser and Sankofa. And what you need to do, Kaiser is a school that's working. Keep Kaiser open and put more funding into Sankofa. That's what you need to do.
Thank you.
Good evening again. The scariest part about tonight was the police that you guys called during your break. I'm serious. Children, families, parents that are so concerned that we're here into the night about our children, and you call the police? Come on. What are you scared of? That's just despicable.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Kaiser parent here to talk about the change in the merger site proposal. I know you were interrupted a lot, so I'm going to summarize it the way that I heard it. And the way that I heard it was that you want to take Sankofa families who unequivocally asked to stay on their campus and ignore them. You want to take families who cultivated strong community and spirit despite being starved of resources and revolving principles and continue to ignore them. You want to take families that are majority black, low income, and have special needs and ignore them. The amendment proposes to push them further west to a building that tested high lead levels from one water tap and then suddenly didn't have money to test any of the others. You want them to move to a building where the community surrounding that school have all pleaded for a neighborhood school, which they deserve because Sankofa is too far to walk to and the crosswalk too dangerous. And then, after that, your proposal is to expand Peralta into the Sankofa campus that has all those amazing amenities that you listed at the top of your statement. There is no way that this change has equity in mind, and it's insulting to think so.
Thank you.
My name is Shannon Tracy. I'm a resident of Santa Fe and a parent at Peralta. I support having an OUSD school at the Santa Fe campus and also merging Peralta and Sankofa as the best choices for strengthening our district and providing equitable access to quality schools in Oakland. Over the summer, you've heard a significant level of support and willingness to work with the district from these 3 communities. There's a lot of uncertainty, clearly mistrust about OUSD and whether you can effectively implement any of these changes. We're struggling for resources to operate, much less redesign schools. With these realities, the energy and enthusiasm of parents is a precious resource that should not be squandered. I also heard a long-term vision tonight to have 2 schools in North Oakland, one on the west side, one on the east side. That's a fantastic vision. As long as the Santa Fe site is closed, you are losing students out the west side. You are losing money. That hurts all of our schools. So if you are going to aim for that vision in the future, how are you going to stop the bleed if you don't have a school at Santa Fe? How are you going to hold on to the campus? And how are you going to address the inequities between Peralta and Sankofa? Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Peralta parent, and I just want to say two things. I know you're making a lot of hard choices, and none of them are perfect, and you're hearing a lot of no's tonight. But I also want to say you're hearing some yeses, and there's a lot of us at Peralta that are willing to do the work, that have been doing it, and that want to do it. So listen to us too. And even more than that, I just want to urge you, most basically, to listen to the voices of the people who have been disenfranchised, the people who have been disadvantaged, who are here and who aren't here, who've been talking to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I'm also a Peralta parent. My friend Valerie from Sankofa spoke about an hour ago, and she reminded you that within the past couple of years, there were a contingent of Peralta parents and Sankofa parents working together who were imagining a future together. I want to let you know we're still here. We're eager to learn together and share together, and that is another yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Bobby. I am a Glenview at Santa Fe parent. I first off want to start off by saying what we said last time, which is that we stand in solidarity with Sankofa. We strongly believe that a campus that is 73% African American, 11% Latino, and 20% children with IP should not be destabilized, closed down, or moved. Secondly, because I only have 40 seconds left, I'm going to be really brief. We believe that Santa Fe should be open. This is a 510-seat campus. We have tons of children in the neighborhood. My whole block is full of children, all of them going to charter schools except for our household. And I believe that we can bring families back into this. We want a school south of MLK. And myself, I mentioned before, as a child with a medically disabled child, I think it's important to really think holistically of North Oakland, which is why we're bringing up Santa Fe, because we want schools in all the different areas, especially schools with strong IEP Section 504 programs. And since I have 10 seconds left, somebody mentioned that we don't have green space at Santa Fe, so I made this beautiful little thing for you guys showing our 3 playgrounds, our 1 softball field, and our community garden. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Bobby, for that. My name is Veronica Martinez, and I am a representative of Santa Fe. I live in the Santa Fe neighborhood, and I'm here today speaking as a parent of a OUSD student. My daughter goes to Global Family in District 5, and as a representative of the Santa Fe CAN Association of Neighbors. My message here today is very, very simple. For the last 6 years since the school was closed, we've been advocating and working really hard to get that school open. So after all the proposals and after all we've hearing and all the comments, I just want to give you a very quick, very simple message. Don't leave the school hanging. It's a great community asset. It's a great infrastructure asset and historic asset. Don't leave the school hanging. Give us a chance. I don't know how else we could tell you that we are willing. We're not willing. We are eager to work with you to get a school in our neighborhood. Work with us. Don't leave us hanging, and give us a chance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for having us all speak today. I know it's been a long night. My name is Melissa Eckert. I have a 2nd grader and a TK student at Glenview at Santa Fe. I'm a Santa Fe resident. Kind of new to this party, very much in favor of having a local school. It's been fabulous to have them both in the same place and be able to walk. I also just wanted to say that Glenview in Santa Fe is the 4th most diverse school in the district at this time, and that this past year, with all the Santa Fe residents included, was their best fundraising year ever. So thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela Giannino. I'm the president of the Golden Gate Community Association. And we have been working very closely with the Santa Fe community to keep Santa Fe School open, because there is so many people in our community now with school-age children. and they're going to other places. And that's crazy because they could walk up the block to the school. But I wanted to address was what people have been saying all night, that the Peralta parents and the Sankofa parents have been in discussion and engaging in the idea of merging. Why has that not happened? And why is that a special situation when it should be the most logical first move? You've got two schools within 2 or 3 blocks or 4 blocks from each other. One is a high-performing school, the other one is struggling. What is there about that that doesn't make sense to merge those two, especially when they've been in communication? Why? I don't get it. I mean, I'm just scratching my head here. I mean, I don't know what to say. And it's been going on for 2 years.
Thank you.
With the proposal to move Sankofa to another campus and leave Peralta once again to its portables. I'm sorry, there's something weird about this.
Thank you
so
very
I'm going
much.
to ask you to please revisit that one. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Stice. I'm a Kaiser parent and I live in Santa Fe. We've been advocating for Santa Fe for 6 years. We want to make it clear to all of these communities that we don't want Santa Fe reopened at the expense of other school communities. And to the district, we ask, what will it take? We've done our best to demonstrate we want to work with the district and with our neighbors for a sustainable school option at Santa Fe. What we'd like tonight is assurance that the site will be protected while we mutually work for success there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Melissa Hernandez. I am a Kaiser parent of triplet 6-year-old boys. They are in their 2nd year at Kaiser, and I'm going to tell you, I toured 11 schools in Oakland. Not one of them could meet the needs of my special need child. I walked into Kaiser and knew that he would be safe there. You want to put my child, who is highly functioning autistic, into a Fruitvale Elementary and separate him from his brothers. I talked about this last time. I'm not willing to put my kids in a school of 500 people where he's going to be bullied, hurt, neglected, not getting the services he needs. He got those at Kaiser. I walked into Kaiser and knew that was home. And you want to take that away from my children. I am queer. I'm a person of color. My children come from a low-income home and a divorced home. If we meet all of your criteria, all your markers, Kaiser works for them, for all 3 of my children, 2 of them who have an IEP.
Thank you.
My name's Philip Pease, and I just want to say, first of all, I am so proud to be part of Oakland. And I find it a little ridiculous. Look at all these beautiful people out here. Pretty much they agree. They don't agree with you. They agree with each other, though. I hear it, everybody hears it, and none of you hear it. And that's really sad. You know, I'm a proud parent of a 4th-generation Oaklander, 2 of them that went to Kaiser. And it is a great school, and you guys are really foolish to close it. And all of us, I think, feel that Jody London has a personal vendetta against Kaiser. There is no other reason why you would want to close that school. We come from all over the city to go there. And I mean, listen to these people who want to merge their schools. That is, you have to listen to the people. You have some other ulterior motives here that don't take into consideration what's actually happening. And you know, my wife grew up here in Oakland. She's an accountant, and when we look at the books, when we see what's happened with OUSD, it's a sham. You guys are no. You're the one who's saying thank you this time. That's awesome.
Sir, that's a first sir, one. there are other people behind you who would like to
What?
speak.
We're done.
Can we turn off the microphone, please?
Hello, my name is Tim Aldridge. I actually am a resident of San Francisco. I had my daughter coming. I would get up at 6:30 in the morning and drive her all the way over to go to Kaiser, because even though she had the opportunity to go to school in the marina in SF, I mean, her mom was over here in Oakland. I would drive Izzy all the way from San Francisco, drop her off, and go back to San Francisco because it was that good of a school. It's a wonderful school. It's incredibly diverse, and you guys are like clear-cutting something that took decades to build. It's like cutting down a beautiful rainforest and like putting in concrete. You guys really should do the right thing. Think about what you're doing. I don't know who you're really representing. I want to think the best. Do the right thing, please.
Hi, thank you for having me back. There's one thing I recognize, that you guys are in a very difficult position. And as a person that sits on this side and on the other sides, there's something that I understand. You've sworn to take an oath. And just like the presidents of the United States, they take an oath and they get behind the desk, and then you get all of the information. You guys actually get the truth. And we don't have the opportunity, nor do we have the luxury to receive the exact same information that you have. What we have is our existence, our truth, and what we see, and what it is that we would actually like to see. And what I see consistently is a table of every single person on this stage is a member of an oppressed demographic that is walking in oppression of every single student in this city. The tactical annihilation of reflection of self in education is defeating.
Thank you.
My name is Zachary Norris. Folks can see I got my Black Lives Matter t-shirt on. I had this t-shirt on when we shut down BART trains on Black Friday. I had this t-shirt on when we shut down the Bay Bridge. I have tried to use my privilege as a light-skinned black man in the defense of black people. I'm also a parent at Kaiser. And I don't agree with the simplistic portrayal of parents at Kaiser, but I also recognize that I have my own privilege in being able to drive my kids to that school. Now, I don't oppose merger of any public schools, but I do oppose the destruction of the public school system, and I see what you're doing. I oppose you pitting schools against each other. I oppose billionaire-backed charter schools. I propose you use your $20 million surplus to resource predominantly black schools, to open schools, to keep schools open. As the executive director of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights, I know that Alameda County plans to use $75 million to build a 120-bed probation camp. You want to know how many kids are in that probation camp right now? 15.
Thank you.
15 kids. So we have to fight to keep schools open, but when it comes to locking up predominantly black children, we have plenty of beds.
Very much.
We have plenty of seats.
Your
we
time
have
is
plenty
now.
of fucking...
Okay. I'm sorry, but your time is now. Your time is elapsed.
Stosh Molesky, Kaiser parent. Is this the sort of community building we can expect in this transition process when you try to merge schools? Is this the type of consensus building that we can expect? Because you're not listening. You're not listening. Where are all these people that support what you're going to vote yes on, supposedly? I don't see them here. So if you're going to merge these schools and we don't like what you're proposing or the plan, is this the sort of deaf ears that our pleas are going to fall on again? Where are all the people that support you? When are you going to begin listening to the people that are here telling you how they feel? These type of decisions should only come from the people that are affected directly by what you're proposing. I mean, we have somebody who's the deputy director of innovation, but she has no staff, and she's about to oversee all of cohort 3, and yet she's going to quarterback this merger? I don't see it. Jody London's going to be gone. She's not going to have anything to do with this.
Thank you.
You have no right to vote on this. You have no right. You do no harm.
I'm Cheshire Isaacs. I'm the parent of a fourth grader at Kaiser. I just want to take a moment to sort of recognize what happened earlier tonight, where this, another long line of people came up and talked to you and said, we need more time to make this plan, to make this decision. When you're having the presentation, Yvette Renteria stood right here, and there was a question here, like, there's inequities about the after-school opportunities, and she's like, that's news to me. Tells me, you guys really don't know what's going on. We know that you haven't been doing engagement with the community. We know that you're not really listening to what we're telling you. We know that you're not listening to Sankofa telling you that they don't want to move. And Jody London, you have, I don't even know, you have this idea that you're gonna take the people out of Sankofa and move them over to Santa Fe. That's not what they want to do. Kaiser stands with Sankofa. You've heard from Peralta people, they stand with Sankofa. If you want a truly out-of-the-box solution, you will engage with this community.
Thank you.
We can support Sankofa together. You owe them the money that you've been promising them. We can come together as a community. We can share resources.
Thank you.
We can share fundraising. We can share community building. Stop tearing us apart, and let us all help each other.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hudson, and I want to acknowledge that that this is probably the last thing you guys were wanting to do when you took on these roles and ran for this this position on the school board. Last year, we were attending a really amazing school in another town. And to be honest, when we moved here and we found out that we were going to be attending this school district, I was terrified. I have a kindergartner, a first grader, and a third grader. And in a few years, my youngest will also be attending school. I was worried my children would be placed in 3 different schools across the city, and you cannot imagine my relief when I realized all 3 were going to be placed at the same school, and that school was going to be Kaiser, our neighborhood school. We live in the neighborhood, and I'm asking you to please listen to us, and please do not close our school.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Korber. I'm a public educator myself. I teach at a community college, and I'm also a Kaiser parent. Last night, I had a moment of hope. I heard about the $21 million surplus, and I thought, surely this board will do the right thing, because I know about public funding and public education. I thought, surely this board would keep Sankofa open and fully fund it, because I know that that's been an issue. I thought, surely you would not destroy a model school like Kaiser. You have the money now. But, you know, my hope kind of died when I came to this meeting. A little kid on the playground, a member of the Kaiser community, came up to me in tears and he said, "Why are they closing our school?" And I couldn't answer him. But then I realized I'm ultimately an optimist. It's not too late to vote no. And if you don't have the stomach to do that, it is not too late to abstain. An abstention vote is a vote for our children.
Mike Hutchinson. It's really shocking that here I am 7, 8 years later, and we're talking about whether Santa Fe is going to be closed again or not. I thought it was very cynical, Director London, for you to suggest reopening Santa Fe after in 2012 you spearheaded the effort to close Santa Fe, only so it could be leased to the city of Emeryville for 3 years. We know what's happened. We also know what Sankofa wants. Sankofa never asked for you to move a white school to their campus to save them. They had worked for years to have a middle school until this school board voted 2 years ago to pull the middle school away after they had already added a 6th grade. That's what Santa Fe wanted, or Sankofa wanted, and Santa Fe wants to be reopened as a neighborhood school. We do not have declining enrollment, and now that we have a $21 million surplus, it's easy. Leave Kaiser and Peralta, fully resource Sankofa by giving them an extra $500,000 to $1 million now, and start the redesign process to open Santa Fe in another year. All 4 schools.
Hey, my name is Hema Quetzal. I'm a proud OUSD graduate. Always wanted to say that, Mike Hutchinson. I'm sorry. Okay, so I kind of stole that from him. Okay, so in 2012, I was a student, and I was exactly where many of the kids are today. But unfortunately, my school was closed, and my school was Lazier. And when that happened, the issue with it was the process and how the community was treated. And the issue was also on how, after that, the students were left out and were just put out there in the community without actually being able to build partnership with their new schools, and the school community was broken apart, and it got turned into a charter school. And so saying this, it's a huge issue because Lazier was, I'm not gonna lie, was a really bad school for me. I was failing, so I understand why it was closed, but the way it happened was a huge issue. It was. And seeing here today, it seems that it hasn't changed the way the process goes on. A lot of times, and what I'm hearing is that the issue is how the process is done. And another thing, I'm not gonna leave. So it is very uneasy on how the school board is communicating within each other, the adults, and not including the student directors in the conversations. It is very clear that within you are having calls with each other, you're having conversations with each other, but you never include the student directors. Every time ACC and the youth have presented in front of you, you have praised student and adult partnership, yet you have never actually done it. Never. And you haven't done it with families, you haven't done it with parents, and you need to change that, because in the end of the day, you are impacting young people. I'm so happy that I graduated and I'm going to college. I'm going to Stanford, but I want other students to have the choice to do the same thing. But the way you are treating students, you are not helping them get into the same situation. So learn. Okay, don't praise, actually do something. Because I'm tired of it. And I'm about to leave this weekend. And, you know, I don't want to have to come back. Okay? Fix it.
Thank you.
I regret going last now. That's hard to follow. But I wasn't going to speak today. My name is Andres Salenes. I am a proud parent of a Kaiser graduate and of a Kaiser 4th grader. But Mike's kind of recollection of the last round of closure has kind of brought me some inspiration and some PTSD that I'm really kind of frustrated with right now. This is the second time we've gone through this. We were going to go to Maxwell Park Elementary School back in 2012, but guess what happened? Oh my God, you all decided to close it. So what did we do? We opened up the choice school. We happened to win an opportunity ticket back in 2012. That's what we called it. We ended up at Kaiser. And that also happened to be part of the closure program. But the community came together, forged by that huge diversity, forged by that fire. We're here. You see it today. This is the second time that we've gone through this. This isn't an accident. What you're doing is you're building more community. So thank you for that. So the other thing I wanted to say is we spent a year and a half. I was part of that planning. There's no trust here. Why? Let me just finish this piece. We met with David Montes de Oca for hours, not paid, for free, in hot classrooms that were kind of like hidden in East Oakland somewhere. I don't know how the hell you guys keep those staff. Anyway, where are those plans? Where's that trust? We spent over a year talking to that guy with building trust. So you got two real simple options, Innovation Office. One, expand the golden opportunity ticket at Kaiser. Add those extra 100 seats. People will come. We come from all over Oakland.
You.
Second,
your time is up.
I know.
He's over. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry, you've already spoken.
I have one last thing to say because people asked,
I'm sorry,
why we're rushing this process when we're asking more time, and at least Director London was honest with me to say that you wanted it done before you leave office. But we're not here to fulfill your bucket list.
We're allowed to have
You're
one
here
time to
serve
speak
us.
per speaker.
That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. All right. So
My name is Miriam Isaacs. I spoke like 20 minutes ago, but I still have more to say because there's everything I need to say to you guys.
So,
I would like to ask you guys, like, why do you want to close our school? Is it because it will make you feel happy, or is it because of financial reasons that might not actually work? If you might like actually look into the future, then you will see us fighting back, and you guys realizing that all of this was that might have been a really big assumption and a really bad mistake. Thank you.
Okay. Speakers can only speak once. So have you guys spoken already?
Yes, but I have a lot more to say.
Thank you. Have you spoken yet? Is there anybody that hasn't spoken yet?
Okay, my name is Mila, and I still have a lot more to say.
Thank you, but it's really not fair to have.
Why are you guys trying to close down Kaiser? Why? Is there a problem with this school? Why?
We don't defer comments to other folks.
I can speak if I want. You cannot shut me up. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, my name is Mila, and I'm here to ask you some questions. Why are you guys trying to close down Kaiser? Why do you guys think it's okay? I don't get why. Kaiser is a perfectly good school. It's small and good for learning. Why do you guys think you can close Kaiser down?
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry. We need to move on. We can only hear from new speakers at this time. If you have not spoken on this item, then please you can speak now.
Hi, my name is Miles, and what? Wait, come here. Come on, let's.
I'm here
You
for
say
you.
something too.
I'm here for you.
Okay.
My name is Brian. I'm Miles' dad. We're part of the Kaiser community, and we should say it's, as you've heard tonight, it's a wonderful community, and there's certainly a lot of anxiety built around this decision that may come down tonight. We just hope you, as has been said over and over again, really look into your heart and do the right thing for my son and all the children in the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Love life. I spend a majority of my time advocating for the interests of African American people. I would never advocate for African American people on the backs of someone else. It is wrong to make the Kaiser community move to help Sankofa. If they have a successful program and they want to stay where they want to stay. Sankofa, you know what Sankofa means? You have to return to your past in order to understand your future. African American people understand that they can be successful. We have overcome many hundreds of years of obstacles. We don't need somebody to step in to lift us up. Given what we have in terms of resources, we can do this. Sankofa can do this. That's what they really want to do. Okay? So it's insulting for you to say, in order for Sankofa to be successful, somebody else has got to come in and do it for. Sankofa is telling you that if you give them what they need, they can do it.
Thank you.
It's insulting.
All right.
It's insulting to African American people to put that on us, to say we can't do it ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Desmond Jeffries. I used to be a former teacher at McClymonds High School, AP Gov, Economics, Civic Engagement. But I'm not feeling the civic engagement part. I know you guys are trying to make a tough decision, but it's kind of a poor decision. Why do I say that? It's kind of operating out of not operating out of transparency. So where is the data? I'm looking to the website. I cannot see what is the attendance rate on all the schools that you guys are looking to cut. I can't see all the funding, what is the minimum amount of funding that each school needs to operate. I think we all need all this data before we can make an informative decision. You guys are just a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 to 10, where you have thousands of people here that are thinking could come up with a better option. I think the best thing to do is to keep both schools, so bring this to the community so we can make a more informative decision. Closing schools is not school choice. Closing schools, you are limiting choices and taking that away. Thank you.
My name is Sienna, and I have made really good friends at Kaiser, and closing down our school isn't fair because we have a lot of friends there that feel like family now, and if you close down our school, then some of us might not go to Sankofa. But if you close down our school, we might lose our best friends.
Thank you.
My name is Monica. I am a parent at Kaiser. I am a black woman who was born and raised in Oakland, as my partner is a black male who was born and raised in Oakland, and not hilly Oakland, below 580 Oakland. And I think what bothers me about the conversation that I keep hearing is it's being portrayed as Kaiser being this hill school, which you guys have already stated only 10% of the students actually live there, so it's not a hill school. And also that Kaiser is kind of, in some way, a white school, which is not true either. I think what we do is we consistently talk about the African American students at Sankofa, and we forget that Kaiser is 68% minority students. Most of those students are black and brown. So we are depriving them of their education as well at a good school that's working well, that is diverse, to send them to another school, which I don't think is fair.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, special education advocate. You hear the people. You hear what they want. The problem here is you've taken the money and you putting all this money in the charter schools, and that's why you don't have monies for our schools. You got these teachers in Sankofa sitting up here almost in tears talking about they don't have the budget to do the things they need to do. I mean, you hear these people, you hear what they want. You can't neglect their choices. And what's really sad is you sit up and you try to talk to you guys. You try to make phone calls. My son hasn't been to school in a week because of a situation. I went down to the school board. I seen Mr. Harris there. My son ain't been to the school for a week because of bullying. And you hear these kids, and it's because he went to another school that we thought was going to work out. So what I'm saying is this. Trip on their vote, but your vote counts. Your vote counts. I don't need a mic right now. Your vote counts. Remember, when they come up for re-election, remember how they vote. Vote their ass out.
All right. Thank you. All right. At this time, we're going to go back to board comments. Thank you to everyone who spoke very passionately about your schools and your viewpoints. So at this point, we're just going to see if there's any other questions or comments by the board before we vote on the proposed motion. The motion includes the amendment. If that does not pass,
Which
we will.
amendment? The motion is the
There's
motion
not
that
an
I
amendment.
made.
Yes.
I believe, my understanding is that what we are required to do at this point is to vote on the motion that I made. If that does not pass, then someone can make another motion. That's my understanding of the procedure.
It's not an amendment because she moved.
Can
So
you
are
state
we-
what's
are
your
we-
motion?
Can you restate it?
Yeah.
The motion is that we would, wait, I got to get my glasses and the. The motion is now therefore be it resolved that the board adopts the proposal to merge the Kaiser and Sankofa programs at the Santa Fe campus, and be it further resolved that the superintendent shall take steps to implement the reorganization of these schools and campuses to effectuate the goals outlined in the blueprint.
Okay. Is there any... We'll take another motion. Like we said before, if this vote does not pass, we will call for additional motions by the board. So is there any comments or Director Hinhaj?
Just Director Garibo.
Yeah.
He asked a question of Miss Renteria, and I didn't feel comfortable with that answer. Around students, I heard her say, like, we'll do some engagement, and she said, we'll do community engagement and we'll do family engagement. And what I thought I heard you say, Director, was children. How will, you probably said kids. And so just based on the number of young people that are here, you know, speaking to parents that I know that are like talking about the trauma that their kids are experiencing, like, today, yesterday, last week, in this process, right, in this turmoil. And I think that adults have to be in right order, but at the same time, I think this idea of, like, how do you receive these children? What's going to be available? Kids are going to be anxious. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciated the question, and I don't know that you have to have, like, I think that should, if I were to put an amendment or add something, you know, with Director Harris's piece, or at that checkpoint that we do every quarter, I would really want to know that, like, for real, like, behavioral health has, like, checked in with these kids. Restorative justice counselors are doing circles on a regular basis. Like, families that are saying, hey, I feel like my kid needs therapy, that we are paying attention to those things. So we're going to do, the adults are going to get their needs met, but I just don't want to see young people kind of, they're going to be harmed. And so we have to, so thank you for the question, and I just wanted to push it a little bit.
Thank you, Director Hinhaj.
I want to get back to you on that comment, and I feel like just by partnering with ACC, since we're really big on restorative justice and actually being a adult ally with us, would really help this procedure be successful.
That we should be thinking about in terms of the younger, because these are like elementary school kids. So just, I feel like that there's this difference a little bit of how to approach. So. I mean, bring your wisdom to that. But I just feel like that should be a huge pillar.
Okay. Any other comments by board members before this? Director Gonzalez.
So I heard teachers come forward and say that they are unwilling to participate in any kind of redesign process. So my question to you all is, how is the design process going to work without staff participation?
Yeah, I'm hearing that as well. I heard that right now as well. We have our leader, our design team leader, Dennis Geikema, who's the current principal, who is committed to being a part of the design leader. And we're hoping that we continue to have communities together. I mean, again, this is the first time I'm hearing that pretty blatantly.
Okay. Do you have follow-up questions? Okay. Other questions on this motion? We'll have an opportunity to speak on other motions if this does not pass. All right. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
Yes,
on this motion?
On the motion, as proposed by Director London, which is to, in essence, merge onto the Santa Fe campus the Kaiser and Santa Fe schools. Sankofa, I'm sorry, I misstated it, but I will correct it. It is Sankofa and Kaiser onto the Santa Fe school campus. That's her basic motion. On the roll call on that motion, Student Director Garibo.
No.
Student Director Smith Dahl.
No.
Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Yee.
No.
Director Torres.
No.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Vice President London. President Ng.
No.
The motion.
So is there another motion?
The motion is not adopted.
Thank you, Ms. Rickshaw. Is there another motion on the floor? Director Harris.
I make a motion to adopt the previous motion as stated on the agenda by the superintendent, the recommendation of the superintendent with the following adjustments. Page 2 of the resolution, changing semi-annual to quarterly, changing updates to include but not be limited to relationship building, faculty and staff collaboration at both schools, program design, city partnerships, and facility use, and that after the now before it resolved first clause that is here, another be added, that be it further resolved that the Santa Fe Elementary School be considered as the site to launch an innovative district-run program, elementary school program as a part of cohort 3. That would be my recommendation.
I'll second the motion, but I'd also actually ask for,
Madam President, we can't have debate before the second is accepted, so I would ask that the seconder hold until the chair calls for debate.
Is there a second to the motion?
okay, great, second.
All right. So we will now address this motion that Director Harris has put forward. Are there questions and comments by the board around this option? It sounds like Director Hinton-Hodge, you had some.
Just kind of based off of the conversation we were just having around the young people, I would appreciate it if you would identify, I think you say like relationship building, but I would like for us to identify that there is that quarterly check-in with young people very specifically, that gets named, because I think the assumption is going to be that it's adults that we're checking in with.
They just checked in with you,
So,
and we just had a long line
does
of
that
them
make
check in.
Excuse us.
Does that make a little bit of sense to you guys?
You just don't like how they checked in with
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. Director Yee.
I support the current motion. I want to be sure that the language of considering Santa Fe does not impede the discretion of the superintendent and her staff to make a recommendation on the cohort 3, because I do believe that's an administrative responsibility of the superintendent, not for the board to direct. But I appreciate the fact that we would consider it as one of the important factors given the conversations that we've had today. So I just wanted to underscore that. Is that a clear understanding? Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Director.
Then I would support it.
Okay. Vice President London.
Director Harris, I appreciate you naming the Santa Fe site. It is extremely important to me that we be very clear that we intend to operate a school at the Santa Fe site and that we want to do that, a district school, quickly. So I am disappointed that we have not been able to do that in cohort 2. And I am willing to compromise to provide the certainty to the community in Santa Fe and Longfellow and Golden Gate that we will be reopening a district school there within the next 2 years. I don't, and I also want to say that I am disappointed that in this conversation we are not involving the Peralta community. I think that is a miss on our part.
We just listened to public comment for a long time. Please respect board members when they're speaking.
I'm tempted to offer you. I'm tempted to ask you to amend your motion to name that we want to expand over time. I don't want to put a time frame on it because I don't know what's feasible, but I believe that we should be naming that we want to expand access to Peralta School. I don't know if that's a motion that a second that you're willing to accept. I don't know where you are on that.
I think.
Excuse us.
So the motion as written is, shall be considered as the site to launch an innovative district-run elementary school program at Santa Fe. And so I think, as Director Yee indicated, these are things that the superintendent, we can express those things to the superintendent. She and the team can bring those things back to us, but I wouldn't want to specify that specifically in this motion.
Okay, I will stop then.
Thank you, Vice President London. Director Gonzalez or Director Torres, comments, please.
So I just have real concerns about this because what I'm hearing from Kaiser teachers is they're not willing to be part of this. What I'm hearing from most Kaiser families, not all Kaiser families, is that they're not willing to be part of this. And my concern is that we're going to be having the same conversation in a year. So some of you won't be here anymore, but I'll still be here. And I don't want to be having this conversation and putting everybody through this a second time. So I'd rather see us get this right, whether that's Peralta, whether that's Santa Fe. I'd rather see us get this right and do it one time.
Director Torres.
So I think I'm still at the same place I was earlier, which is that the conversation should have included Peralta. I don't see how that was not obvious. I think with the amount of space at Sankofa, being a few blocks from a school called Peralta, and to have parents actually showed up, so that was impressive, and say, we want to be at Sankofa and support a historical school. We're in all portables. I think that in regard to saying Santa Fe should be open, absolutely. They've been coming. But obviously we haven't been listening or changing the plans. And the amendment would have to include that Peralta is also a tiny school, and Peralta has to decide their fate. You want to go to Sankofa, 3 blocks away, or you want to go to Santa Fe because we have 510 seats. So I think we have to do that over the course of now to 3 years, because ultimately Peralta should not just walk away unscathed in this. How are they being protected? What's going on in this situation that I sure as heck don't understand? I'm missing something.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Hinton-Hodge?
Yeah. So Director Torres, I hear you, and I hear your passion around all of that, and I agree. I feel like 2 years ago when we changed leadership, I thought it was a great opportunity and time to do it. And there's been all kinds of ideas that we've talked about. I know I have my ideas around creating a state-of-the-art early childhood development center in the Peralta space, and then bringing something bigger into Sankofa. So there's ideas. The other thing is that if the integrationists, again, are really serious about that work and doing race equity work, I think, and if as a district we could get some skills around it, I think that there's policy work that we could be doing. I think you look at your enrollment process, and again, for all the folks that were like, for all the folks that are sitting on waiting lists and choosing not to go to Sankofa, here's a moment, right? So And then, so I agree with you. I think that should be a part of it. I think for some of us, can we not have that conversation right now? Right? Like the idea is that it should be something. I'm not talking about the proposal that was there. I'm just saying, give us a space to let's go deep in Santa Fe. I want to see Santa Fe be an Arabic dual immersion language program, right? I want to see lots of things, and I want to share those things in community, in conversation. But I think we've pushed ourselves, because this has been such a difficult conversation, I think, around right sizing and equity, that it's been hard, right? It's been emotional for all of us. So I agree with you, and I don't think anyone's getting off the hook per se, because it's all very, very, very hard work. So I have one other thing. I can't remember it. I'm going to stop, and maybe if I remember, I'd like just 30 seconds again.
Okay.
I know what it is. And so this is, I'm going to vote for this, right? And I've been really clear, and I've appreciated the conversations. I've appreciated the conversations that I've had with Kaiser folks, with Sankofa folks. I've appreciated standing in this space, because I actually do feel like I take responsibility for it. I'm not perfect. I'm not always right. And yet at the same time, I stand up every day and do my best around this work. And race matters to me. Children, families matter to me. And I think the place that I'm disappointed in, and I know I talked about young people being held around this trauma, but I also want to say that, I am saddened to think that, a leader like Dennis and Dr. Sadler are saying, we'll come together, we'll build, we'll work with families, but we don't have, brilliant teachers out of Kaiser that have been there for a long time and have something, I think, to really offer to our families. And so that part is, I hope that there's some grace and some opportunity for you all to think about what it might actually look like for you to be a part of a Flatlands, Sankofa community that does have struggle. And I agree with Mama Asada, not very often, but I don't necessarily believe, I'll say this, and I've said this to you all before, I don't necessarily believe in the proximity to whiteness, and that is what works for black and brown children. In fact, I think we have to interrupt whiteness. And so, but if these teachers could see the value that they can bring into this situation, right? I hope that that's something that we can heal and work on.
Please, we're gonna have to recess again. Thank you, Director. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm just saying. Please stop. Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments? So, let's have a student comments, and I'd like to offer some comments. Please.
I just feel like updates are important, and communication with students and families are to be checked in with, but it's just too much being brought to the table right now. There are too many pieces to this amendment that haven't been discussed. So it just leaves us as student directors and the community as well confused about what will be implemented into this amendment. So
go ahead.
Okay, I don't have a question. I have comments. So first off, I would like to say that I'm speaking as a child from West Oakland, a child of color, and a child with a learning disability. And with those identities, I speak up. And so I heard what all of y'all had to say, and there's so many layers, like Director Garribo said, there's so many layers to this. A lot of people talked about race and wealth, and Kaiser is a predominantly school with middle-class people, and Sankofa is low-income predominantly. And a lot of people spoke on how they would fit better in a school. Like, how is it that you're not able to go to your neighborhood school? And I feel that. I bus to school an hour every day. An hour. I don't go to school in my community because my community school, my mom doesn't like it. And so I feel that. And every neighborhood school should be great. Everyone should get that opportunity to be able to walk to school. Also, it's a sad truth, but with white families brings equity. And that's because people tend to listen to white families. And so that's why we have the disparities at black schools like Sankofa. It's historically mistreated. It's historically not being getting the things that it needs. And so I'm really at a loss. I'm really confused on where to go. And for me, it's not about the money. It's how do we get these programs to schools? You know what I'm saying? How do we get these programs to schools that are struggling? And so I don't know.
Right. So just wanted to remind everyone that Thank you, Director Smith-Dahl. I just want to remind everyone that me and Director Smith-Dahl are here representing the thousands of students in Oakland. That includes low-income students to get all the opportunities and resources that's discussed on this table. I really understand the problems merges have, but I also don't want Sankofa to close. Sankofa has so much to offer, just as well as Kaiser. A little girl spoke on a family that drove miles just to get to Kaiser that live close to Sankofa. About 46% of Kaiser students are coming from the Santa Fe and Sankofa neighborhood. Only 10% of families live in the Kaiser neighborhood. If we have this opportunity on providing a school, that's closer to lower income families, why don't we go for it? Or why don't we consider it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Call the question.
So, I wanted to provide some comments really quickly.
Sorry, I recall the question.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, I did talk earlier about, ideally the preferred option of a Peralta-Sankofa merger at Sankofa and a Santa Fe Kaiser relocating to Santa Fe. But what I heard last night in meeting with the Sankofa families was that just a deep desire for action by this board today. And while, ideally I think Peralta and Sankofa merger would be great, I do think that idea needs more time, and I felt and heard urgency from Sankofa parents about taking action on a merger and really building on the momentum that they've already established with the new leadership this year and new partnerships, bringing resources into the school and really building off of the momentum this year. And so even though this option was not my preferred option, I did feel very compelled by what I heard from families and about the urgency of making a decision tonight that would help to propel a vision forward for the school community and the merged school communities at that site. I believe that site offers a lot of really great opportunities. Kaiser obviously is a very close-knit community, and with Kaiser moving and joining in conversations for those who are willing at Sankofa campus, I think it has a beautiful opportunity for a vision in areas closer to where many of the families live and much more accessible. So what I would say is that I support also the Santa Fe vision. It's a bit of a bummer with Glenview moving back to Glenview this year that we can't capture some of those parents, because it does feel a bit like a missed opportunity, because those families will have to decide this year whether or not they're going to go back to Glenview or not. But I do support the idea, and I'm looking forward to the idea of what a district elementary school at that site will look like, because it does seem like there is a growing demographic and community there that has been working on it for many years, and we would be remiss if we were not building upon the momentum and continuing to work with those parents. And I also have the same question and concern around Peralta equity and access issues. I do want us to address enrollment. A lot of this has to do with enrollment policy, and that is something that we as a board need to really tackle this coming year. But I'm not sure. I just wanted to circle back in terms of whether or not are we including something about Peralta, or it's just a direction to the superintendent around, we would like to better understand how do we address equity and access issues within Peralta, and have that be part of the report back. So I just wanted to have better clarity around how we're going to receive updates on that. I also think it is a missed opportunity in terms of, some of the parents that are there now who are ready to engage. But what are we doing with the Peralta could I get some clarity around that proposed amendment that Director Torres or Director Hinton? Yeah, Director Harris.
Yes, and so I thought it was not appropriate at this moment to include Peralta, but to leave that to the cohort 3 process. So only mentioned in the language here was the innovative program at Santa Fe, but then I don't see anything that prevents us from elevating Peralta during the cohort 3 process and from encouraging the conversation during the process and encouraging the superintendent to do the same. That's where we left it.
Okay.
To
because there are parents that we've heard tonight also from Peralta that want to engage in this conversation, and I think we'd be remiss if we were not, engaging them in this conversation and continue to build that up. Okay. Okay. Okay, just 1 minute. I'm hearing from our parliamentarian, so just 1 minute. Okay. Yes, Director Harris. Okay.
All right, second page of the amendment, the bottom of the first whereas clause, first paragraph, changing semi-annual to quarterly. Should this motion be adopted, I will share it with Mr. Rakestraw. For the record, quarterly is replacing semi-annual. Those updates include but are not limited to updates on student engagement and well-being, relationship building between the two merged schools, updates on faculty and staff collaboration between both schools, program design, city partnerships, facilities use. This is with respect to the recommendation that the superintendent made that both Kaiser and Sankofa be merged at Sankofa. The second amendment and final amendment is after the now before it resolved clause that another be added. Be it further resolved that Santa Fe Elementary shall be considered as the site to launch an innovative district-run elementary school program as a part of cohort 3. That's the end of the amendments that I read earlier.
Thank you. Okay. So, okay.
Call the question.
So,
General Counsel is saying we do not. I call the question.
All right. No, I was ready for a vote.
Is it the same motion?
It's the one that Director Harris just read.
Or which is okay.
Nothing changes the substance of the original motion, so it is the motion that was presented on the board agenda. Just changing the frequency with which we will be updated on any changes at the school, and then adding that Santa Fe would be considered as a part of cohort 3. Those are the only two changes for future. Does that make sense?
Okay. So I'm going to propose
nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, no schools.
So I'm going to propose, and I'm proposing this to board members. We did take extensive public comment on the previous motion. We are not required by the Brown Act to take public comment at this time on this motion. I will, because there is some, obviously some additional discussion, I would propose that we could take up to 10 minutes on public comment on this additional motion, if board members are okay with that. then.
Madam President, we didn't necessarily make a motion to, make a motion to extend this meeting. And so I'm wondering if we even are going to have to adjourn and pick it up at another time. So.
No.
I mean, am I having to say, like, move to extend the meeting till 1 o'clock a.m.?
Okay. Okay. So we can take up to 10 minutes of public comment on this item at this time. Like I said, we're not required to. But we will. Before we do that, can we get a motion to extend the meeting by board members?
I'd like to make a motion to extend our board meeting till 1 a.m.
Okay. There's been a motion to extend till 1 a.m. Is there a second?
Director London, before she left, said she seconded.
Okay. Can somebody else second it?
Why?
Director Yee.
Gary.
Is that without objection, Madam President? I just want to be able to record it as you got 4. Okay. There was no objection, so we recorded as unanimous with those people on the dais.
I'm concerned.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, me and Director Smith are students as well, and we supposed to be home at a specific time. However,
which we've already passed.
We already passed. However, we do want to be present when this vote goes down.
For the community. But I don't even understand, like, is it a different vote?
Could either our general
It's a different
counsel or
vote.
our parliamentarian speak to
They're
requirements
gonna
of the
explain
Brown
so
Act?
that there's
Yeah.
not any misunderstandings.
Yeah.
Why is there gonna be public comment?
I'll let I'll just have them talk about the requirements. Okay, at this time, excuse us. At this time, we're going to have our general counsel explain the requirements of the Brown Act and on this item.
So, Madam President, the Brown Act requires an opportunity to be heard during and before an item before the board, not on a per motion by motion basis. It's the chair's discretion about whether allowing for additional public comment.
All right. All right. At this time, are there additional speakers that would like to speak on this specific motion on the floor? We have 10 minutes total, so we'll see how many speakers we have.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Okay, thank you. I am a parent at Santa Fe, and I think you're just delaying the inevitable. I think eventually in 2 years' time, Sankofa will close down, and you will be at the same spot that you are today. I think you need to be courageous and make a difficult decision, but a smart one. And unless you just want to keep doing this every 2 years. I mean, I feel like this is just every 2 years this is going to happen over and over again. And then you need to integrate schools. That's what you need to do. You have Peralta, which is a white school, privileged people, 0.2 miles away from Sankofa, which is primarily black. That's what you need to integrate.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Maloney. I was a teacher and a principal, retired. I still work in Oakland. I've been working in Oakland for 40 years. I'm currently working at Sankofa. When Dr. Sadler's not there, I go in and I'm the acting principal. I'm also working, as it happens, at Kaiser and have worked at Kaiser for a long time. So I would like some clarification, and I would like to kind of put back to you what I've heard. I've heard that the people at Sankofa and the people at Peralta have been in conversation to merge those two schools in some way, which you don't know. I mean, I don't know. But that merger seems so logical to me. The proximity It's diverse. It will diversify Sankofa. I don't think you should be closing Kaiser. And the reason I don't is because of everything that everyone said. But I do think that you should take some time to think about Peralta and Sankofa.
Thank you.
Because, am I over now?
Yeah, you're 30 seconds over.
Okay. Oh, thank you for letting me do it. Okay.
So hopefully the school board members will actually go back and watch the video of this meeting. And hopefully for once, maybe you'll feel some shame. But the fact that you're wordsmithing a resolution about a school closure, about a plan that you've known about for months, is really disingenuous. If you wanted to wordsmith it, you do that on the first reading. But to have people come here for this meeting about the final vote and have all of these motions changing what you've been telling them for months, it really shows not just how you feel about the community, but it really shows the lack of seriousness that you're taking this with. How can you make a decision about a school closure and the future of a school in a neighborhood at the spur of the moment? How do you think that passing notes to each other like your 8th graders in a class to pass a resolution is justifiable? Like, this is serious, and you all are treating it like it's nothing. Beyond the fact, if you wanted to change the wording, it was last meeting at the first reading. What we should have here is the first reading in its entirety, and if you're not going to vote on that, then you need to go back and have a first reading of the motion. But playing these games on the community for something this serious, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you.
Hi, as I said before, I'm Autumn, a graduate of Kaiser Elementary. When I'm walking around my neighborhood, there is a local school that my parents decided not to send me to because they decided it wasn't the right fit for me. But then right behind that school, there's an empty OUSD property. So I'm asking you, what are you going to do with the properties of the schools that you're closing?
I was also going to say that, like, in elementary school, and now I'm being taught to listen attentively and not, like, write notes to people in class and, like, turn people's backs, and I'm just not seeing that. And I was like, am I being taught the wrong thing? Like, what's going on here? I don't really understand. So, I was just wondering if you could maybe listen attentively like you were taught in elementary school, too.
Excuse me, someone lost an LG phone. If you have found a phone, can you please just kind of identify yourself? There's a lost phone and someone's looking for it. Thank you.
We just had 3 hours of comment. People came out here with their kids and families. A lot of those people have left. You have no right to vote on this now. You've changed the motion. You basically got a no vote. You can't change this now. This is too important to all this community. The fact that you're changing this on the fly is completely irresponsible. You're talking about opening schools that you closed already. You're talking about schools that, like Peralta, that we haven't even had a chance to really discuss. This is not valid at all. This is a total violation of all of us, and you haven't heard anything that we've said.
Cliff Eubank, father of 3 kids at Kaiser. I'm also a community physician. As I mentioned previously and discussed with you the topic of trauma, childhood trauma specifically. You've been accused of not listening, but in fact I've heard 3 of you mention the word trauma since that word was dropped by myself and several other parents. Clearly, 3 of you at least recognize that this is trauma to the children of the community of Oakland. You owe it to the community of Oakland, and I as a physician will hold you personally accountable if you do not do a full psychological assessment of the impact of these moves. If you do not, you will hear from me and you will hear from the medical community, and it will not stop no matter how you vote tonight.
I was up here earlier, and there you are, sitting there still. And I want to address what you said earlier. It is true, I think, that, when there are white families at schools and they're motivated, you're going to get more resources. That is unfortunate. You know, I think that Kaiser is a really mixed school, having had my kids attend school there. And I think all the parents that bring their kids there, bring them there because they feel like it's a really nice place to bring your kids. And it's a nice community of mixed group of people that all get along and want their kids to have a good education. And what surprises me is that there's this drive to close the school. And I understand the need that Sankofa is obviously showing. Why haven't they been funded? And that's really on this group of people right here. My wife grew up here in Oakland. I mean, my mother-in-law grew up in Oakland. Her dad grew up in Oakland. They've watched what's happened here in this city, you know, redlining and all that, and it's not right. But, you know, you don't right a wrong by creating more wrongs. You right a wrong by doing the right thing, and that's what you need to do before you vote on this.
Thank you.
Children, trauma, the damage that occurs to a child when their school and their community is ripped from them. Director London, you said that closing Kaiser was to be your legacy. You have been living for this moment. My own child has been in severe trauma since you came to my school and told him you were going to close it. This is your legacy. This is the moment you want to go out on. This is your moment of personal pride. This is what you want your legacy for OUSD to be. Trauma for children. For shame, Director London. For shame.
First, I would like to say that you've really set yourselves up for a Proposition 209 lawsuit effective after this meeting, because you're doing everything possible to divide communities based upon race, class, etc. Why hasn't Kaiser been given an opportunity to remain open? Every other school that you've talked about has an opportunity to remain open except Kaiser. Why in the heck is Kaiser not given an opportunity? Because of the fact that Jody London has an agenda, and Mr. Daniels can pretty much attest to what a Proposition 209 lawsuit will entail. It basically says you cannot give preferences and advantages or disadvantages to any community based upon race or other reasons. And that's exactly what you have set yourselves up for. And I will assure you that this is not going to end tonight.
Hi. Man, this has been a rough 6 months. You know, since you dropped the bomb that you were going to close Kaiser and back in January, like me and pretty much everyone here has been losing a lot of sleep, a lot of anxiety, a lot of worries, lots of like, what's going on? But you know, the whole thing has been premised on the idea that you guys are short of money. There's a budget crisis. And 2 days ago, I'm opening my interwebs and I'm finding out that you're actually in surplus. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Does anyone want to correct me if I'm wrong? It seems like you're in surplus. So this whole thing, everything that we're talking about, everything is premised on that. And if you've got the fucking money, what are you doing?
Mike Loudon again. This is too confusing. You need to shelve this motion right now. This is not working. These addendums without, where's the paperwork? I need to read this. I need to see a hard copy of any of this that's going on before this happens. Secondly, you all know that closing Kaiser is not going to, or merging Kaiser with Sankofa is not going to do a bit of good in terms of social justice in this city. It's not going to do a bit of good for the financial underpinnings of this district. So you have to think about, you know, what is it? We're all trying to figure out Where is this motive? And the more it's elusive, the more elusive it is, the more nefarious it becomes. Stop this now.
All right, I've been doing a heck of a lot of yelling. I'm going to try to do some talking. I'm really torn up about this, but I do think some good ideas have come to light in this meeting. And it's been tough for everybody, but some really good things have come of it. Just to connect the dots, because maybe you can't see it up there. You have Peralta, which is a predominantly white school with some beautiful people that are looking to step into the uncomfortable place, if we want to call it that, to do the important work with a predominantly black school, Sankofa, that is very clearly asking to stay on their ground. So you have two parties that really want to come together and do what you're asking that they do. So why not let them? And then with Kaiser, you have a school that is already doing what you want to see happen in the school system. So with the 3 schools, you can have exactly what you want for all 3 schools.
Thank you.
And exactly what the community wants as well.
Thank you.
And so I have one more thing to say. There has to be something else that we don't know about. And I'm just asking to think about that little piece and reconsider it, because the answers are right in front of you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're already just before you start, we're already over 10 minutes, so we're going to take 5 more speakers. So if you are, it's already over 10. So if you haven't spoken yet, you know, I would like to prioritize those who haven't spoken at all in the last 5. If not, then you know, you're already at the mic, but we're going to do 5 more speakers. We have 5 more items after this. Okay. We're already over 10 minutes, and we're wasting more time. So we're gonna have five more speakers after this. So go ahead.
Currently in Oakland, and currently in some of your schools, you guys have Mindful Life Project. Mindful Life Project is yoga, meditation, mindful practice. It's serviced over 100,000 kids in the city of Richmond. And between 2003 and 2006, when you were already under state control and having budget freezes, Mindful Life had to leave OUSD. Mindful Life is currently back in OUSD, and if y'all are actually interested in the statistics, Mindful Life is wildly supportive. I personally request and propose that every single school that is in consideration of merging and or is merged is instituted with Mindful Life practice from administration, teaching, and implementation. You cannot ask to desegregate a school system without creating a common language, period, and that will create catastrophe. Further, you guys did receive an email from Principal Hendry from Peralta. May I say, I am also a Peralta parent, and I think her email was quite relevant, and that is that the amount of time in this dropping of the bomb of an extra edition is a disservice, and it's creating trauma for everyone, including yourselves.
Thank you. All right, 4 more speakers.
Hi, I'm a Santa Fe parent, currently at Glenview, and I just want to say that we as a community have been working for a long time to get a community school in our neighborhood, and we really appreciate that the board seems to have heard that, and you're trying to include us in the next phase, and we want to keep on being in conversation with Kaiser, with Sankofa, with the board, with anybody, because we really have a great neighborhood and a great school that could be part of OUSD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify something. When both my girls went to Kaiser, my youngest is currently there, and I chose Kaiser because it wasn't a Hill school, because it wasn't a white school. I chose it because it looks like Oakland, and I love that. And now there's a threat where my kid is not going to be able to go to that school that really I feel represents Oakland, and you need to keep Kaiser open.
Why? Why do you close all of us down or merge? Why is the reason we are working very hard out here and you guys are passing notes and going on your phones? You don't deserve to be up there. Why do you even do this job?
I'm sorry, before you even, we have 2 more speakers, and I know that there's some former students that are in the back that haven't had a chance.
I want to begin by thanking you
Well-
and commending you for voting no on. And okay. Anyways, thank you. I want to commend you for voting no and agreeing to keep Sankofa in their site. I also respect what you said, that they urgently need resources. I would respectfully request an amendment so that the point 2 would be a plan year to fund Sankofa, and that will buy them more time to work in cooperation with Peralta, and our community can stay intact, and it's a win-win-win for everybody. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. There's some students, former students in the back that haven't had an opportunity to speak yet, and we only have a time for a couple more speakers, so I want to invite them up. Yeah. 2 more speakers, right? Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Bridget. I'm here again. And as you previously said, I don't think it's a waste of time to talk about other kids' futures that you might destroy merging these schools. I just want to say that first of all. And I think that you should table this and wait because it's a very big decision. It involves a lot of kids and a lot of educations. And it's a lot of learners that you might mess up lives for. So, yeah.
Right, we're going to just take the rest of the students and then...
My name is Sienna and I'm back. And if you want to tear down our school, you're going to have to get through me and the Kaiser Panthers.
Thank you. Former Director Amasoho.
Good evening, school board, Oakland community. So I just want to say that I am a proud OUSD graduate with some of us right here. We came from our dorms at Berkeley because we heard this meeting was happening tonight. And I personally went through the experience of like so much drama last year with the board and with OUSD, and I really thought this year was going to be about healing, and it's not happening right now. And honestly, I'm just here to speak for Sankofa families, like, because I don't see any of them like up here, like it's mostly Kaiser. So my thing is like, okay, so what's the plan for Sankofa families right now? Because no one on the board is talking about them, and like y'all making amendments about like measuring quality or whatever, but it's like, okay, so how are we taking into account the impact of like Sankofa students and the history of like being like underserved, and how are we making sure that even as like kids from Kaiser are going to come to their communities, how are we making sure that there's no like racial tensions, and how are we making sure they don't feel like they're being what's the word alienated in their own schools. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm sorry, but we're done. I had said that we were going to take 5 more speakers, and then I said we would do the former student speakers. So
I'd like to call the question. Can I call the question?
All right. So there's no other board comments or questions at this time? Okay. Students?
If this is a no vote, that matters. If it is a yes vote, that does not matter. They have no power. We have the power here.
Madam President, I'd like to call the question unless the student directors have more clarifying questions.
I just want to address the comment that our previous student director Yota made. So if these schools don't merge, is it possible that Sankofa will be getting closed down?
No. The merger is going to be on the Sankofa campus.
No,
For them.
if we're saying that if there is not a merger, right?
Yeah.
If there is not a merger, who's to say that Sankofa will not be closed down next year?
'Cause that's
or
mentioned.
the year after, or the year after.
Is that
So we have, but there's.
Superintendent Johnson, could you speak towards the
so to
current
keep
situation at
Sankofa, as many other schools that we have, unfortunately, that are operating below 200 students, means that it does increase the likelihood of closure. Even while it's open, when the Sankofa families were here, the issue is not being able to resource them at the level that they need it.
So
if you're willing to stick around for the closing of the books presentation, we'll be able to give accurate information in terms of what this 21 million actually represents. So I encourage you to stick around after the next few items. Thank you.
Please vote. And just can I say, Director Gabriel, and this is to my community, the board as well. I feel like I've been a little bit triggered with the idea that some kind of way Sankofa is not going to survive, right? In 2 years, it's not going to make it. In a year, it's not going to make it. So for me, that's like super low expectations. And if it's illegal for me to talk about black folks and the quality of their education, so be it. But so for me, what I'm hearing, I'm trying to block out when people say, oh, in a year it'll close or 2 years. I think we should do everything we can in our power in order to do that. So that's just kind of where I'm sitting in this.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. Director Gonzalez.
So, colleagues, I'm not going to vote for this, and the reason is I think there's a right way to do this. I think there's a way to do this that we could be successful, but we don't have buy-in to do this, and without any buy-in from teachers, without very little buy-in from parents, I don't think this is going to work. And I think it's actually a little irresponsible without evidence that there's buy-in.
All right. Other comments?
So the first read of this is the same thing. I'm still awake. I'm happy to have heard everyone's comments, different comments, but the first read of this is the same thing I feel tonight, in the sense that we have to do something, but how we do that, when we do that, what we put into action was critical and key. So last time I was saying at the board meeting of the first read that we can vote, we can decide, but we can have true engagement. We can have a process roll out that would allow, again, Peralta, Kaiser, go to Sankofa. It's your neighborhood school. If the rest of the Kaiser families, rather than leave, we need a school at Santa Fe. We need 2 large schools in that area. So I was trying to say last time, we vote, we put into play a plan, but it's going to be slowly and respectfully done. That was what I wanted. I know staff-wise, we've been cutting and cutting because we've had multitudes of years and superintendents that were not prudent with our funds, and we didn't stop that as a board, so we own that. But I definitely don't support doing it in this way that's imposed on you. I would rather you buy into it and you execute it.
Call the question.
All right. At this time, we're going to vote on this item. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. On the roll call for the adoption of the motion as stated, Student Director Garibo. Okay. All right. I'll get it. Your vote, sir?
I'm voting yes. I support this. We're going to school at Sankofa. We're going to get a school at Santa Fe. I'm not going to give that any other way.
I'm abstain.
Student Director Smith-Dahl.
Abstain.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yes.
I don't know why you would vote against it.
Director Torres.
You're not going to get anything better right now.
You're the one who
Director
wanted
Gonzalez?
Sankofa to stay. No.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. We have to take a recess. Okay. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
So, I can hear you. I'd like to make a motion to approve 1960.
Okay. I think we need to take a recess at this time. The board is now in recess. Can we have another roll call? Oh, we're ready. We're going to reconvene to our board meeting. Can we have another roll call, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes. On the attendance roll call to establish quorum, Student Director Garabio, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee, Director Torres,
Present.
Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris, Vice President London, President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. So we are on item S.-4. Is there a motion to approve item S.-4, which is the board's, the district's response 2018-19 to the grand jury report?
So moved. A second.
Moved by Vice President London, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. We have our general counsel, Mr. Daniels here. I think he's going to give a brief, just high-level summary of the work to date, and then we can take public comment and vote on this item. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, President Ng. On August 20th, the board held a special meeting to discuss the 1920 grand jury report. The proposed final response to the grand jury report is provided for you as part of this item. It attempts to summarize the points that were raised by the board on the 20th and in response to other issues that were raised as part of that discussion and subsequent to that discussion. The recommended action for the board to take tonight is to approve the proposed final response to the 1819 grand jury report regarding OUSD with leave for staff to fix typos, adjust formatting, and make other non-substantive changes before submission to the grand jury. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or any comments if that was the board's wish.
So I wanted to make an amendment in regard to the response and as it pertained to one area. I think it was 19.2 12? Yeah, 19.12. Correct, the finding. And ultimately, we sent it out earlier to board members. General Counsel Daniels made a small change to what I wrote based on being exhausted, but I accepted that small edit, and let's see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. That's right. He printed it. So ultimately, it was just the fact that there's already work underway that was actually started with our previous general counsel and board member Gonzalez about the fact that this district is unusual, that doesn't have a whistleblower policy. And so adding more responsibility as a district to do the right thing for our employees based on the fact that we want them to have a better culture, we want them to have a better working environment, and also be safe in doing their work. The last sentence I wanted to add to 1912 was, which is about organizational wellness, is that, quote, the board is in the process of drafting a whistleblower policy which will be brought for consideration by the end of the current school year. The intended effect of this policy is to improve the district's culture and address concerns regarding nepotism and financial distress. Quote, unquote. So that sentence was what I thought was relevant to this section on organizational wellness, and knowing that other districts have this in place, and it's really just meant for employees, and also for districts, because we're government entities and we have a charge of dealing with things in a way that, unlike private companies, they also have whistleblower policies, but I think it's a matter of how we use taxpayer dollars, and we have already a black eye that years of financial troubles, receivership, and thereafter we've continued to have mid-year cuts, turnover of superintendents. This is just one piece, I think, to put in place in an overall system that has a lot of changes that it needs in regard to stability of high-level employees and teachers, principals included. And so it's hard to say where things are broken, but without a whistleblower policy, how do you root out the areas of the greatest need that have to change? So I think that it's important to add that sentence, and hopefully I'll get a second.
Thank you, Director Torres.
Second.
Or is this
Vice President London,
is this friendly?
Is this would you consider this a friendly amendment?
I welcome this amendment.
Okay, thank
And
you.
President Ng, just for the members of the public who are here, there is handouts for those who want to read the exact wording of the change that has been accepted as a friendly amendment. And Director Torres, thank you for providing the language in advance so we can make copies available.
Board members, are there any other questions or comments on this item? Of course, we had a study session on this as well.
I'll be
Director
really brief and
Gonzalez.
just say that I really appreciate the process. I feel like that was something new for us, and it was a really good process. Like, I really appreciated having the chance to really go comb through it twice as a board and give really substantive feedback. So thank you.
Any other questions? We'll go to public comment. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Is there public comment on this item?
Yes, President Ng, there are 4 speakers: Andrea Lowe, Nedra Bay, Asala Olabala, Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you. Because we're past midnight, we're going to have public comment continue at 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good evening, board members. Andrea Lowe. I would like to acknowledge that there were at least 6 or 7 other local small businesses who were here previous this evening who had to leave because they're going to be up working on our construction sites early in the morning, so we want them to be safe. I think it's definitely imperative that we continue to provide an opportunity and a process for engaging our local businesses, as is the local business utilization policy. As we continue to see members of our community displaced and unable to afford to live and do business here, the local business policy is an opportunity for the district to continue to support those that provide revenue to the district and they're hardworking business owners who actually children go to and attend our schools. Thank you for the insight in not suspending the policy, but giving, as recommended by the grand jury, but giving time to work through and provide further analysis on the program and to strengthen the policy. Look forward to working to keep local businesses here working on our projects because local businesses hire local workers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Say good evening, board, or good morning, board. Board, superintendent. My name is Mr. Bay with Eclipse Electric of California. I just simply like to say that I think that I read the grand jury report. I think many of the things in it was extremely biased. I think that if you look at construction, and so if you look at construction in general, look at the Bay Bridge. Bay Bridge was over budget by 500%. Went from $900 million to $4 or $5 billion. Can you blame that on the locals? Okay, if you look at Brooklyn Basin, you look at the new stadium over in San Francisco, construction is ridden with, you have cost overruns. You can't blame it on the locals. When you look at most locals get very little work here in Oakland. Right now, the unions are fighting that most of the work you see going on here in Oakland, locals have no part of this. All right, so I think that you need to really look at what the real issues are, and don't find an easy scapegoat and say, oh, this is what the problem is.
Thank you.
All right. Last thing is the local people are the people that go to school here. They're the ones who elect you and so forth. The locals should have some of this work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Now, it is a problem, and we should have a whistleblower thing because I see nepotism going on all the time. That project that you did over there, the food bank or whatever it is, I seen it there. You went, and we said this a couple years ago when it happened, you went all the way to Novato and got a Novato firm to do the construction. It's a bunch of Mexican, I don't got nothing against Mexican people. It's a bunch of Mexican dudes out there. It's a bunch of white dudes out there. I tried to get out there and work, and it was a bunch of bullshit. And they didn't put brothers on that project. And a lot of the other stuff, like when you did Frick, all we seen was white boys and Mexicans doing the fences. I've been doing fences for 35 years, okay? I've been welding for 35 years, putting in garage doors, commercial steel roll-up doors, just like that. Own a business for 25 years doing it. And it's a shame that they don't get local people like me and other brothers that do it. But you'll see all these Mexican cats and all these white boys working at the school district projects, construction projects.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Carol Delton. I'd like to say that I feel that the current draft of the response to the grand jury is vastly improved and more accurate than the first draft that I had the opportunity to see. I was very disappointed that the meeting at which that was reviewed was not available by video. And there are two areas I'd like to address in the current draft. One of them is the board's accuracy in reflecting former board actions. I wrote to you about Roots being characterized as cohort 1. You never voted for that. It was still cohort 2. That is reflected in the grand jury response as cohort 1. And then also the issue of governance. I think you've done a lot in terms of projecting your agendas throughout the year that should lead to more productive meetings, but the hostility toward public commentators was not appreciated by myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sultan.
Love life. The City of Oakland has a policy that states that any construction projects that are being worked on for the city has to have 50% Oakland residents. So I don't know why OUSD can't have the same policy. Right now, the City of Oakland is looking at the disparities of construction as far as African Americans being involved. they're having a hard time coming to some resolve because they asked the labor unions to provide racial breakdowns of the composition of their membership, and they refuse to give it to the city. And we don't need to get it because we know that there are very few African Americans in the labor unions. So I don't know what's going on in depth about what you're doing, but you have to start looking at the fact that African Americans are not involved in construction work to the numbers of equity or fairness that they should be. So policy-wise, Oakland residents should get a priority. Prop 209 doesn't cover that one, so you can work on that one.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I'm not sure what I looked online, whether it was the first one or the second one, but I was concerned about the statement in regards to Measure J, spending plan to allocate funds. So the statement was the use of bond funds for interim administrative housing specifically contemplated in Measure J. The Measure J bond project list mentions the use of bond funds for quote, administrative sites, and it mentions the ability to use bond funds for rental facilities on an interim basis as needed to accommodate personnel and for the acquisition of any of the facilities on the bond project list through temporary lease. This is totally immaterial. Why? Because the across the street building hadn't been, nothing had happened to it. There wasn't anything wrong with it until after the voters voted. It couldn't be on the project list. It couldn't be a list of big projects because there was nothing wrong with the building.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
So it doesn't make any sense, that argument.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Any other public comment? Any other board comment? Just had a quick, I just wanted to just raise very quickly, because I know it's late, but I did just want to raise, I do appreciate that this report references last year's grand jury report. I know that we've taken a lot of criticism around some of our recent actions and some of what has come up through this year's report, but what I did want to just name was that as difficult as the previous conversations were tonight, we are, when I look back at last year's grand jury report and looking at the sections that talk about too many schools for declining enrollment, goes on for several pages and talks about the grand jury's investigation that it became clear that schools need to be consolidated if the district's going to survive and that the board must begin this process and needs to consolidate schools even if opposition remains strong. So I just wanted to just remind ourselves that, a year ago when we were doing the same process with a previous grand jury report, as tough and as challenging as it is, we are, following up on commitments that we have made in the past. Mr. Rakestraw, can we take a roll call?
I'm sorry, President Ng, before we call the roll, just to clarify from Vice President London's motion, that it includes the recommendation in the cover sheet, which allows for non-substantive changes such as formatting and typos, just to clarify for the board that that's part of it, in case we find some periods or commas that we need to fix.
Sounds good.
On the motion to adopt the grand jury report as modified or stated, student directors are now absent. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The report is adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, General Counsel Daniels, and to your team, Ms. Andrea Epps, for all your work related to this report. All right. At this time, we are moving on to new business. We have 3 items. Before we do that, we will take public comment on non-agenda items. And then we will move on to new business.
I've been waiting for this all night. Ms. Trammell,
1 minute.
my son is in dire need of some help. I went down to the district last week. I seen Mr. Harris down there. I went to go see Mark Triplett. I don't want to go into detail because I don't have a lot of time. I gave you a call. My son ain't been to school in a week. Little boy been threatening my son, talking about he from the Acorn Projects and just doing some outlandish stuff. We went down to the district. We talked to Mark Triplett's, I guess his assistant. And my son he's very discouraged right now. All we want him to do, he's been going to Thornhill for 7 years. He just wants to go. We tried it at Westlake. I like Miss Taylor. She's a good principal, but she can't follow my son around in school, and she can't stop certain thugs that live in the Acorn Projects from hitting on my son and cursing him out, saying some real bad things about his mother. I want my son back in school.
Thank you.
And I want him in the right school. I'll be down at the office tomorrow. I'll be down at Broadway tomorrow morning.
Good evening, Board. Carol Delton. The item that I want to address is the FAQ on the budget that was published today by the district. I was very disappointed to see the erroneous figure of 17% reserves as ideal again repeated. There was a great deal of dialogue about that last spring. That is illegal. Under the Ed Code, the current cap is 10%. Previously, it was 4%. For anyone who is listening and isn't familiar, that is illegal. I was also very disappointed because the board passed in the spring that anything over your projected 3% reserve would be put out for usages back to the school sites. I did not see any of that proposed in the FAQ, nor did I see any type of community process for using the extremely fortunate situation of having more money than projected. Lastly, the message that was put out was, it's all spent. So I'm hoping that the board will reconsider, restore some of the funds to the school sites, and open this up for community input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love life. Last night I went to the Alameda School Board meeting. As much as I've had trouble with the Epic Charter School maintaining being open, I was very concerned about what's happening to these young people, so I wanted to go see what they were going to do. I was very disappointed. I did my homework and found out what the issue was. There are containers under the school that are emitting toxic vapors up into the atmosphere of the building. And so last night, the parents were there. They want to go back to their school. The leadership has told them, yeah, you want to go back to your school. And I could not believe that they wanted to go back in the school. Because I know you can't go back to that school. It's toxic. And I was so disappointed that they were trying to get kids and parents to wait. They weighed in on, we want to go back to our school. I think it was horrible. So I hope something can be done to help the Epic community get to a safe place where they can keep their school going. Even though I'm in disagreement with the school not being what it should be, those kids should be in a healthy, safe environment.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So in December 15th, 2019, OUSD School Board passed agenda item number 190440, spending Measure J bond proceeds for Consultant Performance Fact Incorporated to provide facilitation of the 7-Eleven process. Measure J money was a list of things that were supposed to be accomplished in 2012. So why are you using it for operational money in December 15th, school board? Why are you passing to use Measure J money for a consultant group as part of the 7-Eleven process? That's an operational thing, not supposed to be spending building funds on it.
Thank you. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? All right, we are on to new business. Is there a motion to approve the 2018-19 unaudited actuals?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge and seconded by Director Torres. We have a presentation by Ms. Luz Casares, our interim Chief Financial Officer, on this item.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, it's morning, isn't it? A couple of thoughts before I get started. One, I do want to start off by saying thank you to our accounting team, who is the lead in preparing all of our unaudited actuals. It's a small team, but it's a team that has an incredibly deep fund of knowledge. It's a team with many years of experience, and you would be proud to see how hard they worked, how just diligent they were in making sure that we were able to close books on time. They do all the hard work, and then we get to wrap it up with this presentation for your approval. One other thing, just because it is late, and I know you've had a hard night with lots of items, so I invite you to ask questions as they come up. We can make this a conversation more than a presentation, and so please do ask any questions that come to mind as I'm going through the materials. So one, here is our annual budget cycle. This is now the 6th time in the fiscal year that you are having an opportunity to review our financials for FY 18-19. And I do want to note, you are approving not the slide deck, you are approving that thick stack of SACS forms, which aren't the most user-friendly forms, but they are the forms that get approved tonight. And just one other piece about just sort of how this works. So the very first part of the budget cycle is the budget adoption, right? And that happens usually in June for our budget for our fiscal year starting July 1. And we start that year with guesses, right? That really is what's in our budget. Our budget is made up of guesses on the revenue and guesses on the expenditure side. Now, I'm saying guesses, but they are well thought out guesses that should be based on really solid assumptions, but they are guesses. And so I want to highlight that because it is one of our best budgeting practice to constantly revise our budget. Our budget should be revised on a regular basis, and that can at times be frustrating for people who are looking at our budget. And they'll sometimes ask a question like, well, why do the numbers keep changing? And to that, I would submit to you, they should keep changing, because with every passing day along that cycle, as we go from budget adoption to first interim to second interim to third interim, we are getting better information with every passing day. And so those numbers should be changing because we're constantly getting better information. All right, so with that, all right, what we're going to do here is we're going to do a walkthrough. We're going to do a walkthrough from the last time the board had an opportunity to review our FY 18-19 revenue and expenditures to where we're actually landing now. So if you look at the top line in front of you, actually I'm saying in front of you, it is in front of you, right? You've got, okay. So you've got the top line that reads estimated actuals, and I do divide this up. This is the general fund by unrestricted and restricted and then combined. And these are the major changes that have occurred in our general fund from estimated actuals back in June to unaudited actuals now in September. And so let's walk down the unrestricted side first. So you can see we do have about almost $1 million in additional LCFF dollars. That is primarily due to an increase in ADA from our projections back in June to where we actually landed at the end of the fiscal year. And that's good news, obviously, for us. One of the things I will highlight about that line, the LCFF is our primary source of funding, and so you want to see a small number there. You want to know that we excel at calculating our primary source of funding, and so that's an important number for us to consider at every reporting period, is what is that change in the LCFF dollars. And so that's a dollar amount we will talk about again at first interim. A piece that's sort of interesting that shift that we're doing, or we actually did for closing, is that RDA shift. Those are redevelopment agency dollars that we collect. And we have learned from the CDE that they actually, they prefer for us to show those dollars on the restricted side. And so what you see there is us making that shift. Now, if it were just a shift, it would be exactly the same dollar amount on the unrestricted side as the restricted side. But what's happening there is we actually have an increase of about $1.2 million in RDA dollars from estimated actuals to unaudited actuals. So I just want to highlight that because there's two things happening there. So one, we're making a shift of that $8.2 million from unrestricted to restricted, and then we're recognizing that those dollars have actually grown by $1.2 million. And that's, again, good news for us. A couple of other things worth highlighting: E-rate dollars. We knew we were expecting to get less. We actually ended up not budgeting the revenue for this, and we ended up receiving $1.5 million of E-rate monies, which we're happy to have. Lottery, both on unrestricted and the restricted side. You can see there we had a bump up. It's based on enrollment, and so we have a little bit more in lottery dollars, both on the unrestricted side and the restricted side. And then finally, net adjustments are just some minor lines there. And I'll actually walk you through them, because most of it actually, of that $1,057,000 you see there, about $550,000 is in interest income. About another $170,000 was in MAW revenue that we received, and another $70,000 in lease rentals. And so those are small dollar amounts that make up that $1 million that we see there as a net adjustment.
Can you define MAW, please?
Yes.
It's the medical something.
Yes, and apparently I can't do it after midnight. It is it's the administrative portion of our Medi-Cal billing. So it's that middle A is administrative, and I'm totally blanking on what the rest of it stands for. Thank you. Okay. Say again.
What's the one-time restricted?
Oh, let me go over that side as well. So on the restricted side, I'm going to start off with the big dollar at the top. That's $6.88 million. That is unused awards, primarily title programs, so Title 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just want to really highlight this one for you so we all understand what it means. So these are dollars that were awarded to us in the current year that were unspent and will be available for spending in the current year. So they don't go away. We're not losing them. They're available for spending now in 1920, and the team over at the district office and sites has plans in place on how to spend down those dollars. And so they don't get lost. This is just an accounting treatment we have to apply, but they're not lost. We get to spend them in 1920. Then the RDA shift we sort of mentioned earlier, so I'll keep going down the line. The lottery piece I also mentioned was an increase. And then the new one-time dollars that you asked about. So that the $6.5 million there primarily reflects new dollars that came into the school district for 1920. So of that $6.5 million there, approximately $5.7 million is from Salesforce, and it's a 1920 award. They just gave us the cash. They gave us the revenue in 1819. And so we weren't supposed to spend it in 1819. It's supposed to be available in 1920. The rest of that is another $0.2 million from the Stewart Foundation and about half a million from our PTAs, all for 1920. See, I'm going to do the same walkthrough on the expenditure side. And again, here we follow a best budgeting practice of assuming we're going to spend 100%, right? So for example, for positions, when it comes to our positions, our teaching positions, our classified position, any of our positions, we assume we're going to spend 100% of that, the compensation costs, which is a good practice, right? Think about that. We don't want to assume that we're going to only pay for 70%, 80%. So we have to budget at 100%. So that's a strong budgeting practice that we have in place here. So between estimated actuals and unaudited actuals, we experienced salary savings of about $3.1 million. About 1.1 million of that, I will point out, was for what we had budgeted for vacation payouts that we didn't have to pay out. So that's good news for the school district. That all drops down to the bottom line. On supplies and equipment, it's $1.2 million across the entirety of the school district. So there's small dollar amounts here and there from district and school sites that make up that $1.2 million. Utilities. So utilities, that's going to be disposal, recycling, gas, heating, electricity, water, and sewage. And that $1.2 million increase from what we thought we were going to end the year is noteworthy. So as we engage in budget development 2.0, it'll be one of the areas we look deeply at to see what do we need to do to refine our projections to make sure we land a little bit more accurately there. Consultants, contractors, down by $1.9 million. And about $0.7 million of that is in license agreements. And about another $0.5 million was we had budgeted some dollars for some of our central office, our district moves that we didn't spend in 18-19, but we're spending instead in 19-20. And so that makes up some of those savings that we had there on the consultants and contractors. And then I'll move over to the restricted side. You'll notice the federal dollar there for the unused awards matches up to what we saw on the revenue side, because again, it was an unused award, so we didn't spend it. We also have about $19.6 million of parcel tax dollars that were unused. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more deeply when we look at the ending fund balance. And then special education, our contribution, our expenditures went down by $1.4 million between estimated actuals and unaudited actuals, which means our contribution is going down by that $1.4 million. The net adjustments you see there at the $9 million mark, so 6.5 of that is what I referenced earlier on those new dollars that came in. So the 5.7 from Salesforce, the 0.2 from the Stewart Foundation. It's all of those dollars that didn't get spent. And again, they weren't supposed to get spent in 18-19. They're scheduled for spending in 19-20. All right, so here we have, I'll just highlight a couple of the changes here. So we have annually made a contribution to our nutrition services fund. And it has been decreased between estimated actuals and unaudited actuals by almost $600,000. And so that's good news for the general fund. It's good news for nutrition services to know that it's becoming coming closer to becoming a self-sustaining fund. One that I want to highlight.
Excuse me, is that Fund 13?
Yes. Yes, Fund 13 is the Child Nutrition Services Fund. The interfund transferred to Fund 14. So the RDA dollars that I mentioned earlier are available for capital purposes. And so one shift that we're making, we made as of unaudited actuals, and we'll continue the practice going forward, is to take some of those dollars and use them for capital outlay. And so in 18-19, we're taking about half of the RDA dollars and transferring them over to the Deferred Maintenance Fund. In the Deferred Maintenance Fund, they will sit until we're able to come up with a 5-year deferred maintenance plan. As I'm sure you recall, there's no longer a requirement to provide a deferred maintenance plan, but it is still a good practice.
Yes, and I believe that we're having an update on deferred maintenance at some point at the Facilities Committee. I'm super excited about that. But I do have some questions about utilities when we get back to that.
Okay. Let's see. And then for special education, I mentioned we've got that reduction in expenditures, and so it's a reduction in the contribution. RMA, so the other half, I mentioned half of the RDA dollars are going to the Fund 14, our Deferred Maintenance Fund. The other half is going to be used to help offset our contribution to RRMA, to the Routine Restricted Maintenance Account. So we actually have, so those are two ways that it's helping the general fund. And then, let's see, so then we get to our ending fund balance, which I'm going to just go to the next slide because it's at the very top. You can see our ending fund balance. And here's probably where I'd like to actually spend a little bit of time, because I think it's really important that we all understand what it is we're looking at when we look at the ending fund balance. And the first thought that comes to my mind when I see these numbers is that I want to thank you. I want to thank you for making the hard decisions that you have to make. And I know a couple of years ago, you made some decisions to do mid-year budget cuts. And I can see the impact of having made those mid-year budget cuts, which I know from my experience are the hardest of the cuts to make. That no cut is easy, but the hardest ones to make are the ones in the middle of the year. And I recognize that. I have experienced that. And it's because you were able to make those hard decisions at that point, we can see that we're able to end the year without scrambling to make sure that we can meet our 2% minimum reserve. So I'm going to just walk you through a couple of concepts here. So one, this ending fund balance is one time. Okay, so there's a phrase we like to think about when we look at our one-time dollars, and that's you do not use one-time dollars on things that eat. Right? You should not be using one-time dollars on ongoing expenses. And so that's really important to consider and to remember when we're looking at these dollars here. A couple of the other things I want to highlight that are just sort of just to indicate to you some of the things we're doing to try to really refine how we budget and how we think about our dollars. So there's 3 items up here that I want to highlight. So one, the RRM contribution that you see of $638,000 there. Those are dollars that we are setting aside because of a change that happened at the state level very, very late. So very, very late, the state determined that they were going to provide an additional STRS and PERS on behalf contribution to us. It was so late that one of the things they said to us is, we want you to do it in 1819, but you can do it in 1920 instead. Or actually, you still have to do it in 1819, but you're doing it through your auditor instead. And so we've chosen to sort of hold back on that, and we're going to do it as an adjustment. But the important piece, the reason why that STRS and PERS on behalf matters to us, it's phantom income, phantom expense. So it doesn't impact the bottom line. But where it might impact the bottom line is requiring us to provide additional contribution toward RRMA. RRMA is based on a 3% of whatever it is we spend. And so if we're showing higher expenditures, we would need to make an additional contribution. And so we're setting it aside there. So that's our set aside for that additional STRS and PERS on behalf payment. The reason I want to highlight it is because it was a little choppy at the state level as the information came out. And as the state legislature learned that they were going to impact school districts like Oakland Unified with an additional $638,000 contribution, the state legislature is now considering some trailer bill language to clean up that intent. They didn't intend for us to get hit this way, and so they are contemplating some cleanup language that would essentially undo that. So here what we're doing is showing this is a set aside in case we take that hit. If it turns out that the state legislator does pass through that cleanup language, then that $638,000 would drop down to the bottom line and just become available to us. So this is one of those ways we are being thoughtful and mindful of the impact of that sort of change that might happen at the state level, and we're recognizing it there. Same thing for that FY18 audit adjustment you see there. So that was conversations we're having with our auditors and something that came up about the FY17-18 view that they were having. And they let us know that there is likely going to be an audit adjustment of that amount. And so we've gone ahead and set it aside so that we are thoughtful and mindful about really truly what our ending fund balance is. We drop down a couple of lines. There is our reserve for economic uncertainties, and that is our 2%. And right above it, you see a 1.5% additional reserve for economic uncertainties. And I'm showing it to you in 2 different lines because I want us to be mindful of what we have to do and then what we're choosing to do to maintain fiscal solvency, right? What we're choosing to do to be thoughtful, what we're choosing to do to be good fiscal stewards, and that's the additional piece of that 1.5%. Very bottom line there, the unassigned unappropriated means that's what's left over from our fund balance after you start off with that $30.5 million and you deduct out all of those assignments. We're left with about $5.5 million. And I want to highlight that is, that sometimes when we look at these numbers, we're looking at at the number and it looks big, right? But I want to point out we're talking about 1% there. So it's a 1% of our $565 million expenditures and uses of dollars. One of I teach this at an academy for aspiring superintendents, and one of the things I train them to do when they think about budget is when those dollars look too big, so big that they're not meaningful, take off some of the zeros until they become meaningful. And so if we take off some of those zeros just to make it meaningful, if we think about our home budget, so if my home budget is $56,500, right, versus our $565 million here, a 1% is $565. So if I'm bringing home $56,500 and that's what I'm spending, at the end of the year, I would be looking at $565 left over, right? So it looks like a lot because we're talking in the millions, but I want to put it in perspective, right? So if you were bringing home $56,500 that you spent across the year, and at the end of the year you ended up with $565 in your hand, would you be planning a huge spending spree because you've got an additional $565 in your budget? And I'm going to guess you probably wouldn't, right? And that's essentially what we have here. So this isn't something that we can and should be able to go out spending down immediately. Yes.
I'm sorry. I have a question, and maybe it's regarding the Prop 39 charter repairs. I don't know that I've ever seen that before.
Yes, so that's one we're digging into. We've as we were closing books and we were clearing out what we call resource code. That was $2.3 million that's identified in a particular resource code, and we're digging into it to see what exactly it is. What do we need to set aside? Why is it there? Where did it come from? That one, as well as the stale dated warrant. So for those two items, we'll be digging into them deeply, working with our auditors and figuring out what of it can be cleared, what of it is real, what do we need to actually set up as a liability, and what, if anything, can just drop down to our bottom line, that we can release ourselves of any liability just because of the way it's labeled. Yeah. Thank you. Then that restricted balance on the middle column, that $40.6 million. So more than half of that is our parcel taxes. So about $22.4 million of that $40.7 million is our parcel taxes. About 10.5 is Measure N, and 11.9, almost $12 million, is Measure G1. So Measure N, that $10.5 million, I'll just point out a couple of pieces to it. Of that $10.5 million, $7 million is a contingency for that parcel tax, and it's a contingency that was set up as a recommendation by the commission and approved by the board, and so that's intentional. For the balance of that, we've got about $0.9 million set aside specifically to support coaching at our school sites. And then we have another $2.6 million of site carryover. And for that site carryover, our school sites have to actually submit plans on how they're going to spend down those dollars. And so it's $10.5 million. $7 million is an intentional contingency, and the balance has a plan for how to be spent down. For Measure G1, that's also, it's an expected balance for us to have. We have a portion in there that's intended for the compensation increases that have been negotiated, and as you know, we have 2 TAs that have been approved, and we have a balance of them that have not yet been, we haven't gone through the process yet. We've got about a good almost $5 million that's set aside specifically for that purpose, and so we need that balance there because we haven't finished negotiating those compensation increases, and so it's expected to be there. A little more into that $40 million, we have that new one-time money I mentioned, right? The Salesforce, the Stewart Foundation, the PTA local schools piece. We also have a 2-year grant from the SF Foundation, from the San Francisco Foundation. It's 2 years, and so in 18-19 we spent year 1. We're supposed to have carryover into 19-20 to spend it down in 19-20 because it's a 2-year grant. Other smaller pieces in there, we've got about $800,000 in donations. We have about $600,000 from Kaiser, $500,000 from Intel, and about $300,000 from Silver Given. That carryover, all of that $40 million that you see, becomes available in 1920 for spending. And so when we present to you the first interim report in December, you're going to see an increase in spending, right? And so this is what I noted earlier in my remarks about the budget is supposed to change. The numbers are supposed to change. They're not supposed to be static. One of those pieces of new information that we'll have that will update at first interim is going to be this carryover gets approved, we determine how to spend it, and then it gets budgeted, which then is going to make our expenditures look like they're suddenly growing substantially. They're growing substantially because we're adding in those carryover budgets so that school sites can spend them down. I just want to highlight our special education program here. And I think this will be a program that at every reporting period, we're going to make a point of highlighting so that we have a sense of how the dollars are spent, where we're sort of landing in terms of how the dollars are going, what programs or services, what students are coming in, which ones are being provided with IEPs. It is one that requires a notable contribution. It's one that has been underfunded and will probably always be underfunded. And so we're required to make that contribution to be able to provide our kids with what they need. And so we'll just make sure that at every reporting period that we saw in that cycle, we'll make sure to highlight our special education program.
I'm sorry.
Before you begin,
Are you just going to do the pie chart, or are you going to break down what's inside of those sections?
So as part of budget revisions, we can dig into.
That sounds like a programming person to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're working with a programming person to break that down, the pie chart?
So the pie chart reflects the dollars going into the special education program, so it's essentially the revenue side of it. So yes, we can make sure that we've got something on the program side to answer some of the how we're spending the dollars questions.
Thank you.
Vice President Ng, I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 2 a.m. I'm sorry, but we need to there's some items we must vote on this evening.
Thank you, Vice President London. Is there any objection? Hopefully we'll wrap up before that. Is there a second? Director Yee, thank you.
So here we have those RDA dollars that I mentioned, and I just wanted to be able to show you sort of across 2 years what this can look like. And this will be another item we just sort of make a point of highlighting at the interim reporting period so you can see what the differences are. So in 18-19, I mentioned there's that 50-50 split. In 1920, we're doing it a little bit differently. In 1920, we've got 90% going towards the RRMA and the general fund, and 10% going to our Fund 40, our Special Reserve Fund for Capital Outlay. Those are 3 viable options on how to spend those dollars, and so that's important for the board to know. All right, just a little bit in terms of what other funds are impacting the general fund. Coming into the general fund is some support from our child development fund, from the cafeteria fund, and the self-insurance fund. So that's almost $400,000 that comes from other funds into the general fund for support. And in exchange, the general fund does have to provide some direct support over to the cafeteria special revenue fund. That's $1.2 million. And as a reminder, that is still less than what we originally thought it was going to be, by over $500,000. And then we're doing that transfer out of the RDA dollars for deferred maintenance at that $4.77 million level. Just quick mention, I've mentioned the Fund 14. We do have those dollars in there now, and we look forward to developing a 5-year deferred maintenance plan. It's not required, but it's a good idea. Fund 25, we're doing a 3% reimbursement back to the general fund for some of the admin costs that we incur. And then there's Fund 67 that I just want to highlight in that Fund 67 in FY 18-19 looks different than it has in the past, and so we're digging into what it should look like in FY 19-20. It's one of those funds that's caught our attention, that we want to make sure that we're budgeting properly, and that we separate things out as well as we can. So Fund 67 is going to be at the top of the list for budget development 2.0 to make sure we're reflecting everything properly. And that is it.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive report. Is there any questions by the board? Vice President London.
It is so late. I don't want to ask a lot of questions, but I would like to, I have three. At another point when it's not so late, I'd like to understand the relationship between the STRS funds that we receive from the state and routine maintenance. It seemed like somehow there was a connection. On the utility costs, it's disturbing to me that our costs are rising because we installed solar several years ago. That was supposed to help mitigate against utilities costs. I have been asking for, as long as I've been on this board, for reports, year over year and month over month reports for all of our utilities, and no one seems to be able to produce those. And I think that's a really important tool for us to have if we're going to start to control those costs. I believe there may be there is a new staff person in the facilities department who, knowing him from his prior job, should have some capacity to help with that. So I hope that you and your staff will take advantage of that. And then it would be helpful just for me, because I don't think about these topics all the time, if in the presentations you can define, like you did it in some of these, you said routine maintenance, deferred maintenance is Fund 14, but I think every time it shows up, it's helpful to just define it again, because if someone from the public is looking, they may also not know those things so well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this time? Just a quick comment. I know Director Gonzalez actually sent an email out to the comment from Ms. Stelton around, excuse me, with the reserve above the 3%. Our resolution from last year did say that we would be, if we had met our obligations, which included SPED and some of the other labor contracts, that we would consider sending some funds back to school sites. And so it would be good to get an update on that at some point. I know that Director Gonzalez sent an email to Mr. Thomas this evening, but it would be good to hear a report back. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for the report. We're going to go to public comments now.
We have 4 speakers: Carol Delton, Alan Purcell, Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson.
So speaking, Carol Delton, speaking to the presentation of the closing of the books, it's really wonderful news that there are so many savings. I think that one area that's extremely important for the district to look at is what of those represent trends that are likely to be replicated year over year. An example would be the savings on the additional warrants. Is that going to mean there's 1.5 million approximately every year that's less, or is this a one-time cleanup? And that's extremely important because of the potential uses for the additional revenue. I'll have some more comments on the budget revisions, which I'm going to urge you not to adopt tonight, and I'll hold my comments till then.
Board policy number 182727, be it further resolved, and Director Ing already briefly mentioned this, for the 2019-20 school year, once the 3% reserve for economic uncertainty has been met and all legal and mandatory obligations are met, that any additional unrestricted general fund revenue, including but not restricted to one-time funds from the governor's May revision budget, be allocated to schools for site-based budgeting in order to replenish the $3 million in reductions to school site discretionary budgets. As the chair of my SSC, I would like to know where our money is. Thank you.
So we didn't hear a couple of things in that report. Like the first thing we deserve is an explanation of how the projections were $40 million off. The projections that you gave 75 days ago. You know, last year you got money from the city council because you said you were in deficit. Are you going to return that money to the city council? You told the state representatives you needed money through Assembly Bill 1850 because you were in a deficit. Well, it turns out you had a $21 million surplus. And the year before, 17-18, you had a $29 million surplus. That's a $50 million surplus over the last 2 years. I did the math on the $30.5 million you have left in your unrestricted reserve. That equals 5.22%. I can do that math. So where is the apology to the community for being wrong? And right now, according to these numbers, you are making a decision to put money in the reserve instead of funding our schools properly. Where is the explanation to the community that that is the decision you're making? We are owed money. The numbers don't add up no matter how you explain it. And just lastly, because it's important, last year, to miss the projections by $40 million, after you promised us there was extra help from the county, FICMAT was on a help, you would never have these problems again. You missed the projections by $40 million this year, when the year before you only missed them by $30 million. So the trends, like Ms. Delton was talking about, is you're trending in the wrong direction. And now we have had $50 million worth of surpluses in 2 years. And lastly, your amount of surplus from last year equals the exact amount that you cut from our school sites and in spending this year.
Thank you.
So those are the decisions you're making. The numbers don't add up. And we're going to ask the state auditors to come in because we can't trust you or your numbers. And you've lied to so many elected representatives. Now they actually believe us, and they will not believe these false numbers anymore.
Thank you. Any other comments? Just also wanted to remind the board that we have only settled contracts with 2 of our labor partners, and we have, I believe, 7 labor partners to consider. And so just want to remind us in terms of ongoing expenses. All right. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the motion pending before the board. On the motion pending before the board for the adoption of the closing.
Hold on, Mr. Rakestraw. Can you say that again, Vice President London? Do you want to just say it on that?
If it, I don't, Miss CFO, is it Cazares? I didn't want to mispronounce her name. Is it we just heard the community raise concerns about some of the issues. I'm wondering if you have any response to those, or Superintendent? I understand that, and when we're in the moment, I just think if we could take a minute and respond, that would be valuable.
Ms. Cazares? Ms. Cazares. Go ahead.
So as I walk just through here, this is one time, and one-time dollars are really important to remember that phrase of, with one-time dollars, we don't use them on things that eat. Who eats? People. So people make up ongoing expenses, and so using one-time dollars on ongoing expenses is hardly considered a best budgeting practice. You would get yourselves in trouble if you started to use one-time dollars on ongoing expenditures. 2, I walked us through sort of how those dollars, why those dollars are there, right? So for example, we have $5.7 million from Salesforce. That is a $19-20 award. So that wasn't in the 18-19 budget. Initially, when we received it, we do budget it, we recognize it there, but it's not available for spending, and so it has to drop down to the bottom line, and it is not available for spending in 1819. Becomes available for spending in 1920, where it will be available to school sites and whoever the other recipients are. So there is, I think, the piece there that I mentioned, the overwhelming majority of that $40.7 million was in parcel taxes. Right? And so for our parcel taxes, we talked about Measure N makes up $10.5 million. Of that $10.5 million, $7 million is a required contingency that's based on the recommendation of the commission and approved by the board. And so I think the part that's really important for me for the board to remember, for the board to understand, is spending down one-time dollars on ongoing expenditures puts you in jeopardy. It absolutely puts you in jeopardy, and you will have anyone who knows school finance or just finance period telling you that. Two, these dollars have specific purposes, and so just spending them down on something that has a need isn't allowable. It has to be based on what specifically those $40.7 million are intended for. And as I noted earlier, those dollars become available in 1920. And so when the first interim budget is presented to you, you're going to see an increase in spending. And so it's going to look like there's suddenly so much more money that we're spending. It's not so much that we're suddenly spending so much more money, it's that we're going to be spending the carryover, right? That carryover doesn't go away. We've not lost it. It just goes into 1920.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So, at this time, could we please have a roll call, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, on the pending motion to adopt the closing of the books motion that's before the board, student board members are absent. Director Torres. Yes. Director Gonzalez is now absent. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge. Yes. Director Harris. Vice President London. Yes. President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank
Books
you.
are closed.
Is there a motion to adopt item T.-2? This is the budget revision, the first budget revision for this year. Moved by Director Hinton Hodge and seconded by Director Torres.
So I'm going to just walk us through some of the, as we've engaged in the 45-day revise as well as started budget development 2.0. We do have some revisions to the revenue side that we did discuss before, but I do want to just sort of highlight them. So one, we've got the special education early intervention preschool grant. That's estimated for us at $4 million, and that's $4 million that would come in unrestricted. And we, at this point, the best information we have is that we would be able to either use it to provide new programs and services for our preschoolers on IEPs, or use it to offset some of that contribution from our unrestricted general fund. And so that will be a conversation we can have about how best to use that $4 million. As noted before, we do have some revenue enhancements of $0.3 million. That was part of last year's board-approved revenue enhancements and spending reductions, and so we see an increase in our local revenue of $0.3 million. And then there's that shift of the RDA dollars that we talked about, moving them from unrestricted over to the restricted side. On the expenditure side, we've got the shifts in CalSTRS and CalPERS that we talked about at the 45-day revise. The tentative agreement between OUSD and SEIU is actually now in the budget, the revisions in front of you. And to the point made earlier, those are the only two that are in there now. So the OEA TA is now accounted for in our budget, and the SEIU one is now included in our budget. There's a bug here, so forgive me. Okay, let's see. We discussed before that we were able to do some of the shifts. The board approved $1.47 million worth of shifts from the unrestricted side to the restricted side for contracts. We've accomplished $0.6 million of that, and that's now reflected in those revisions. And let's see, we've reinstated about $400,000 worth of positions. I believe it was at the August 14th board meeting, and that's now reflected in the budget as well. And then the big shifts were, as we started Budget Development 2.0, the first deep dive we did was into our special education program. In your board packet was a detailed memo about the students we're serving and the adjustments we're contemplating for our budget. And so if you have any questions on those, I'm happy to take them, but I won't walk you through the detail of the memo at this point. The other point I'll make is, as we're working through Budget 2.0 pieces, we'll continue to bring revisions to the board. The next one is scheduled for October. And I'm going to move over here. The next one is scheduled for October, and one of the first ones we're going to be looking at is our supplemental and concentration dollars. We'll also be looking at transportation, as well as our Child Nutrition Services Fund, because it does impact the general fund, and so we want to see what we can do there to refine that budget and make sure that we lessen that impact where we can. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions about this budget revision? Director Yee.
Just one thing. Were you able to assess for the 1920 year if we've made and continue to have the reduction in numbers of staff that we had proposed in the last year for this year?
Yes. So as part of the 45-day revise, we did do that reconciling to show that we were able to accomplish. And just high level, we accomplished about 80% of the reductions and enhancement that the board had authorized. We are still working on that 20%. So one of the things we do as we're doing Budget Development 2.0 is look at that list of that 20% that we missed, that we haven't accomplished yet. Right, and I want to emphasize that we haven't accomplished yet, because as we're working through Budget Development 2.0, we're looking at the things we didn't accomplish, finding those ways to accomplish those savings.
Any other questions by the board? All right. Thank you very much for the update. This time we will take public comment.
Jim Mordecai, Asala Olabala, Carol Dilton, Mike Hutchinson.
Good evening, Carol Delton. One of my concerns about the figures presented to us tonight is on this short handout. It's on the second page. And looking at the figures under the adopted budget, which would have been the June 26th budget, they are much higher than the SACS forms reflected at that time. The unrestricted is approximately $10 million higher. The restricted is approximately $30,000 higher. So I don't know the components of that, but it's a very big discrepancy, and I think the board should understand it well before adopting budget revisions. Also, your policy on restoration of school sites. Also, I have not heard any answer to the conflicting information in the adopted budget and the second interim on position numbers in the district. Thank you. All that should be reconciled before you adopt budget revisions.
Thank you.
Now, I'm not sure how we're having a discussion of budget revision number 1. At the same time, people are saying there's going to be the 1920 budget version 2.0. I know board members had expressed their concerns over approving a budget with no numbers. Where is that concern now, Director Harris? Why are we allowing this to go forward? Just 75 days ago, there was a whole lot of righteous indignation over this. The one thing that wasn't brought up, and in any of these, is what happens with the closing of the books is actually, it should have been good news. It's $40 million to the positive of what you were projecting, which means there's $40 million more now than there was when you approved the budget. So the discussion should be, how do you use that money to restore the cuts you've made over the last 4 years? But instead, there was a question about, are you going to fire the last 20% of people? Instead of how do we rehire everyone back now that we know that our finances are in much better situation? This is like fourth grade math. We have $40 million extra that we didn't know we had. Why are you still so set on cutting more? And where is the rescinding of the cuts to actually fully fund our school sites?
Thank you, Mr.
You're putting it in
Hutchinson.
a bank account instead of our school sites. And that's your choice based on these numbers. And let me just say this again clearly. There is not one word tonight about how you were so far off on your projections. $40 million
Mr. Hutchinson.
off of a $600 million budget is unacceptable. Where is somebody up here to be held accountable? And when are we going to have an explanation? And how are you going to use this
Thank you,
money
Mr.
other than having
Hutchinson.
it sit in a bank
Next
account?
speaker, please.
People aren't going for this one.
Love life. I'm very happy with the revisions to the budget that's going to look at special education in early childhood intervention. That's excellent. But as many times as I'll be coming here with my mind on how can African American children be helped and their needs met, it's not going to happen as a group because of Prop 209. And as many times as I come with my understanding that gifted children need to be included, it's not going to happen. But I'll continue to sit here because I'm going to speak to it, understanding until you change Prop 209, African American children. You talk about special ed, you talk about English learners, you talk about foster children, the homeless, and African American children cannot get the attention they need.
Mr. Mordecai, did you want to speak on this item? Any other public speakers? Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please, if there's no other comments by the board?
Okay. On the adoption of T.-2, which is budget revision for this fiscal year number 1, Director Hinton Hodge. Okay. Director Yee? Yes. Director Torres? Yes. Director Harris? Yes. Vice President London? Yes. And President Ng?
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item T.3? This is the adoption of the GAN limit. Moved by Director Harris. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Yee. Is there any overview of this item, or are we?
No, this is a standard item every year, easy calculation.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions on this item? Public comment.
There are none.
Mr. Rakeshaw, we're ready for a roll call.
Director Harris? Yes. Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge? Vice President London? Yes. President Ng?
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item T.4? This is the provisional internship permits.
So moved.
Moved by Director Torres and seconded by Director Harris. Any questions? Any public comment on this item?
There are none.
Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
Director Torres? Yes. Director Hinton Hodge, not present. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Vice President London? Yes. And President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item T.5? This is the variable term program waivers. Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Torres. Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Is there any public comment on this item?
There are none.
Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres? Yes. Director Harris? Yes. Vice President London? Yes. President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Given the late hour, I'm going to suggest we skip over regular board members' reports. Is there any introduction of new legislative matter? Seeing none, this meeting is now adjourned.